Shin Sang-hyun stepped into the dungeon completely alone, gripping his sword as he headed deeper into the dark tunnels without a shred of hesitation. His target was a nest packed with goblins, the kind of monsters most hunters preferred to fight in groups because of how vicious and overwhelming they could become. But instead of preparing carefully like a normal adventurer, Shin Sang-hyun calmly wrapped a blindfold over his own eyes right in front of them, almost like he was trying to prove something to himself. He intended to defeat every single monster there without relying on his vision even once. The goblins stared at him in confusion, completely unable to understand why this human was acting like a complete madman. But after a brief pause, they screeched and rushed him all at once. What happened next left the creatures horrified, because even with his eyes covered, Shin Sang-hyun cut through them effortlessly, dodging attacks with perfect precision while tearing them apart one after another. By the time Shin Sang-hyun finally stopped moving, hundreds of goblin corpses were scattered across the dungeon floor, piling the room with blood and broken bodies. Only then did he slowly reach up and remove the blindfold from his eyes, glanced around at the massacre surrounding him, and casually muttered that the whole thing had been far too easy. To him, this was barely even a challenge, and he could already tell his mission was almost finished. Just a few days earlier, when Shin Sang-hyun first arrived at the dungeon entrance, carrying nothing but a longsword at his side, the atmosphere around the other adventurers immediately turned cold. The moment they noticed the weapon on his back, several hunters exchanged irritated looks. None of them even tried hiding their contempt, because to them he looked like another reckless amateur who had no idea what kind of place he had walked into. The party leader assumed Shin Sang-hyun was probably one of those fools who watched a few combat videos online, and suddenly convinced himself he was ready to become a hunter. In their eyes, he was just another arrogant beginner marching toward his own death. One of the team members bluntly warned him that nobody there would babysit him, and if he wanted to survive, he'd better pull his own weight like everyone else. Not a single person expected Shin Sang-hyun to survive until the end of the raid, but what happened afterward completely shattered their understanding of him. A few hours later, after the entire raid team got crushed by the dungeon boss and fled the room in terror, Shin Sang-hyun calmly walked straight into the boss chamber alone, with a relaxed smile on his face. He slipped past every violent attack with ease, while mocking the same veterans who had confidently claimed earlier that he would only slow them down. Then, without leaving a single enemy alive, he slaughtered both the boss monster and every creature hiding inside that chamber. When Shin Sang-hyun finally emerged from the dungeon, he was carrying the rarest treasure hidden within that entire area. After witnessing that unbelievable display, the people who once sneered at him no longer dared treat him casually. Some respected him completely, while others were honestly terrified of him. But none of those adventurers had any idea that the monstrous strength Shin Sang-hyun possessed came from a far darker and more painful past than they could imagine. When Shin Sang-hyun was still a child, that was the exact period when the cursed portals first began appearing across the world, and monsters started flooding into human cities. Then, Shin Sang-hyun could only stand there helplessly as his teacher desperately told him to run away and save himself, while she faced a horrifying death right in front of his eyes. Even after hearing her scream at him to escape, his legs refused to move. He remained frozen in place, staring at the chaos around him, while thinking humanity could never possibly survive against monsters like these, so resisting felt completely meaningless. Then suddenly a blinding flash sliced through the battlefield and instantly tore apart every monster in sight. The warrior who appeared that day was so overwhelmingly powerful that the sight of him changed something deep inside Shin Sang-hyun forever. At that moment, Shin Sang-hyun thought that if he could someday become someone just as strong, maybe his teacher would finally be proud of him. But reality turned out far crueler than he expected. More than 30 years passed after that day. Shin Sang-hyun became a hunter, trained endlessly and grew stronger little by little. Yet the monsters invading the world never stopped coming. And in the end, even the hero who once saved his life eventually died right there in Shin Sang-hyun's arms. There was something unbearably cruel about realizing that even the people you admired most in the world were still capable of dying. Even with his heart completely shattered by loss, Shin Sang-hyun continued fighting for another 20 long years without stopping. By the time he reached 55 years old, he found himself standing alone on the battlefield, surrounded by destruction as the only survivor left alive. Still, deep down, Shin Sang-hyun couldn't stop wondering why he was pushing himself this hard when he was already nearing 60 years old. 30 years earlier, Shin Sang-hyun had started his journey as an ordinary swordsman, and even his greatest accomplishment back then was only managing to rank somewhere within the country's top 100 hunters. Even that achievement wasn't nearly as impressive as it sounded, because among countless powerful hunters, Shin Sang-hyun was still little more than a tiny presence lost in the crowd. After clearing the dungeon, he received a skill book as his reward. As he stared at the book in his hand, Shin Sang-hyun remembered the artifacts he had consumed in the past and quietly wondered whether he could absorb this one as well. Right at that moment, something suddenly appeared beside him. The constellation known as Late Exemplary Student manifested before Shin Sang-hyun and congratulated him on the battle, even complimenting the clean precision of his finishing strike. This strange being was essentially the physical form of Shin Sang-hyun's own personal constellation. In this world, every adventurer needed to form a contract with a constellation in order to become a true hunter, and Shin Sang-hyun was genuinely thankful he had managed to secure one at all. Still, because the constellation had demanded such absurd conditions for the contract, Shin Sang-hyun felt like he had never truly gained any real advantage from it. The constellation then encouraged Shin Sang-hyun to consume the skill book. Of course, he didn't literally eat it. Instead, he absorbed the item directly through his unique power, which happened to be the only special ability he had ever awakened. Before discovering that ability, Shin Sang-hyun had been completely incapable of using magical artifacts properly. Out of desperation, he once tried consuming artifacts just to see whether anything would happen, but every attempt failed miserably, leaving him with absolutely no results at all. 30 whole years passed like that, and during all that time, Shin Sang-hyun couldn't use a single valuable item he obtained from dungeons. Eventually, however, he learned how to synchronize his mana with specific artifacts, and for the first time, he successfully absorbed one. From then on, he named that power Artifact Devouring. But by the time Shin Sang-hyun finally figured out how to use that ability properly, everyone else had already advanced far beyond him, leaving him stuck at a massive disadvantage compared to the strongest hunters. Shin Sang-hyun turns the book over in his hands, expecting some kind of guide or instruction manual. But the pages are completely bare of anything useful. There's not a single explanation on how it's supposed to work, not even a hint to get him started. And that realization leaves him staring at it in quiet disbelief. His constellation carefully takes the book from him, trying to interact with it directly, as if it might unlock something hidden. After a moment, it admits in a subdued tone that it only has extremely limited information about Shin Sang-hyun's abilities, and it sounds genuinely regretful for not being able to offer more guidance. Then, as if trying to salvage the situation, the constellation tells him there's still time left, and suggests he could attempt to synchronize his mana once again, hoping for a better result this time. Shin Sang-hyun lets out a frustrated breath, shaking his head as he replies that he doesn't have the luxury of time to waste anymore. He mutters that he's already old enough to be the father of some of these so-called rookies, and the words carry a bitter edge. A moment later, his expression softens. He tells his constellation that none of this is its fault and apologizes for taking his frustration out on it. In a quieter voice, he admits that his life has been filled with more pressure and disappointment than he can easily carry. Shin Sang-hyun then speaks more slowly, saying he has never once forgotten the person who saved him in the past, holding on to that memory all these years. Because of that single moment from his past, he's always tried to become someone like that savior, chasing that ideal relentlessly. But instead of fulfillment, it only left him worn down, as if everything he did slowly drained him. For a brief moment, he thinks that if he were even a little younger, maybe things could have gone differently. Maybe he could have chosen another path entirely instead of the one that brought him here. But reality settles back in, and he bluntly states that he's old now and preparing to retire. He tells his constellation that it should start looking for someone else, another adventurer to form a contract with after he steps away. Right after those words leave his mouth, something unexpected happens, catching Shin Sang-hyun completely off guard. Without warning, his constellation activates its power directly on him. That moment becomes the quiet end of Shin Sang-hyun's 55-year-old life, cutting everything off in an instant. In another place, a television interview is underway, where a reporter is speaking with a woman and asking whether dungeons are truly the work sites of adventurers. The woman being interviewed is the CEO of Hyunjung Corporation, and she calmly responds that dungeons are essentially the stepping stones for all adventurers trying to rise in status. She continues explaining that beyond dungeons, there are also portals, gateways that lead adventurers into alternate dimensions connected to unknown and uncharted regions. Back at home, the protagonist sits in front of the TV, quietly watching the interview unfold as it plays across the screen. As he listens, a chilling realization forms in his mind. He has seen this exact interview before, years ago. Now it's happening again, almost identically, as if time itself has looped back on itself. 4 days into this new life, he has already confirmed what seems impossible. He has been sent 30 years into the past, dropped into an earlier version of the world he once knew. It all began when he suddenly lost consciousness without warning. When he finally woke up again, he found himself lying in the bedroom of the very apartment he had lived in 3 decades ago. Even more shocking than the location was his own body. He had physically become 30 years younger. Yet every memory from his previous life remained perfectly intact, as if nothing had been lost. Shin Sang-hyun still doesn't understand how any of it was possible, but in his mind there is no doubt that his constellation had something to do with this impossible reversal of time. Though confusion still lingers, he decides that the only sensible thing to do right now is to move forward and get back to work instead of standing still, trying to make sense of everything. At the moment, the only weapon in his possession is a simple bronze dagger, the same basic equipment he once started his journey with. But unlike before, he now understands something important that he never realized in his previous life. That seemingly weak dagger actually contains a hidden ability, and despite its low rank, its true potential makes its classification almost irrelevant. Before he moves forward, the protagonist knows exactly where he needs to go next, as if a specific destination has already been fixed in his mind. Shin Sang-hyun heads toward the space of unconsciousness, fully aware that this is the only place where he can safely consume an artifact. Every time he goes through this process, a slight tension builds in him, and this time is no different as nervousness quietly creeps in. Then, before him, an artifact begins to materialize, taking the form of something that looks like ordinary food. He exhales in relief when he realizes it has appeared as normal food this time, rather than something grotesque like an insect, which he has experienced before. If it always manifested in a form this harmless and familiar, he can't help but think that his growth would accelerate far more quickly than before. When he eats the chicken, the essence of the dagger merges with him, and he unlocks its hidden ability, Demon Strike. After consuming the artifact and returning, the dagger itself vanishes completely, as though it has fulfilled its purpose and can no longer remain in this world. Still, Shin Sang-hyun gets exactly what he was aiming for, and with his new ability secured, he prepares himself to move forward. In the middle of the city, a team gathers at the entrance as they prepare to enter a dungeon, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. The team leader, Yoon Dae-kyung, is approached by someone from the logistics side just before departure. The transport manager reports that Shin Sang-hyun, one of their assigned members, has left the group, leaving them one person short for the operation. Yoon Dae-kyung responds without hesitation, saying that Shin Sang-hyun left because he has already chosen to join his group instead. Confused, the transport manager asks how a newly awakened individual could be recruited so quickly into a proper adventuring expedition alongside an experienced team. He further points out that the young man didn't even complete the Adventurer Academy, warning that placing him in the field like this could put everyone at risk. Yoon Dae-kyung answers firmly, stating that everything is under his control. He reminds them that he is the one responsible for the group's operations and its role in the wider distribution system. Those words immediately silence the transport manager's objections, and he quickly backs down, offering an apology under the pressure. Soon after, even one of the team members directly questions their leader, clearly uneasy about the same issue. Yoon Dae-kyung explains that he allowed the rookie to join because the young man volunteered himself. He adds coldly that if someone has to die out there, it should be him rather than anyone from the core team. He further remarks that if the kid fails to survive, it will save the others from dealing with unnecessary complications later on. At that moment, the protagonist arrives at the location, looking ahead with determination and declaring that from now on, he will no longer remain a simple transport worker, but an adventurer. His former co-workers watch him from a distance, clearly displeased, their expressions showing open dissatisfaction at his decision. Protagonist notices their cold stares, but wonders internally whether they could at least try to hide their disapproval a little better. Regardless, he is greeted by the team leader, who calmly approaches and says it is a pleasure to finally meet him in person. However, Yoon Dae-kyung's attention shifts to the longsword the protagonist is carrying, and he questions whether the young man truly intends to use it in actual combat. The protagonist answers without hesitation, saying yes. He even adds that he has watched numerous videos online and believes he understands how to handle the weapon because of what he has learned. Tension among the group lingers as disagreements flare over the final preparations, especially regarding the rookie's presence. Despite the objections and uneasy glances from others, the leader cannot seem to sway the kid's resolve. No matter how much caution is implied or how many warnings are indirectly offered, the rookie refuses to back down, standing firm with an almost stubborn determination that leaves no room for persuasion. In the end, all the leader can do is exhale in quiet resignation, realizing the decision has already been made for him. Instead of pushing the conflict further, the leader softens his tone and acknowledges the rookie's spirit. There's a brief pause as he studies the young man's unwavering expression, then he gives a rare nod of approval. He tells him he's got solid determination and expresses a cautious hope that he can rely on him once they're inside. The words carry both encouragement and a hidden warning, as if testing whether the rookie truly understands what he's stepping into. With the final member finally arriving, the entire team regroups at the entrance. The atmosphere shifts immediately. What was once preparation now turns into execution. There's a collective sense that there's no turning back anymore, and the raid is about to begin in earnest. One by one, they steady their gear and prepare to move forward as a single unit. Yoon Dae-kyung takes charge, his voice firm as he lays down strict instructions. Once they enter, everyone is to regroup immediately at the entrance rather than scattering blindly into the dungeon. His tone makes it clear this isn't a suggestion but an order born from experience. The team listens closely, adjusting their grips and nodding in acknowledgement as the seriousness of the formation plan settles in. As the group waits for full entry, Yoon Dae-kyung's thoughts drift toward the rookie. Watching him closely, he can't help but question his judgment. In his mind, there's no logical way someone who only watched a few videos and bought a sword could confidently step into a dungeon. The idea feels reckless, almost absurd, like a mistake waiting to happen. The more he observes, the more Yoon Dae-kyung concludes there are only two possibilities. Either the kid is completely out of his depth, or he's dangerously arrogant enough to believe he's already an adventurer in full. Neither option is reassuring, and both make the leader wary of what might unfold once the fighting begins. He quickly begins forming a mental strategy for the raid. The plan is simple but harsh. Let the rookies move in first, let them draw attention and pressure, and then have the experienced members clean up the monsters that follow. In his mind, anyone overconfident enough to act recklessly will quickly learn the consequences once reality hits. But just as he settles into that expectation, something disrupts it completely. Yoon Dae-kyung is the one caught off guard instead. The rookie, who was supposed to struggle or hesitate, instead takes down multiple monsters on his own with surprising ease. Each movement is clean, efficient, and shockingly controlled. Yoon Dae-kyung watches in disbelief, struggling to reconcile what he's seeing with what he assumed about the young man just moments ago. Within this world, orcs exist just as they do in the stories from video games and fantasy novels. Their appearance and behavior aren't far from the common depictions. Brutal, primitive, and aggressive creatures that charge without hesitation. However, even among monsters, orcs are not considered the strongest threats lurking in the dungeon. They occupy a lower tier compared to far more terrifying creatures deeper inside. What makes them dangerous isn't intelligence, but raw aggression. They are blunt force beings, loud, violent, and relentless, attacking without hesitation or strategy. Because of that, many overconfident adventurers make the mistake of underestimating them. They assume that smarter tactics will always give them the advantage, believing orcs are too simple to pose a real challenge. But that assumption often becomes the last mistake they ever make. Despite their lack of intelligence, orcs overwhelm rookies with sheer size, strength, and ferocity. One wrong move in front of them can turn an overconfident adventurer into nothing more than a brutal reminder of how dangerous the dungeon truly is. Yoon Dae-kyung's group continues pushing deeper into the dungeon, step by step, maintaining formation as the darkness around them thickens. At one point, one of the experienced members turns to the rookie and makes something very clear. There will be no special treatment just because he's new. If he wants to survive here, he has to contribute like everyone else. Shin Sang-hyun simply responds that he understands and has no objections. Even so, the experienced adventurer doesn't ease up. He keeps pressing him, warning that hesitation or half-hearted effort will only get him left behind in the middle of chaos. Then Shin Sang-hyun unexpectedly asks if he'll be allowed to fight any monster they encounter along the way. The question catches the others off guard. One of the adventurers frowns in confusion and asks what he means by that. Before the confusion can settle, everything changes in an instant. An orc suddenly appears, emerging from the surroundings without warning. The air tightens immediately as the group snaps into alert stance. Shin Sang-hyun, however, doesn't flinch. He had already anticipated that something like this could happen, his expression remaining calm, as if he had been waiting for it. One of the adventurers quickly raises his shield to block and shouts at Shin Sang-hyun to do something instead of just standing there. The urgency in his voice is sharp, filled with pressure and expectation. But in the same breath, the adventurer contradicts himself, insisting he doesn't need help and ordering Shin Sang-hyun to stay back. He makes it clear he doesn't want a rookie's death weighing on his conscience. That brief hesitation nearly costs him everything. In that split second of distraction, he barely manages to evade a devastating strike from the orc, the blade of danger passing far too close for comfort. The last possible moment, Yoon Dae-kyung rushes in and intervenes, striking the orc and forcing it back. The impact breaks the momentum of the attack and saves the adventurer from a fatal follow-up. Immediately after, the leader calls out firmly, urging everyone to stay calm and regain control. He orders them to reform and not let panic break their coordination. Yoon Dae-kyung shifts into a defensive stance, positioning himself at the front. He instructs the others to cover his blind spots and support him from behind. The orc lunges forward again, and Yoon Dae-kyung meets it head-on, blocking the attack cleanly with his shield. The force of the collision echoes through the corridor. Without wasting the momentum, he immediately finds an opening and counters, striking back with precision to push the orc off balance. His teammates briefly praise the leader's execution, thinking the situation is under control, but the orc is far from finished. It had only pretended to stagger, baiting the reaction. In a sudden twist, it uses that opening to strike back at Yoon Dae-kyung, nearly landing a hit that could have ended the fight instantly. Rookie observes everything silently and comes to a quiet conclusion. Among everyone present, Yoon Dae-kyung clearly stands at the highest level in terms of skill and experience. Even so, it becomes obvious that even his strength isn't enough to end the fight in a single decisive blow. Yoon Dae-kyung continues attacking the orc, striking repeatedly with controlled precision. However, each hit seems to land with limited effect as the creature refuses to go down quickly. Forced into a drawn-out exchange, he keeps pressing the attack again and again, wearing the monster down step by step before finally managing to bring it under control. Once the immediate danger is gone, The leader quickly checks on everyone, calling out to confirm if anyone has been injured. Relief spreads through the group as everyone responds that they're unharmed. For a brief moment, tension breaks and a small celebration of survival follows. That relief doesn't last long. Without warning, a larger group of orcs begins closing in on their position. The shift is immediate, and panic starts to creep back into the adventurers' expressions. Sensing the danger, Yoon Dae-kyung decides it's wiser to fall back for now. He judges that engaging such numbers head-on would be far too risky for the current formation. In that tense moment, Shin Sang-hyun steps forward and calmly asks if he can take a shot at them. The request leaves the others stunned. No one can understand why a rookie would volunteer for something so dangerous, especially in a situation this overwhelming. Even Yoon Dae-kyung immediately warns him not to get carried away, emphasizing how dangerous these enemies truly are and how quickly things can go wrong. But Shin Sang-hyun doesn't respond to the warning. Without hesitation, he moves forward and jumps straight into the fight. Shin Sang-hyun bursts into action with explosive speed, closing the distance instantly and cutting down one of the orcs in a single decisive strike. The entire group freezes for a moment, stunned by what they just witnessed, unable to immediately process the sheer efficiency of the attack. Shin Sang-hyun glances back briefly and asks if they're surprised just because he's supposedly only level 1, his tone calm but pointed. Both the adventurers and the remaining orcs are shaken by the sudden reversal. The monsters, now enraged, shift their focus entirely onto him, driven by instinct and fury. For Shin Sang-hyun, this is exactly the kind of situation he wanted. Surrounded by strong enemies where he can fully test his limits. Even while engaging multiple enemies at once, he moves with incredible agility, slipping past attacks and striking back without losing momentum. Watching his performance unfold, the adventurers begin to question everything they believed about him. The idea that he's just a rookie no longer makes any sense. Shin Sang-hyun continues his relentless assault, cutting through the enemies one after another until only the final orc remains standing, the leader of the pack, now staring him down as the confrontation reaches its peak. The orc leader, now completely consumed by rage, launches a relentless assault, swinging and charging without giving even a moment to breathe. Yet Shin Sang-hyun moves through every strike with uncanny ease, slipping past each attack as if he already knows where it will land. And every time an opening appears, he doesn't hesitate. His blade snaps forward in sharp, precise counters that punish the monster's aggression instantly. From the sidelines, Yoon Dae-kyung watches with growing panic, convinced that Shin Sang-hyun is recklessly putting himself in unnecessary danger by fighting so close to the edge. Meanwhile, Shin Sang-hyun barely acknowledges the concern at all. In his eyes, the team leader is overreacting far more than the situation actually warrants. At that moment, the orc leader triggers its hidden technique, Demon Bash. A violent surge of power erupts through its body, muscles swelling as its strength spikes dramatically. Instead of stepping back or showing hesitation, Shin Sang-hyun's expression sharpens with anticipation. This is exactly the kind of escalation he had been waiting for. The enraged orc roars and charges again, attacking in a chaotic frenzy, trying to overwhelm him with raw power and speed. But Shin Sang-hyun moves even faster. In a single flowing motion, he slips inside the attack range and strikes first, cutting the orc down before its momentum can even fully form. Witnessing a monster of that caliber fall so quickly, Yoon Dae-kyung is left staring in disbelief, questioning just how far Shin Sang-hyun's strength truly goes. He can hardly accept the reality in front of him. There is no way a newly awakened adventurer should be capable of something like this. Beyond raw power, Shin Sang-hyun's sword technique itself is unnervingly refined. Every movement clean, controlled, and brutally efficient. Not only did he bring down the orc leader, but he also pierced straight through its hardened armor as if it were nothing more than thin metal. The entire group is left shaken, their confidence wavering as they begin to question who Shin Sang-hyun really is. Amid the aftermath of the battle, Shin Sang-hyun notices something appear before him: system rewards. Bonuses granted for the victory. He barely even acknowledges them. His mind is already elsewhere, focused on something far more important than simple rewards. He begins preparing to allocate his newly earned points, approaching it differently than in his past life. This time he deliberately prioritizes the luck attribute, carefully planning his growth rather than blindly investing. At that moment, Yoon Dae-kyung approaches him, unable to hold back his confusion any longer, and bluntly asks how a newly awakened could possibly possess that level of strength. Shin Sang-hyun knows the truth can't be revealed, so without missing a beat, he simply replies that he woke up this strong. Yoon Dae-kyung immediately reacts with frustration, insisting that what he just heard makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. He goes further, accusing Shin Sang-hyun of dodging the question entirely, convinced that he must be hiding a magical weapon or some hidden artifact. Without hesitation, Shin Sang-hyun tells him to inspect the sword himself, if he doesn't believe it. Yoon Dae-kyung takes the blade and examines it closely, only to find it completely ordinary. No enchantment, no hidden mechanism, nothing that could explain its terrifying power. Even with all his experience as an adventurer, he realizes he has never once seen a newly awakened fighter move like someone at level 50. Just then, one of the team members interrupts the tension, pointing out something they've discovered ahead. A hidden room, carefully concealed within the dungeon structure, has finally been uncovered. Yoon Dae-kyung quickly shifts focus and declares that while the rookie may have handled the minions, the boss fight is a different matter entirely. He intends to keep Shin Sang-hyun out of it for his own safety. Shin Sang-hyun, however, quietly realizes they still have no idea what he is truly capable of, so he draws attention to himself and calmly announces that he wants to be the one to defeat the dungeon boss, even going further to request that he be allowed to keep the boss's drop as well. In this world, there exists a rare and highly coveted artifact known as the Scarlet Stone. It only drops from a demon orc, and even then, the drop rate is extremely low, making it one of the most sought-after treasures among adventurers. In Shin Sang-hyun's previous life, his party failed to defeat a demon orc, and another group ended up claiming the Scarlet Stone instead. That rival group proudly boasted about it afterward, fully aware of its immense value and how much it could be sold for. But beyond the money, the real reason it mattered was its hidden ability, the delay skill, something Shin Sang-hyun absolutely needed for his future plans. That is why the Scarlet Stone had become something he could not afford to miss again. Back in the present, after the battle, Shin Sang-hyun calmly points out that the party is using a contribution-based loot system. By that logic, since he personally took down all the monsters, he should rightfully receive all the rewards from the raid. Hearing this, Yoon Dae-kyung quickly deduces that the true goal behind all of this might be the delay skill hidden within the Scarlet Stone. However, no matter how reasonable the claim might sound, a rookie speaking so boldly naturally doesn't sit well with the rest of the team. Several members immediately object, saying Shin Sang-hyun is getting far too arrogant, and that taking down a few orcs doesn't give him the right to make such demands. Unexpectedly, despite the pushback, Yoon Dae-kyung decides to approve Shin Sang-hyun's request. However, he adds a strict condition: if the party fails to defeat the dungeon boss, then Shin Sang-hyun must take it down alone. Only under that condition will he be allowed to keep all the drops. For Shin Sang-hyun, this condition is far from a problem. In fact, it aligns perfectly with what he intended to do from the beginning. The leader ultimately gives him permission, telling him to proceed however he sees fit. But deep down, Yoon Dae-kyung is convinced this reckless confidence will eventually get the boy killed. He decides it's better to let Shin Sang-hyun experience the consequences firsthand out in the field, rather than trying to restrain him here. In his view, real combat experience matters far more than arrogance or misplaced confidence. With the decision made, the leader pushes open the boss chamber entrance, and the party finally steps inside. Inside, the dungeon's final boss waits chained within the chamber, and beside it lies the Scarlet Stone, glowing faintly in the dim light. Yoon Dae-kyung immediately signals the team to prepare for combat, his voice steady but serious as the final confrontation approaches. He notes that although the creature looks terrifying, according to guild records, it is still within the limits of what a full party should be able to handle. However, he also acknowledges a harsh truth. If anyone were to face this monster alone, survival would be nearly impossible. Yoon Dae-kyung and his entire team surge forward with full confidence, launching a coordinated assault on the boss without hesitation. But that momentum doesn't last long. Within moments of engaging the enemy, their formation collapses, and one by one they are overwhelmed, forced back as the boss effortlessly turns the tide and defeats them. Staggering from the failed assault, the leader of the group can't wrap his mind around what just happened. He keeps replaying the fight in his head, unable to understand why a target he believed they could handle so easily ended up pushing them to the brink instead. Watching from a distance, Shin Sang-hyun reflects on how Yoon Dae-kyung charged in with such absolute confidence that for a brief moment, even he almost believed the entire team might actually succeed in bringing the boss down together. But that thought quickly turns inward. Shin Sang-hyun recalls how, in his past life, he too rushed forward recklessly without thinking of consequences, trusting instinct over strategy. This time, he silently swears he won't repeat that same fatal mistake. One of the exhausted team members, barely keeping his footing, urgently calls out to the leader and tries to convince him to retreat. His voice shakes as he insists they've already lost their opening and continuing the fight would only lead to complete annihilation. Hearing those desperate words, Yoon Dae-kyung finally acknowledges the harsh reality. The so-called guidance they relied on isn't absolute. With a tense expression, he clenches his jaw and immediately orders everyone to pull back from the fight. As the retreat order echoes through the battlefield, Shin Sang-hyun's eyes sharpen. He understands instantly that the moment he has been waiting for has finally arrived, and there's no reason for him to hold back any longer. Yoon Dae-kyung notices it too. From the edge of the battlefield, he realizes that the young man isn't hesitating at all. In fact, Shin Sang-hyun is actually stepping forward, fully intent on carrying the fight through on his own. Despite the shock, Yoon Dae-kyung and the remaining allies stick to the retreat decision. One after another, they withdraw from the battlefield, putting distance between themselves and the monster as quickly as possible. Before fully pulling back, the leader shouts one last warning toward Shin Sang-hyun, asking if he truly intends to fight alone after witnessing the monster's strength. He makes it clear that if things go wrong, he refuses to take responsibility for the outcome. Without even turning his head, Shin Sung-hyun responds calmly. He tells them not to worry about him in the slightest, his tone steady and unwavering as he confidently declares that victory is already within his grasp. Almost immediately after his words fade, the monster reacts. With a heavy, intimidating presence, it shifts its stance and takes the initiative, lunging forward to strike first with brutal force. Shin Sang-hyun analyzes the situation in an instant. He understands that if he were to confront this monster head-on in a pure strength contest, his chances of winning would be dangerously low, but he still has a hidden advantage he hasn't revealed yet. Unlike anyone else present, Shin Sang-hyun carries something invaluable, accumulated combat experience specifically against creatures like this. Every movement he makes is informed by battles already survived in his past. As he attempts an opening strike, the monster manages to block it cleanly. Yet instead of landing a decisive hit, the success only triggers a flicker of surprise in the creature's eyes, as if it didn't expect such precision. That surprise isn't limited to the monster alone. Watching from a safer distance, the remaining adventurers are equally stunned, unable to comprehend how Shin Sang-hyun is managing to stand his ground against something that just overwhelmed them moments ago. Shin Sang-hyun adjusts his stance and quickly reassesses the flow of battle. He concludes that direct engagement is still too risky, deciding that evasion is the safest path forward until his planned strategy can fully unfold. His real objective remains clear in his mind: the Scarlet Stone. Everything he does in this fight is tied to reaching it, and he believes the delay-type skill he possesses will perfectly complement the abilities he already has. More importantly, his artifact devouring ability allows him to merge and amplify different powers. By combining those stolen or absorbed skills at the right moment, the potential output becomes far more dangerous than any single technique on its own. With a slight shift in expression, Shin Sang-hyun deliberately provokes the monster, throwing out a taunting remark meant to draw its attention and manipulate its aggression. Provocation works exactly as intended. The irritated orc tightens its grip, its patience snapping as it locks onto him completely, and prepares to unleash another violent charge. Because the monster is blind, it cannot rely on sight. Instead, it depends entirely on sound to track movement, using even the faintest noise to locate its target in the darkness. Shin Sang-hyun picks up on that weakness immediately. Staying silent and controlled, he begins adjusting his movements carefully, using the monster's dependence on sound against it. In a sudden burst of speed, he slips past the monster's attack range and lands a clean strike before it can properly react, moving with a precision that makes the hit look effortless. The impact forces the orc to stagger violently, and in the chaos, it loses its grip on its massive axe. The weapon clatters to the ground, leaving the creature momentarily unarmed and exposed. That opening wasn't accidental. Shin Sang-hyun's skill briefly disrupts the monster's senses, stunning it just long enough to create a critical window for attack and repositioning. Witnessing everything up close, Yoon Dae-kyung can't hide his disbelief. He starts questioning whether a skill like that, something so precise and disruptive, can truly be used effectively against a boss-level monster. Still in the middle of combat, Shin Sang-hyun speaks with calm confidence. He states that while orcs are undeniably strong, their fighting patterns are simple and predictable once you've seen through them. But in the middle of that moment of focus, a brief lapse in attention occurs. That single opening is all the monster needs, and it immediately retaliates, landing a heavy blow that catches him off guard. Even so, Shin Sang-hyun manages to twist his body at the last possible second. The attack grazes him instead of landing cleanly, allowing him to avoid what would have been a devastating direct hit. For a split second, Shin Sang-hyun realizes something important he had momentarily pushed out of his mind during the heat of battle. Something crucial that now resurfaces in his thoughts. Orcs possess a dangerous regenerative ability. Injuries that should slow them down can heal rapidly, making prolonged fights far more dangerous than they initially appear. Because of that, repeating the same stun-based tactic won't be nearly as effective again. Shin Sang-hyun recognizes that the delay skill he holds will become even more essential if he wants to maintain control of the fight. With no more room for hesitation, he concludes that there is only one viable path left. He must engage the monster directly and commit fully to the confrontation. Shin Sang-hyun's fighting style changes immediately. He drops any remaining restraint and begins fighting at full intensity, every movement sharpened with lethal intent. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, another team member nervously urges Yoon Dae-kyung to abandon the dungeon entirely. He suggests leaving Shin Sang-hyun behind to keep the monster occupied while they escape. That same member is convinced the outcome is already decided. In his mind, the monster will inevitably win sooner or later, and staying any longer only increases the risk of total wipeout. But Yoon Dae-kyung hesitates. From his position, he watches Shin Sang-hyun continue fighting, and what stands out most is the calm expression, the strange smile on the young man's face, even in the middle of such danger. That sight leaves the leader unsettled. He begins to question whether someone who fights like that, with such composure under pressure, can truly be considered a rookie at all. Only Shin Sang-hyun himself understands the full truth of the situation. Every decision he makes is built on knowledge and experience no one else here is aware of. He concludes internally that when raw stats are insufficient, the smartest approach is to concentrate all available power into a single decisive point, rather than spreading strength too thin. In this situation, that also means turning the enemy's own force against itself, redirecting its power, timing, and momentum, so it becomes a tool rather than a threat. Without hesitation, Shin Sang-hyun moves in once more. He closes the distance in an instant and unleashes a precise strike aimed at the exact opening he has been waiting for. The attack lands cleanly at a critical point on the monster's body. This time, there is no recovery, no counter, only a decisive impact that pierces straight through its defenses. With that final blow, the orc collapses. Defeated, not only does Shin Sang-hyun secure victory, but he also absorbs every reward bonus tied to the kill, stacking additional benefits on top of the result. As the system notifications register, he notices that he has already earned 2 separate reward titles. It becomes clear to him that taking on battles alone is significantly accelerating his growth. Soon after, Yoon Dae-kyung approaches cautiously, his footsteps slow as he comes closer, still trying to process what he has just witnessed on the battlefield. The expression on Yoon Dae-kyung's face says everything he cannot put into words. Shock, disbelief, and a growing sense of uncertainty all mixed together as he looks at Shin Sang-hyun. Seeing that reaction, Shin Sang-hyun quickly evaluates the situation and decides there is only one way to handle the aftermath without raising suspicion or unnecessary attention. He immediately shifts his tone and expression, downplaying his performance. Acting as though the fight had been far more dangerous and exhausting than it actually was, he claims that without the team's earlier efforts weakening the monster, he would never have been able to secure the victory. While one of the party members immediately accepts the explanation without much doubt, Yoon Dae-kyung quietly narrows his eyes. The more he thinks about the whole situation, the less believable it sounds to him. Deep down, he can already tell the kid is hiding something important, even if he can't quite prove it yet. Meanwhile, the protagonist keeps his expression calm and hopes everyone simply accepts the story he told them. The fewer questions they ask, the easier things will be for him moving forward. Not long after that tense exchange, the defeated monster suddenly drops a scarlet-colored stone onto the ground, its crimson glow immediately catching everyone's attention. The team leader stares at the item for a moment before shaking his head. Since his own squad wasn't the one that actually brought the monster down, he says he has no right to keep the reward for himself, just like they agreed earlier. After settling the matter, he announces that the mid-boss has officially been defeated, but instead of relaxing, he quickly reminds everyone that the real challenge still lies ahead, and now they need to prepare themselves for the final boss. With that, the expedition team gathers themselves and starts moving deeper into the dungeon once again, heading toward the final stage of the raid. Left behind alone with the dropped item, Shin Sang-hyun stares down at it with barely contained anticipation. After everything he's been through, he can finally feel himself getting closer to the thing he wanted all along. Sometime later, the protagonist returns to the abandoned farm where the unconscious bodies still remain scattered around in silence. The artifact he obtained earlier has completely changed form by then, transforming into a steaming bowl of pork stew that gives off an incredibly rich aroma. Looking down at the hot meal in front of him, he can't help swallowing slightly. It smells far too delicious for it to possibly taste bad. Without hesitating any longer, he begins eating the stew. The moment he finishes it, the artifact is absorbed into his body, and a brand new skill called Delay awakens inside him. For the first time in a while, Shin Sang-hyun actually feels nervous. After all, this was something he had been hoping for and looking forward to for a very long time. Then another realization suddenly hits him. His new delay skill can actually be chained together with Demon Bash, and when the two abilities overlap, the effects of both skills become dramatically stronger. The protagonist freezes for a second as the significance of that discovery sinks in. He had never noticed this possibility before, and now he realizes he may have stumbled onto an enormous advantage. He remembers hearing rumors and theories about combinations like this in the past, but since he'd never seen anyone successfully use such a combo before, he always assumed it was just speculation, rather than something truly possible. Right as he's lost in thought over his new discovery, Yoon Dae-kyung suddenly walks over and interrupts him, asking if they can speak privately for a moment. Yoon Dae-kyung explains that the next area ahead is the final boss chamber, where the orc berserker is waiting for them. But to Shin Sang-hyun's surprise, the leader doesn't tell him to stay behind this time like he did earlier. Instead, Yoon Dae-kyung openly admits that if he can't properly make use of a capable teammate like Shin Sang-hyun, then he has no right calling himself the leader of the party. He says he'll be relying on the protagonist from this point onward and assures him that the conditions they agreed on earlier will remain unchanged. A short while later, one of the party members announces that everyone is fully prepared and ready to advance. Even so, that same teammate clearly isn't pleased about how much attention the protagonist has been receiving lately, and the irritation on his face is impossible to miss. And of course, Shin Sang-hyun notices that hostility immediately, trying to keep the atmosphere from getting worse. The leader casually says that once the mission is over, the whole team is going out for drinks together, hoping the idea will smooth things over between everyone. After continuing deeper into the dungeon, the group finally arrives in front of the chamber containing the final boss. The moment the doors open, the orc berserker releases an overwhelming pressure that fills the entire room. Its terrifying aura alone is enough to visibly shake several members of the team. Even so, Yoon Dae-kyung steps forward first and declares that as the leader, he'll initiate the attack himself. But before anyone else can move, the protagonist calmly walks past the others and takes the front position instead, telling the team to follow behind him. Inside his head, Shin Sang-hyun quickly analyzes the situation. Compared to the orc he defeated earlier, this boss seems to have weaker resistance against skills. So as long as he stays focused and composed, stunning, it shouldn't be difficult. Still, even he feels surprised by how confident he's acting. In his previous life, he never would have stepped forward like this without hesitation. Back when he was younger, fear controlled almost everything he did. And once he grew older, his life became nothing more than a desperate struggle to survive, no matter the cost. That's exactly why he realizes things have to change this time around. If he keeps living the same way he did before, he'll only end up repeating the same miserable fate. He understands that changing himself won't be easy. But if he wants people to truly recognize his value, then he has to accomplish things great enough for everyone to witness what he's really capable of. And judging by the look in Yoon Dae-kyung's eyes, the protagonist is absolutely right. Even the team leader can't hide his shock after seeing the incredible power Shin Sang-hyun displays. At that exact moment, Shin Sang-hyun unleashes the combination of delay and demon bash together, instantly stunning the orc berserker in place. The instant the boss freezes, the team leader immediately shouts for everyone to attack all at once. Unable to recover from the stun in time, the orc berserker becomes completely defenseless as the entire adventurer party rushes in and overwhelms it with attacks from every direction. The battle ends far faster than anyone expected. In fact, some members of the team are so stunned by how smoothly everything went that they start wondering if defeating the final boss was almost too easy. By that point, several of them fully realize just how important Shin Sang-hyun was during the fight, and some even begin discussing the idea of inviting him to officially join their party. The protagonist notices the dramatic shift in everyone's attitude almost immediately, especially compared to how coldly they treated him at the beginning. Even so, he politely refuses the invitation. His goal is to continue growing stronger, and he believes the best way to do that is by walking his own path alone. As he thinks about everything that's happened so far, he realizes he's already earning titles and recognition that he never once obtained in his previous life. Even then, Shin Sang-hyun believes he's still insignificant when compared to the legendary phantom swordsman Kyung-soo. After all, Kyung-soo is famous throughout Korea as the ultimate collector of titles. People call him the perfect swordsman, the strongest adventurer in Korea, along with countless other legendary names. In only 2 short years, Kyung-soo had already surpassed level 500, an achievement so absurd that the protagonist never even dared imagine reaching it in his former life. But now that he's been given another chance at life, his ambition has changed completely. He wants to stand at that same level someday, and if he continues progressing the way he is now, he truly believes it might actually be possible. Not long afterward, Yoon Dae-kyung walks over to the protagonist and quietly hands him an item. He tells Shin Sang-hyun that he practically carried the entire team through the fight, and because of that, he deserves to keep the reward more than anyone else. Yoon Dae-kyung adds that the item itself may not be especially valuable, but he still wants Shin Sang-hyun to accept it as a sincere token of gratitude from the team. Deep in his thoughts, Shin Sang-hyun silently reads the situation. He figures the team leader isn't acting out of genuine goodwill at all, but rather because he already knows this is the last time they'll meet, so a bit of surface-level kindness costs him nothing. That kind of attitude is familiar in this world, and it leaves a bitter taste behind even if nothing is said out loud. Shin Sang-hyun doesn't exactly feel pleased about it, but he understands the reality clearly. This is the kind of world he's living in now, and getting emotionally attached to people only leads to trouble down the line. So he keeps his distance, forcing himself to accept that detachment is the safest way forward. From nearby, one of the other team members watches the scene unfold. His eyes narrow with envy as he sees Shin Sang-hyun walking away with a large share of the loot. That quiet jealousy simmers beneath the surface, growing more intense the longer he watches. Unable to shake that feeling, the man convinces himself this situation isn't over yet. With a sharp expression, he pulls out his phone and makes a call, clearly planning something beyond what has already happened. Sometime later, Shin Sang-hyun is back at home. The tension of the mission is gone, replaced by a rare moment of relief as he finally allows himself to relax. He's just received his reward, and for the first time in a while, things feel like they went in his favor. Looking over the payout, Shin Sang-hyun realizes he earned 6 million won from the last mission alone. Compared to what a normal carrier would ever make, this amount is on an entirely different level. It's clear just how abnormal his progress has become, and that isn't even the full reward. On top of the cash payout, there's an additional bonus waiting for him. Something that makes this haul even more valuable than expected. Among the rewards is a piece of equipment known as the Berserker's Ring. It's an item dropped directly from the dungeon boss, and its effect increases the wearer's stamina, pushing physical endurance beyond normal limits. Even if it's considered a low-tier artifact, Shin Sang-hyun doesn't underestimate it. Since it came without any cost, he sees it as a useful tool he can fully take advantage of moving forward, especially in prolonged battles. He reflects on its practical value. Most ordinary players burn through their mana so quickly that they can barely even swing their weapons properly before exhaustion sets in. With this ring, that weakness can be softened, allowing smoother combat flow. Shin Sang-hyun is not an ordinary player, even though he only awakened after turning 50. His past self had already spent years studying and understanding this world. In his previous life, he had handled artifacts like this countless times, learning their advantages and limitations. Through that experience, he learned something important. Artifacts that rely on mana often come with a cost or penalty at first, but over time, those drawbacks can become negligible or even disappear entirely once properly mastered. Because of that understanding, he doesn't worry about side effects anymore. What matters most to him now is growth, acquiring new skills, stacking advantages, and steadily becoming stronger without hesitation. Far away, inside a private club in Gangnam, the blonde man from the earlier team is visibly agitated. His face twisted with frustration, he demands assistance, insisting that he needs help to get revenge against Shin Sang-hyun. The friend sitting across from him doesn't share his intensity. Instead, he calmly tells him he's overreacting, pointing out that he needs to cool his head before making reckless decisions. He also questions why he should get involved in someone else's personal grudge. It's not his fight, and dragging others into it for revenge doesn't make sense from his perspective. The blonde man, however, refuses to let it go. He insists Shin Sang-hyun must be wealthy, arguing that only someone with serious backing could grow that strong in such a short time. In his mind, there has to be something hidden behind it all. But no one agrees to help him. Frustration builds quickly, and one of the gang members loses patience. In a sudden burst of violence, he injures the blonde man's ear, making it painfully clear they are not subordinates to be ordered around. The enforcer coldly explains the reason behind it. The blonde man got hurt because he mistakenly believed he had authority over them. That arrogance alone was enough to bring consequences crashing down on him. After that warning, the enforcer shifts the focus. Calmly, he asks where Shin Sang-hyun is right now, as if the real objective has finally come into view. Meanwhile, Shin Sang-hyun is at a training ground, continuing his relentless routine. The open space is quiet except for the sound of movement and controlled breathing as he pushes himself forward. After finishing a training session, he finally stops and takes a moment to rest. His body slows, and he allows himself a brief pause before the next phase of his preparation. During that short break, a memory crosses his mind. He recalls how the Berserker ring, after being transformed into something edible through its effect, ended up tasting like cucumber soup, a flavor he absolutely despises. Even so, he concludes it was still worth it. The trade-off allowed him to reduce the weight burden of his sword, making it far easier to handle, while also improving the force behind his strikes. For now, he decides it's better to keep using the longsword as it is. The only way to truly master it is through repeated use, letting his body adjust naturally over time. With a brief pause, his thoughts shift forward. He begins considering what his next move should be, carefully weighing his options for future growth. After checking his current stats, he reaches a clear conclusion. If he wants to progress further, he needs to start attracting the attention of constellations, but he must do it carefully without rushing. Ideally, the constellation that notices him would align with his primary attribute, luck. That match would maximize his potential and open the most efficient path forward. However, his attributes still aren't strong enough to draw the gaze of any constellation. That leaves him with only one viable option: relentless, almost extreme training to force his growth upward. After pushing his training further, Shin Sang-hyun eventually heads toward a portal. His movements are steady, but there's a clear sense of purpose in the way he approaches it. He reflects briefly on what he just went through. 3 days of training without sleep, followed by hours of driving. It was extreme, even for him, but it paid off. He has now mastered dual-handed longsword usage, and he's ready to put that skill into real combat. He also reasoned that going to the capital would make it far too difficult to secure a solo dungeon. So instead, he traveled much farther out, searching until he finally found an empty dungeon that no one else had claimed. But as he approaches, something feels off. A subtle realization hits him. He isn't alone in this place. Shin Sang-hyun then notices something unsettling. A car had been following him all the way up into this mountainous area, tracking his movement without breaking distance. The strange part is that he still doesn't understand their motive. There's no clear reason anyone would go this far just to follow him. Even so, he quickly makes a decision. Whatever their intentions are, he figures it can all be settled inside the dungeon where conditions are under his control. As soon as Shin Sang-hyun steps into the dungeon entrance, the group that had been following him also moves in right behind him without hesitation. He turns slightly and points out the obvious. This is a dungeon designated exclusively for solo adventurers. There's no way a group should have ended up here by accident. He states firmly that he arrived first, and under the rules of priority he has no intention of giving up this dungeon to anyone else. The leader of the group responds with a cold smirk. He mutters that Shin Sang-hyun is clearly not the naive fool they were initially told about. At that moment, Shin Sang-hyun fully understands the situation. This isn't a coincidence or a misunderstanding. This group came here specifically because of him. He also quickly assesses their formation. There are no healers or mages among them, only swordsmen and archers. That tells him everything he needs to know. They are hunters, and he is the target. On the other side, the group openly confirms their intent. They plan to eliminate him here, inside the dungeon, where no one will ever be able to trace what happened. Shin Sang-hyun briefly recalls his past life. In that era, organizations like this were eventually wiped out by the Adventurers Association, unable to survive under stricter control and enforcement. He also remembers one key detail. In groups like this, archers are usually the most dangerous threat, striking first before anyone even realizes what's happening. With that knowledge in mind, he calmly states that he wasn't standing there idly for nothing. Every second of waiting had a purpose behind it. Then he declares with quiet confidence that before long there will be 4 bodies lying on the ground, and casually asks how they plan to explain that once they return outside. One of the enemies immediately erupts in anger, but the leader raises a hand, stopping him. He insists they can still handle this situation in a controlled, efficient way. However, the large man among them shows no interest in negotiation. His posture shifts forward, clearly ready for direct action rather than discussion. Shin Sang-hyun glances at him and deliberately provokes him, telling the man to go ahead and listen carefully to his own boss before doing anything reckless. That final provocation snaps the big man's patience completely. His face twists in rage as he lunges forward, heavy footsteps shaking the ground while he charges straight at Shin Sang-hyun without hesitation. Watching him come, Shin Sang-hyun calmly reflects that nothing represents a dungeon more accurately than absolute strength deciding everything. There is no justice here, no rules, only the law of whoever survives. In his mind, he recalls how this world has always been dangerous from both sides. Monsters lurking in the dark were never the only threat. Humans hunting artifacts were just as lethal, if not worse. He understands it clearly now. People are often more dangerous than the monsters inside dungeons. These places are lawless by nature, where survival depends on one simple truth: kill or be killed. That lesson, carved deeply into him from his past life, is what kept him alive far longer than most. It is not something he can forget, not even for a moment. So in his eyes, everything happening right now is justified as self-defense. The moment the big man collapses, Shin Sang-hyun calmly looks ahead and asks whether the others still have the courage to come at him. That question ignites their anger. The remaining members of the group immediately surge forward, unable to hold back any longer as they join the fight all at once. The leader quickly shouts orders through the chaos, telling them to spread out and maintain distance. He specifically instructs the archer to suppress Shin Sang-hyun with covering fire. The archer hesitates for a moment, still shaken by what he just witnessed. Even though the fallen brute was reckless and foolish, he knew that man was still incredibly strong, and seeing him go down so easily has rattled him deeply. He can't help but question it. How could someone who only recently awakened manage to defeat an opponent like that so effortlessly? The situation doesn't add up in his mind. Forced to accept the reality in front of him, he concludes they are facing something far beyond expectation, a true monster in human form. Steeling himself, he releases a volley of arrows toward Shin Sang-hyun, but it changes nothing. Shin Sang-hyun casually deflects each incoming arrow with controlled, almost effortless movements, as if swatting away distractions rather than attacks. The archer freezes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his attacks failed so completely. In that split second of hesitation, Shin Sang-hyun closes the distance and strikes him down cleanly. The leader's eyes sharpen as he realizes what just happened. Shin Sang-hyun didn't just throw his longsword, he hurled it with the precision and force of a spear, executed without even the slightest hesitation. But that also means, in that instant, Shin Sang-hyun is left completely unarmed. The leader immediately senses an opening. If he moves now, he might be able to overwhelm Shin Sang-hyun before he can retrieve his weapon. Seizing the opportunity, he and his remaining ally rush in together, both committing fully to the attack, believing Shin Sang-hyun is at his most vulnerable. But Shin Sang-hyun reacts instantly, sprinting toward where his sword landed while the enemies try desperately to intercept him before he reaches it. The last possible moment, he shifts his movement sharply, dodging their attempt by a fraction of a second and slipping past their reach. In one smooth motion, Shin Sang-hyun regains his longsword, now standing with his weapon in hand, while his enemies are forced into dangerously close range. Moments later, everything comes to an end. Shin Sang-hyun finishes the fight, acknowledging that while he would have preferred a cleaner encounter, the confrontation still helped improve his attributes. Checking his status afterward, he notices something significant. He has reached level 50. On top of that, he also secured another reward, the recovery ring, taken from the man who rushed in without thinking. It now belongs to him as part of the spoils. Reflecting on the fight, Shin Sang-hyun realizes that if he had carelessly relied on the rigid effect without caution, the situation could have turned against him very quickly. He silently concludes that from now on, he needs to be far more careful with how he handles such abilities and situations. Deeper inside the same dungeon, goblins are seen busily mining away, unaware of what is about to happen. Suddenly, Shin Sang-hyun appears before them, stepping into their territory and breaking their routine without warning. With his eyes now blindfolded, he reflects on the requirement for earning the Lucky Day title, defeating 500 monsters while fighting blindfolded. Goblins stare at him in confusion. From their perspective, a blindfolded man is simply standing there, facing them without fear or explanation. Shin Sang-hyun, however, calmly waits. He wonders when they will make their move, fully aware that the confrontation has already begun. Even without sight, he can sense their presence around him. Still, he knows he must rely on sound now, sharpening his awareness to every subtle movement in the air. He narrows his focus completely, tuning out everything except the surrounding noise. Like a sudden instinct awakening, his senses begin to adjust to the blind fight. The instant the first goblin lunges in, Shin Sang-hyun reacts flawlessly, striking it down with precise timing and control. In the same rhythm, he continues moving through them, cutting down nearby goblins one after another. A strange exhilaration builds in him as the flow of combat intensifies. And he picks up another threat, an incoming attack from a distance, but it changes nothing. He catches the arrow mid-air before it can reach him, stopping it effortlessly and leaving the attackers completely stunned. Shin Sang-hyun remarks to himself that today has been far more dangerous than expected, but in the middle of it all, something from his past resurfaced, awakening his perception even further. With renewed confidence, he declares that he no longer feels any fear. If they want to fight, they can come at him all at once. Without hesitation, the goblins rush him in waves, but one after another they are struck down before they can even coordinate properly. Shin Sang-hyun shows no mercy as he continues the slaughter, and the hopelessness among the remaining goblins only grows heavier with each fallen body. In the end, every last goblin in the area is eliminated. Once he receives the title he was aiming for, Shin Sang-hyun finally removes the blindfold, letting light return to his vision. But even then, the dungeon is not fully cleared. More goblins begin approaching the area, only to discover the aftermath. Dozens of their companions already wiped out. Shin Sang-hyun notices the remaining stragglers and decides that a bit more experience farming won't hurt. After clearing the area completely, he takes a moment to appreciate just how much his luck has improved through the fight. As he walks away from the battlefield, he mentally calculates the profit he'll gain from wiping out so many goblins. But then, without warning, the atmosphere around him begins to shift. The air grows heavier and darker, as if something unseen has started to descend. Shin Sang-hyun immediately senses it. This is the moment he has been waiting for, the turning point where something far greater is about to arrive. 3 constellations have finally taken notice of him, and now Shin Sang-hyun stands at a crossroads, forced to decide what he will do with their attention. Seeing all 3 constellations standing before him at once, Shin Sang-hyun realizes this moment came far sooner than he ever expected. But when the goddess of luck steps forward, even he hesitates for a second, wondering if he has been a little too confident about his situation. This kind of encounter is something he has never experienced before, not even in his previous life, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. To his surprise, the goddess of luck speaks first, her tone calm yet curious. She explains that she has taken an interest in him because she has never encountered a swordsman quite like him before, someone whose presence feels so unusual and unpredictable. Shin Sang-hyun simply responds that he considers himself lucky to hear that, masking his inner tension. Deep down, he feels a wave of relief as he realizes that all 3 constellations are genuinely interested in forming a contract with him. The presence of the janitor of the fallen dimension also becomes clearer in his mind. Shin Sang-hyun understands that this constellation is drawn to those who take lives without hesitation, and he assumes that his recent slaughter of goblins must have been enough to draw its attention. Then there is the Pilgrim of the Great Expanse, a being known to appear only before those who have the potential to become saints. Shin Sang-hyun can't even begin to understand what part of his actions could have qualified him for that kind of judgment. Because of that, he concludes that the pilgrim's appearance is probably influenced by the goddess of luck herself. After all, she is a high-ranking constellation with influence that even other constellations seem to acknowledge. The goddess of luck then calmly adds that she has no strict demands. Even if Shin Sang-hyun chooses another constellation, she will still remain available whenever he needs her. Hearing this, he realizes just how overwhelmingly advantageous this situation truly is, almost beyond belief. A memory surfaces in Shin Sang-hyun's mind from his past life. There was only one person he ever knew who had ever achieved something similar, an adventurer known as the Miracle Archer. That man, Hashimoto Yuki, was legendary for never missing a target and never running out of arrows. Everything about that impossible performance was made possible because of his 2 constellations, whose combined blessings turned what should have been impossible into reality. Shin Sang-hyun admits that he wasn't prepared to face 3 constellations at once and asks for a moment to think. but the constellations immediately press him, unwilling to wait any longer and demanding a decision right there on the spot. He carefully weighs the situation, thinking that while the goddess of luck is incredibly powerful, choosing her would likely mean shutting himself off from all other constellation contracts in the future. At that moment, he recalls something from his earlier adventuring days. After his first 10 years, only one constellation had ever reached out to him at all. That constellation was the so-called late exemplary student, remembered for its striking and almost otherworldly appearance. Even though his early journey had been filled with hardship and disappointment, Shin Sang-hyun once believed that aligning with that constellation meant a promising future lay ahead. But that expectation never came true. Even after reaching the age of 55, he never fully awakened the true potential that constellations were supposed to grant him. In the end, it was only after being reborn into his current life that he finally witnessed what real constellation power could do. In a strange way, he even feels grateful for that second chance. Still, he understands the risk clearly. If he makes the wrong choice here, there may never be another opportunity like this again in either of his lives. He mentally compares his options: holy powers, large-scale destructive abilities, raw amplification of strength, or something more subtle and strategic, like a massive boost to his luck attribute. After carefully considering everything, Shin Sang-hyun finally makes his decision and accepts a contract with the Goddess of Luck. The Goddess of Luck explains the terms of the contract, stating that it will remain valid for 30 years, even if Shin Sang-hyun is eliminated before that time expires. She then congratulates him warmly and mentions that 15 other friendly constellations are also quietly supporting his journey from behind the scenes. However, her tone shifts slightly as she warns him that 3 hostile constellations have already declared their intent to oppose him at every possible turn. Shin Sang-hyun responds calmly, wishing both himself and the Goddess of Luck good fortune moving forward. Pleased, she acknowledges his composure and calls it a wise decision. With the contract finalized, she grants him several immediate benefits. Shin Sang-hyun is visibly stunned, realizing these new abilities are far more powerful than he ever anticipated. The Goddess of Luck explains that these perks are part of the contract and also reflect his own accumulated efforts. Then she asks what he intends to do about the other 2 constellations still present. Without hesitation, Shin Sang-hyun rejects the remaining 2 constellations. Pilgrim of the Great Expanse responds calmly, stating that it will wait until they meet again in the future. The Janitor of the Fallen Dimension, however, reacts far more harshly, warning that it will do everything in its power to eliminate Shin Sang-hyun for rejecting it. Shin Sang-hyun remains unfazed, believing that with the Goddess of Luck on his side, he doesn't need to worry about such threats. He also assumes other opportunities will eventually come his way in time. After sealing the contract, he immediately moves forward into the dungeon's boss chamber, preparing to face the final challenge head-on. The Goddess of Luck observes closely from above, witnessing every moment as Shin Sang-hyun fights using the newly granted powers. The boss reacts instantly, doing everything it can to defend itself against his relentless assault. It is a goblin lord consumed by greed, a dungeon boss with significantly enhanced stats compared to ordinary monsters, making it a far more dangerous opponent. Enraged after the slaughter of its subordinates, the goblin lord seeks revenge against Shin Sang-hyun. In doing so, it triggers an overload state, exactly the condition he had been waiting for. Shin Sang-hyun notes that this condition is not as immediately lethal as his stun ability, but it has the dangerous effect of steadily draining the enemy's will to fight. Confident in its strength, the Goblin Lord launches a full-force attack, only to realize in shock that not a single strike has connected. Shin Sang-hyun easily evades the attack, his focus already shifting toward how he will extract and utilize the boss's ability once the fight is over. He decides it is time to truly test his newly enhanced luck in real combat, especially with such a perfect opponent standing right in front of him. In an instant, he lands a clean, precise hit on the Goblin Lord. The Goblin Lord is unable to react at all. Even if it tried, Shin Sang-hyun has already taken complete control of the battlefield. With all of his abilities working in perfect synergy, he keeps the enemy exactly where he wants it, completely unable to escape the flow of the fight. In a rapid sequence of strikes, Shin Sang-hyun overwhelms the boss, declaring that no matter how strong it is, there is no escaping its defeat. After enduring the relentless assault, the Goblin Lord finally collapses, defeated at last. Shin Sang-hyun exhales deeply, feeling both relief and satisfaction as the victory grants him another significant boost in attributes. It took longer than he expected, but he is ultimately glad that the battle is finally over, especially after everything he has endured. 3 days of sleepless training, the gang encounter, over 500 goblins, and now a boss fight. It has been an exhausting sequence of trials. The Goddess of Luck remarks that Shin Sang-hyun's fortune is truly extraordinary, pointing out that surviving and succeeding through all of that is already beyond normal limits. She adds that luck itself is a form of skill and expresses genuine satisfaction in having chosen to support an adventurer with such remarkable fortune. Checking his status, Shin Sang-hyun notices his luck attribute has surpassed 100 points, also triggering a bonus threshold effect for that category. In practical terms, this means every aspect of his abilities is now influenced by luck, significantly increasing his overall probability of success in all future actions. On top of everything else, Shin Sang-hyun realizes something even more important. His luck doesn't just affect battles or drops, it even influences the quality of monster loot itself. Because of that hidden effect, the dungeon boss ends up dropping its shield as part of the rewards, and it turns out to be a silver rank piece of equipment, far more valuable than standard gear. Shin Sang-hyun calmly acknowledges it, thinking that thanks to the goddess of luck, he has essentially secured a guaranteed high-tier artifact. With rewards like this, his future growth is going to accelerate dramatically. Without wasting the opportunity, he immediately sinks his mana with the newly obtained shield. The moment he does, even the goddess of luck reacts with visible excitement, as if confirming his potential. Sometime later, near Jamsil Station, Shin Sang-hyun finds himself facing an unexpected rejection after making a request. The atmosphere feels cold as his proposal is firmly turned down. He tries again to persuade the attendant, calmly explaining his situation and asking her to reconsider. But she remains firm and refuses to change her decision. Even so, Shin Sang-hyun doesn't step back. Despite the rejection, he feels strongly that giving up here isn't an option. Earlier, while driving 2 hours before this moment, he had briefly thought that the boss's shield might have transformed into a fully usable item because of his increased luck, almost like a bizarre miracle happening in real time. During the same trip, warning signals suddenly began flashing across his car's dashboard, breaking his train of thought. Something was clearly wrong with the vehicle. That's when he realized the situation had become more complicated. He would need to replace his car entirely, and with moving plans already underway, another unexpected expense was the last thing he needed. Reflecting on the recent attack he survived, Shin Sang-hyun concludes that the safest place for him now would be the player's city, where constant surveillance offers better protection and stability. But that decision comes with heavy costs. Moving there means sacrificing funds that could have gone into equipment upgrades, and now a replacement car adds yet another financial burden. In the end, everything circles back to one unavoidable truth. He needs money, and he needs a lot of it. At this point, there is only one place he can realistically rely on: the Adventurers Association. By joining and taking on official missions, he can earn the money he needs while also building his strength through real combat experience. Back in the present, the attendant in charge firmly refuses Shin Sang-hyun's request to enter a level 100 dungeon. She insists that he should choose something more appropriate for his current level instead. But Shin Sang-hyun remains calm and confident. He insists he won't cause any trouble, and believes he can handle the mission even at level 17. The attendant pushes back immediately, saying she once heard those exact same words from another adventurer, and that person ended up in serious trouble. She refuses to repeat the same mistake. Shin Sang-hyun understands that many people overestimate themselves, but he also knows he is different. Having experienced regression, he is fully aware of his limits and capabilities. Just as the argument grows more tense, someone approaches and asks what is going on, interrupting the exchange. It is Kim Mi-seo, an adventurer from the Eden Guild, known for her prominence within the high-level player community. Shin Sang-hyun recognizes her immediately. She is the Devastation Shooter, the first person to reach level 100 and earn the prestigious shooter title. Stands out even more is her background. She is the daughter of Kim Yoon-kyul, the chairman of Shinsung Biotech, making her influence extend far beyond just the battlefield. She also frequently operates alongside Shin Tae-ri, the Shadow Assassin, one of the most feared assassination-class adventurers in all of Korea. And not far behind them is Cho Jinho, widely regarded as one of the strongest swordsmen in the country. All of them are members of the Eden Guild, an organization in which Kim Yoon-kyul holds the largest share of influence and power. In simple terms, Kim Mi-seo was born into what could only be described as the most privileged background in the entire adventurer world. Kim Mi-seo looks at Shin Sang-hyun curiously and admits she has never seen him before. She then asks why he is so determined to enter a level 100 dungeon. Watching their interaction, nearby adventurers assume Kim Mi-seo is simply being polite to a newcomer, since only someone inexperienced would dare make such a reckless request. Shin Sang-hyun answers honestly. He says he needs money and fully understands the danger involved in what he is asking for. He also recalls that in his previous timeline, he once tried to join Kim Mi-seo's guild and was rejected, but he holds no resentment toward her for it. Kim Mi-seo then points out a critical issue. He won't even be able to proceed since solo participation isn't allowed for that mission. Hearing that, Shin Sang-hyun remembers that solo adventurer access won't become possible for another 4 years. Realizing his mistake, he apologizes and prepares to leave. But before he can go, Kim Mi-seo unexpectedly makes him an offer. She invites him to join her party for the dungeon run. The surrounding adventurers are stunned into silence, overwhelmed with envy at the unexpected invitation. Shin Sang-hyun, meanwhile, quietly wonders what Kim Mi-seo's real intention is behind suddenly extending such an offer. Kim Mi-seo explains that she simply wants to help a struggling new adventurer. Shin Sang-hyun responds honestly that it isn't personal. He just doesn't trust people easily. She replies that she has no special conditions for accepting him, but warns that if he ends up disappointing her, there will be consequences he will have to face. At that moment, Shin Sang-hyun realizes clearly that this isn't just kindness, she is testing him. He is also aware that Kim Mi-seo's influence extends beyond adventuring. As a public figure and model, anything she wears or endorses quickly becomes highly popular and influential. However, she also has a reputation. If she senses excessive confidence or arrogance in someone, she tends to cut them off immediately, effectively ending their rise before it even begins. Before entering the building, Kim Mi-seo had already planned to find a partner, assuming most of her guild members were unavailable for the mission, and she would need backup. So when she walked in and saw Shin Sang-hyun asking persistently for a chance, she became curious. Because of the party size restriction, he had no alternatives left, but to her, he looked like someone unusually confident, which made him stand out even more. Back in the present, Kim Mi-seo asks the receptionist which mission Shin Sang-hyun originally requested. The receptionist explains that it was a defense mission, an assignment requiring the elimination of all monsters along the route leading to the Guardian Tower. Kim Mi-seo reacts with surprise, noting that he didn't choose a standard collection or attack mission, but something far more demanding and defensive in nature. According to the mission rules, completion requires wiping out every single monster in the area, which is why a party of 4 is normally recommended for safety. The implication is clear: Shin Sang-hyun had intended to attempt it alone, something Kim Mi-seo immediately recognizes as extremely dangerous and reckless. Shin Sang-hyun then looks at her and asks whether she felt nervous after hearing all the details of the mission. He calmly adds that he is fine working with her, but if she prefers, she is free to bring additional members into the party to ensure safety. Kim Mi-seo calmly says there's no need to bring anyone else along, making it clear that she and Shin Sang-hyun alone are more than enough to deal with this mission themselves. The instant they accept the request, a flash of light surrounds both of them, and before anyone can react, Kim Mi-seo and Shin Sang-hyun are immediately transported straight into the dungeon. Watching them disappear, the receptionist quietly prays that nothing terrible happens inside, while the surrounding players stare in complete disbelief at what they just witnessed. Even knowing how talented Kim Mi-seo is, none of them can understand how she plans to clear something this dangerous with only a rookie beside her. Still, one player disagrees with the others and reminds everyone that the association recently introduced an entirely new ranking system designed to properly evaluate adventurers and match dungeon difficulty more accurately. According to that system, there are 2 major conditions that determine an adventurer's rank. The first factor is the number of dungeons a player has successfully completed, while the second is something even more important: their natural combat instincts and overall battle sense. Kim Mi-seo earned an A+ almost entirely because of her overwhelming battle sense alone. In other words, as far as the association knows, there are barely any monsters capable of overpowering her, which means the newcomer traveling beside her is unbelievably fortunate to have someone that strong watching his back. Sometime later, after entering the mission area, Kim Mi-seo deliberately stays toward the rear of the formation, keeping her distance since she fights best as an archer. She quietly reminds herself that she accepted this arrangement, so if things become dangerous, she fully intends to protect the protagonist no matter what happens. Even so, she still thinks Shin Sang-hyun is acting far too confident for a newcomer, and in her mind, that overconfidence is eventually going to backfire. More than anything, she believes this mission is about to teach him a harsh lesson. About 30 minutes earlier, the protagonist had confidently told Kim Mi-seo to only interfere if absolutely necessary. He even promised her 5% of the mission profits if she simply stayed back and watched. Kim Mi-seo admitted that getting 5% just for remaining in the rear sounded like an easy deal. But she also argued that clearing this mission alone was completely unrealistic. According to her estimate, there were at least 300 monsters roaming nearby. In her eyes, even experienced high-level players would struggle badly trying to survive a mission like this. But despite all her warnings, the protagonist stubbornly insisted he could handle everything himself. Hearing that, Kim Mi-seo proposed a different arrangement instead. For every monster Shin Sang-hyun failed to kill, she would take 1% of the reward, and if 95 enemies slipped past him, then she wouldn't receive anything at all. Back in the present, the protagonist stands before the pack of wolves with complete confidence burning in his eyes. He has no intention of leaving even a single enemy behind for Kim Mi-seo because he plans to wipe them all out before she ever has a reason to step in. Next second, he launches himself straight toward the enemies without the slightest hesitation. From her elevated position above the battlefield, Kim Mi-seo has a perfect view of everything happening below, allowing her to carefully observe the protagonist as he fights. That's when her expression suddenly changes. For the first time, she realizes Shin Sang-hyun isn't just some arrogant amateur talking big. He's a genuinely skilled adventurer with real combat ability. The way he positions himself gives him exceptional reach during combat, a level of refined technique Kim Mi-seo says she has only ever seen from one of her own teammates before. On top of that, every movement he makes is incredibly efficient. He wastes no energy on unnecessary motions and cuts down multiple wolves with each clean attack. Even then, Kim Mi-seo still isn't fully convinced things will end well. There are simply too many enemies surrounding Shin Sang-hyun, and these aren't monsters a normal level 17 player should be able to handle so easily. But then something strange suddenly catches her attention. Without warning, every single monster around the protagonist abruptly freezes in place and stops attacking altogether. Kim Mi-seo quickly pieces it together and realizes Shin Sang-hyun somehow stunned all of the enemies at once. The sight shocks her so badly that she nearly loses her footing and almost falls from the high position where she's standing. At that moment, she finally understands why Shin Sang-hyun had been so confident from the very beginning. Still, one question keeps echoing through her mind. Where exactly did this guy come from? Meanwhile, the protagonist continues his relentless assault against the monsters without slowing down for even a second. After tearing through the smaller wolves one after another, he eventually reaches the strongest beast in the pack, the Black Wolf itself, the true leader commanding the entire group. Shin Sang-hyun stares at the creature and feels something strangely familiar about it. Even though he's certain he's never personally fought this enemy before, the sensation refuses to disappear. A moment later, he notices the reason. The Black Wolf possesses the exact same special ability he uses himself, stun. Even from far away, Kim Mi-seo gets caught within the range of the ability. Fortunately, the artifact she carries protects her, preventing the stun effect from taking hold completely. Even so, she immediately realizes just how dangerously close that was. Still worried, Kim Mi-seo assumes the protagonist probably wasn't as fortunate as she was, and she prepares herself to intervene the moment he shows any sign of danger. In her mind, even if Shin Sang-hyun can use stun himself, someone with such a low level should never be capable of escaping from an enemy wielding the same ability against him. But almost immediately, her assumption falls apart when she sees the protagonist move again, completely unaffected. Staring at him in disbelief, she can't understand how Shin Sang-hyun is managing something like this. The more she watches him fight, the more unbelievable he becomes. Not only are his combat skills exceptional, but he also controls his abilities with absurd ease despite supposedly being only level 17. Even the Black Wolf itself looks visibly shaken after seeing its prey move freely, unable to believe the human in front of it escaped the trap so easily. That tiny moment of hesitation becomes the opening the protagonist was waiting for. He instantly steps in and lands a devastating critical strike that brings the massive wolf crashing down in a single blow. After defeating the monster, the protagonist casually complains that his clothes are completely filthy now, but with a grin, he admits that since things have already gotten this messy, he might as well enjoy himself a little longer. Watching from afar, Kim Mi-seo grows even more amazed by everything she has seen. She honestly can't understand how someone as capable as Shin Sang-hyun managed to stay completely unknown until now. Following his non-stop victories, the protagonist notices his level rising at an incredible speed right before his eyes. At the same time, he becomes fully aware that Kim Mi-seo has been observing him this entire time, and he concludes that she has probably seen more than enough by now to trust in his abilities. Still, Shin Sang-hyun knows the battle isn't truly over yet, because the dungeon's final boss has yet to reveal itself. Suddenly, the Full Moon Wolf Lord launches a fierce attack toward the protagonist. Despite the monster's speed and aggression, not a single strike manages to touch Shin Sang-hyun. Shin Sang-hyun immediately recognizes that this enemy specializes in irregular attack patterns, designed to confuse and corner its opponents. He calmly explains that 30 years in the future, every single attack pattern used by this monster will eventually be analyzed and documented completely. But because he came from that future himself, he already knows all of them in advance. The protagonist immediately counterattacks, but even his blows fail to deal significant damage because of the Full Moon Wolf Lord's overwhelming resistance. Even after everything she has witnessed so far, Kim Mi-seo finds herself even more astonished, because Shin Sang-hyun's effortless handling of a heavy sword, as if it were nothing more than a wooden stick, completely defies her expectations and keeps drawing her attention back to him. Shin Sang-hyun presses on through the battlefield without hesitation, weaving between incoming strikes as the wolf launches its attacks with wild, relentless force aimed straight at him. He shifts his blade into a defensive angle, using it almost like a shield in motion. And in that brief exchange, Kim Mi-seo finally realizes the truth. He isn't reacting randomly at all. He already understands every one of the enemy's attack patterns. What unsettles Kim Mi-seo even more is the way Shin Sang-hyun seems determined to prove himself with every single movement, as if each strike is a statement of confidence. That intensity only deepens her curiosity about who he really is. For Shin Sang-hyun, however, the fight is stretching on far longer than he originally expected, the rhythm of battle growing heavier with every exchange. At this point, he has already exhausted nearly every trick and tactic at his disposal, with nothing new left to rely on. And yet what puzzles him most is the enemy's stamina. Despite everything he's thrown at it, the monster is still fighting as if it has endless energy. Shin Sang-hyun can feel his own body being pushed to the limit, and a grim thought crosses his mind that if this continues, he might collapse just from the constant movement alone. Then in an instant he catches it, the monster shifting its weight, preparing a full-force charge straight at him. But it's not just a simple rush. The wolf layers the attack, using the heavy charge as bait to mask a deadly follow-up piercing strike, meant to end everything in one motion. That combination is infamous, a technique responsible for ending the lives of countless adventurers who failed to read it in time. Seeing it unfold, Shin Sang-hyun makes a split-second judgment. This is exactly the kind of moment where hesitation means death, and only absolute commitment will work. Counters immediately, landing a clean strike that manages to wound the monster. But even so, the wolf refuses to stop its advance and barrels through the exchange. From her elevated vantage point, Kim Mi-seo's eyes widen in shock. Shin Sang-hyun, who had seemed untouchable until now, has finally taken a direct hit. Even though she barely knows him, the sight of him being struck sends a sharp jolt of tension through her. She can't help but think that watching his overwhelming skill made her lower her guard for just a moment, and that moment was enough for her to fail to intervene in time. Believing the worst has happened, Kim Mi-seo starts to speak in regret, almost apologizing, until a sudden burst of blinding light erupts right in front of her, cutting her words short. Moments earlier, Shin Sang-hyun had been speaking with his Constellation, discussing a newly acquired healing ability he had recently obtained. The strange part was that the ability only activated on a single specific area of his body, something even he couldn't fully understand at first. Still, he made a calculated decision and chose to designate the most critical point as the protected zone, the front of his abdomen, where a fatal strike was most likely to land. Shin Sang-hyun had sacrificed the orc's shield to acquire this ability, and now seeing it activate perfectly, he confirms that the gamble was worth it. If the attack had landed anywhere else, he would have been finished, but by sheer alignment of fate and timing, the enemy struck exactly where he had prepared for it. As a result, the damage that should have ended him is instead converted and reflected through the system, turning the wolf's own force against itself. At the same time, by severing the monster's right arm, he disrupts the protective resistance coating its entire body. Now, with its defenses broken and its balance shattered, everything is set for the final finishing strike. After the boss finally collapses, Kim Mi-seo cautiously approaches Shin Sang-hyun. Shin Sang-hyun casually remarks that his stun ability successfully triggered 3 times during the mission, and he seems satisfied, thinking he's getting better at controlling it. Then, with a slight glance in her direction, he tells Kim Mi-seo that she's finally decided to step out from her hiding place. Kim Mi-seo immediately snaps back, saying he should have told her the plan in advance because she was genuinely worried when she thought he had died. She goes on, demanding to know how he could possibly predict every attack pattern so precisely, even jokingly asking if Shin Sang-hyun is living a second life or something beyond normal explanation. Kim Mi-seo admits that she has met many adventurers before, but Shin Sang-hyun is the first one who has ever left her completely speechless, because every time she starts to understand him, he does something even more unexpected. In response, the protagonist calmly asks her if she enjoyed what she just saw. At that moment, Shin Sang-hyun senses a subtle shift in her expression and realizes Kim Mi-seo looks slightly confused, as if trying to reconcile what she just witnessed. To her, what she saw felt less like a beginner's performance and more like the precision and awareness of a highly experienced veteran player. That realization makes Shin Sang-hyun uneasy for a brief moment, worried that he may have revealed too much. Just then, Kim Mi-seo notices the monster is still barely alive and asks whether he plans to finish it off. Confirming that the creature is still breathing, Shin Sang-hyun steadies himself and decides to end it properly. With a final decisive strike, he finishes the monster, earning his first rank C title, along with a specialization in solo combat. Kim Mi-seo casually mentions that she already holds that same title as well, having cleared a similar stage alone in the past. However, she openly admits that unlike him, she only managed it thanks to relying on a powerful artifact. Shin Sang-hyun responds that even obtaining an artifact requires real skill, and Kim Mi-seo lightly thanks him for the compliment. What she leaves unsaid is that her artifact alone cost nearly 200 million won, and comparing that kind of advantage to someone fighting with nothing but a simple longsword would be completely unfair. Changing the topic, she suggests that Shin Sang-hyun should take this chance to test out the effects of his newly acquired title. But Shin Sang-hyun quickly realizes there's no one else left in the area besides the two of them. Not feeling fully prepared to face such a strong opponent again in his current condition, he declines her suggestion. With that settled, Kim Mi-seo announces that she will leave first and call in a support team to collect the mission rewards and drops. Shin Sang-hyun considers doing the same himself but realizes he's too exhausted, quietly acknowledging that he must have made a good impression. Just then, just before departing, Kim Mi-seo surprises him by saying she's giving up her 5% share of the reward. Shin Sang-hyun immediately objects, saying it isn't fair and that he should find a way to repay her properly. But Kim Mi-seo simply replies that there will be other opportunities for them to work together in the future, and tells him to treat it as an investment in that possibility. At that moment, Shin Sang-hyun realizes he really can't afford to underestimate Kim Mi-seo. She's far more perceptive and unpredictable than she first appeared. Now that everything is settled, his thoughts shift to the true reward he came for, the Blue Moonstone. As he finally secures it, excitement surges through Shin Sang-hyun, knowing he has obtained a rare platinum rank artifact at last. Shin Sang-hyun's eyes linger on the artifact for a moment longer than he intended, almost as if he's weighing its very existence in his mind. At this level of rarity, it isn't just valuable, it's absurdly priceless, easily crossing the threshold of 1 billion won. The thought flickers through him without hesitation. Selling something like this could outright secure a full apartment in Seoul, a place in the heart of the city where most people only dream of living. The atmosphere shifts subtly as the goddess of luck speaks with a tone full of pride, insisting that everything Shin Sang-hyun has gained is because of her blessing. But Shin Sang-hyun doesn't immediately accept that claim. Calm, steady, and a little sharp in his response, he pushes back, arguing that what happened was the result of his own effort, his own choices, and the risks he took inside the dungeon that led to this reward. Before the tension can settle, the constellation of torn lips suddenly interjects, voice cutting through the space with disapproval. It raises an objection so strong it borders on hostility, even suggesting that the goddess of luck should be banned outright. The accusation hangs heavily in the air, turning what was already a tense exchange into something far more unstable. But the goddess of luck doesn't back down even for a second. She refuses to acknowledge any challenge to her influence or authority, standing firm as if the very idea of questioning her blessing is meaningless. In doing so, she effectively leaves Shin Sang-hyun with no real alternative but to continue forward under the weight of conflicting divine attention. Shin Sang-hyun shifts his attention back to the artifact itself, already calculating its hidden potential. Since it's a platinum-grade item, he figures he can safely absorb around 40% of its attributes before ever considering selling it. The rest can be converted into profit later, but that immediate power boost is what truly matters in a world where strength determines survival. With that enhancement in mind, another realization follows almost naturally. That boost alone would make him overwhelmingly dominant against creatures like dogs and wolves, especially during a full moon when their strength surges. In his mind, what once would have been dangerous encounters now starts to look almost trivial. Sometime later, Shin Sang-hyun finally steps through the dungeon portal, the distorted light swallowing him as he exits. But the moment he reappears on the other side, he freezes slightly. Something is off. Instead of a quiet extraction point, there's an unexpected crowd gathered, all of them seemingly waiting for his return. The mission manager lets out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. She genuinely believed Shin Sang-hyun wouldn't be able to complete the mission alone. Yet here he is, standing alive in front of her. Relief washes over her expression, mixed with disbelief that what she thought was impossible actually worked out. Just then, Kim Mi-seo steps forward, her presence immediately shifting the focus of the room. Her eyes stay fixed on the situation, clearly ready to address what just happened. Kim Mi-seo calmly remarks that, if she had been in the mission manager's position, she wouldn't have allowed a rookie like Shin Sang-hyun to attempt such a dangerous mission alone either. Her tone isn't dismissive, it's practical, grounded in how risky the situation actually was. However, after witnessing everything firsthand, her opinion begins to shift. She now believes Shin Sang-hyun deserves far more attention than he has been given so far, and that overlooking him any further would be a mistake. There's a quiet seriousness in her voice that suggests she's already reconsidering his entire profile. Shin Sang-hyun, meanwhile, realizes he had almost completely forgotten about the staff member who had been worrying about him behind the scenes. Seeing her reaction now, he feels a slight pang of guilt, noticing just how much anxiety she must have endured while waiting for his safe return. Before the moment can settle, guild recruiters begin circling in, each one eager to secure Shin Sang-hyun for themselves. The atmosphere turns competitive almost instantly, but Kim Mi-seo steps in decisively, cutting through the conversation and declaring that he already has matters to attend to with her guild, effectively blocking the other offers before they can take root. With a calm but probing expression, Kim Mi-seo asks Shin Sang-hyun a direct question, as if testing the direction he's leaning toward. He responds honestly that he does, though internally he can't shake the feeling that she is steering the situation towards something he hasn't fully grasped yet. Sometime later, Shin Sang-hyun finds himself seated inside a limousine, the quiet interior contrasting sharply with the chaos of earlier events. The world outside moves past in blurred luxury as the vehicle carries him away from the scene. He glances down at his phone and immediately notices something significant. The reward payment has already arrived in his account, and far faster than he expected. The speed alone tells him how efficiently everything was processed. Kim Mi-seo explains the reason behind that speed with a composed smile. She attributes it to our high-ranking A-class carriers who cleared the dungeon in record time, though she doesn't hesitate to imply that her own influence helped push things through even faster. Shin Sang-hyun offers a brief but sincere word of thanks. It isn't overly emotional, but it carries genuine acknowledgement of what she did to make the process smoother. Almost immediately after, Kim Mi-seo shifts her posture, moving with a deliberate confidence that makes Shin Sang-hyun instinctively cautious. Something about her energy feels like she's transitioning into a different agenda entirely. Then, without any hesitation, Eden Guild is brought directly into the conversation. Kim Mi-seo openly invites Shin Sang-hyun to join her guild, presenting it with such confidence that it feels less like a question and more like a foregone conclusion. After hearing the invitation, Shin Sang-hyun can't help but comment that she seems unusually certain he's going to accept. There's a faint edge of curiosity in his voice, as if he's trying to read her intentions behind that confidence. Kim Miseo replies without hesitation, stating that there is a reason her guild carries the name Eden Guild. Her tone is steady and persuasive as she assures him that if he joins, he won't regret the decision for even a moment. Shin Sang-hyun's thoughts drift briefly backward before his regression. He had been part of a small guild, and even though it was modest, he had felt a strange sense of comfort being accepted by others, like he finally belonged somewhere. But that sense of stability didn't last. Everything had seemed fine at first, almost normal, until a single traumatic accident shattered that fragile balance and changed everything that followed. Because of that memory, Shin Sang-hyun concludes that the safest path for him now is solitude. Relying on others once led to pain. So in his current state, he believes working alone is the only way to avoid repeating the past. With that conviction, he turns down the invitation from Eden Guild. Without missing a beat, Kim Miseo immediately asks whether he intends to form a one-man guild instead, her tone sharp but controlled. Shin Sang-hyun lightly acknowledges her insight, almost impressed. She, in turn, reveals that she is the daughter of a major corporation director, a background that explains her sharp perception and ability to read people so quickly. She continues, explaining that given Shin Sang-hyun's abilities, his intentions weren't difficult to deduce. But more than anything, what matters to her is being the only person who fully understands what he is planning and how he operates. Hearing this, Shin Sang-hyun realizes she has completely laid her intentions bare. There's no pretense left, only a clear, open interest in him that she is not attempting to hide. On top of that, she has already structured the conversation like a deal where both sides benefit. Shin Sang-hyun can clearly see that this isn't just persuasion, it's negotiation at a very high level, carefully designed to leave him with fewer and fewer reasons to refuse. Sometime later, in a city primarily populated by C-rank players, Shin Sang-hyun arrives at an apartment for a scheduled visit. The moment he steps inside, he's immediately presented with an acquisition proposal waiting for him. He studies the person delivering the offer and notices something unsettling beneath the polite smile. Even though the tone is courteous, the proposal itself carries a subtle pressure that makes it feel far more serious than it first appears. Still, the representative maintains a composed expression and insists that the deal is mutually beneficial for both sides. With a polite nod, she thanks Shin Sang-hyun for choosing to consider them at all. Shin Sang-hyun reflects on how quickly everything has unfolded. It almost feels unreal, as if the pace of events has been accelerated beyond what should normally be possible. He quietly wonders if the goddess of luck is once again influencing his trajectory. Moving into his new residence is surprisingly simple. He barely has any belongings to carry, so the process feels more like stepping into a new chapter than relocating an entire life. Inside the quiet space of his new home, Shin Sang-hyun takes a moment to sit back and reflect. So much has changed in such a short span of time that even he struggles to fully process how quickly his life has shifted. After the sudden regression, he had spent 2 full days trying to make sense of what had happened to him. Every detail, every possibility, every contradiction ran through his mind as he attempted to anchor himself in this new reality. Uncertain of what direction to take, he knew he couldn't afford to hesitate for long. Whatever this situation was, standing still would only put him at a disadvantage. Yet despite the confusion, the rush of energy flowing through his body reminded him of something long lost. It felt like youth itself had returned to him, reigniting a spark he thought was gone forever, and with it came a strange but powerful motivation. From that moment onward, he refused to remain passive. Instead, he made a firm decision to chase down every opportunity he had once been denied, as if refusing to let a second chance at life slip through his fingers. And since then, opportunities didn't just appear occasionally. They kept coming one after another, as if the world itself had begun opening doors for him at every turn. Back in the present, Shin Sang-hyun is suddenly caught off guard upon hearing that a well-known reporter, Miss Kim, has made contact regarding him. The sudden attention feels both unexpected and slightly unsettling. Adventurer's Gazette reporter Park Young-min remarks that news spreads quickly in their world, and he has already learned that Shin Sang-hyun is currently in the same area as Kim Miseo. His tone suggests he is carefully positioning himself for a deeper conversation. Shortly after, while still dealing with the unexpected call, Shin Sang-hyun is dropped off at his residence by Kim Miseo. Before leaving, she casually mentions that her guild is preparing to investigate an unknown portal soon and asks whether he would be interested in joining them. She clarifies that it will be a 4-person team designed for players level 120 and below, and adds that she fully understands if he chooses to decline. Her tone is measured, as if she is giving him space to decide without pressure. Without any hesitation, Shin Sang-hyun immediately accepts the invitation. His response is quick, almost instinctive, as if the opportunity aligns perfectly with what he is looking for right now. Given how coldly he rejected the guild invitation earlier, Kim Miseo had assumed he would dismiss this offer just as easily. Her expectation clearly didn't account for his sudden interest in this particular mission. But Shin Sang-hyun's focus is elsewhere. What draws him in isn't the social aspect or the guild itself. It's the chance to enter a high-level portal, something that directly appeals to his need for growth and challenge, regardless of everything else around it. In his understanding, dungeons tend to follow fixed patterns. The monsters, traps, and routes are all predictable once studied, making them easier to prepare for and survive with enough experience. Portals, however, are an entirely different matter. Unlike structured dungeons, they are unstable and unpredictable, constantly shifting in nature. For Shin Sang-hyun, that unpredictability is exactly what makes them dangerous and valuable. Even so, Shin Sang-hyun doesn't let hesitation take root in his mind. In his experience, the greater the danger he walks into, the greater the reward waiting on the other side. Risk and gain have always moved hand in hand in this world, and he's learned to trust that balance more than fear itself. On top of that, there's another factor working in his favor. The very first time an adventurer steps into an unknown portal, there's always the possibility of stumbling upon a high-grade artifact hidden deep within the shifting space. That kind of chance alone is enough to make even the most cautious hunters reconsider. Shin Sang-hyun glances toward Kim Mi-seo as he thinks things through. Based on her movements and confidence, she clearly has experience dealing with unknown portals. Anyone without that level of familiarity wouldn't be able to ignore heavy debuffs like the Black Wolf effect so casually. Since he has already agreed to join, she immediately suggests they exchange contact information to coordinate properly. Kim Mi-seo hands over her phone, leaning in slightly so he can input his number. But in that brief moment, something unintended slips into view on her screen. Something she clearly didn't mean to reveal so openly. The second she notices what happened, her composure breaks for a split second. A faint flush creeps across her face as she quickly realizes she's exposed something personal, and her usually controlled demeanor slips into visible embarrassment. Trying to recover her usual tone, she brushes it off awkwardly, admitting that her head has been a mess lately. Despite the brief tension, they manage to complete the exchange of contact information, officially linking their communication moving forward. Once Shin Sang-hyun returns home, he replays the moment in his mind, sensing that something about Kim Mi-seo didn't quite add up. Still, he dismisses it for now, assuming that anyone operating at a high level in this world must be carrying some kind of internal strain or hidden pressure. He has his own burdens to deal with as well, but those are not things he can casually share with anyone. The truth about his past is something he has buried carefully, knowing full well that speaking about it would only create complications he can't afford. Because if anyone ever discovered the truth about his regression, Shin Sang-hyun can't even begin to imagine what kind of consequences would follow. That secret alone is heavier than any weapon he has ever carried. As those thoughts settle, his mind drifts toward the constellation that once helped him through that impossible experience. He wonders what has become of that presence since the moment everything changed. They had spent years tied together in ways he still doesn't fully understand, and now that distance exists between them, a quiet sense of concern lingers in his thoughts. Despite everything, he finds himself genuinely wondering if that old companion is doing all right. Far away, inside the luxurious VIP lounge of the Eden Guild, one of its members, Cho Jinho, leans back with a faintly bored expression. He had been expecting a proper conversation with Kim Mi-seo, but instead notices that her attention is completely locked onto her phone, as if the outside world barely exists. Without looking up, she explains that she's currently in contact with Shin Sang-hyun. The two of them are preparing to enter a portal together, and she needs to coordinate with him directly. Her focus never leaves the screen. Cho Jinho reacts immediately, recognizing the name. He asks if this is the same Shin Sang-hyun who boasts a stun skill stronger than his own, and also the same newcomer who outright rejected an invitation to join the Eden Guild. With a teasing grin, he goes a step further and suggests that Kim Mi-seo might actually be developing feelings for Shin Sang-hyun. She immediately denies it, her tone sharp and defensive, refusing the implication outright. Instead, she explains her real perspective. What she's interested in is not romance, but Shin Sang-hyun's sheer capability. His swordsmanship in particular left a strong impression on her. It was, in her judgment, the most refined she has ever witnessed. Cho Jinho scoffs at that evaluation. In his mind, no matter how impressive this newcomer might seem, there is absolutely no way Shin Sang-hyun surpasses him. His confidence edges into arrogance as he dismisses the comparison entirely. Sometime later, at a training ground, Shin Sang-hyun steps aside and makes a call to Kim Mi-seo to discuss the previously mentioned portal. The open space around him is quiet, the kind of place where every sound carries clearly. She informs him that the portal has manifested near Chuni Station. According to their scouting teams, everything up to the checkpoint has already been surveyed and secured, allowing for a relatively safe approach route. Shortly after, she sends over a detailed file containing all available information about the portal and surrounding area for Shin Sang-hyun to review at his own pace. After going through the materials carefully, Shin Sang-hyun senses something familiar in the setup. It aligns almost perfectly with the new ability he recently obtained, as if the situation itself is tailor-made for him to test its limits. He thanks Kim Mi-seo for the thorough briefing and tells her he will contact her again once he's fully prepared to move forward. His tone remains calm but decisive. Nearby, Yoon Dae-kyung lets out a low chuckle, commenting that Shin Sang-hyun has essentially become a public figure now. He says it almost feels unreal watching someone he once knew so casually turn into someone people talk about. Shin Sang-hyun quickly downplays it, insisting it isn't anything like that. Yoon Dae-kyung, observing his reaction closely, immediately senses that he still hasn't been officially contacted regarding the situation he's referring to. Curious, Shin Sang-hyun asks what exactly he means. Yoon Dae-kyung then reveals the truth. His name has already appeared on the front page of the Player Gazette. That revelation hits Shin Sang-hyun like a surprise strike. He genuinely had no idea his information had already been published publicly, leaving him momentarily speechless. What bothers him most is the lack of control over it. He never intended to draw attention to himself, and now he can't help but question how such a publication was made without even a basic verification or consultation with him. Yoon Dae-kyung shrugs it off, saying he should be happy about the exposure since it increases his visibility. But Shin Sang-hyun has no interest in fame. He cuts the conversation short, reminding Yoon Dae-kyung that he came here for something completely different. Yoon Dae-kyung then produces a bag and places it on the table, explaining that everything Shin Sang-hyun asked for is inside. The weight of it suggests it's carefully prepared and intentionally assembled. Shin Sang-hyun thanks him sincerely, but Yoon Dae-kyung immediately waves it off, insisting there's no need for gratitude. He makes it clear that this is not a gift, but a transaction. He then points out that these are his old personal items and questions why Shin Sang-hyun would prefer buying used equipment instead of obtaining brand new artifacts. His tone is skeptical, as if testing the younger man's reasoning. Shin Sang-hyun responds with a vague explanation, claiming he simply wants to preserve Yoon Dae-kyung's legacy in some form. But Yoon Dae-kyung isn't convinced in the slightest and immediately calls out how flimsy that excuse sounds. In reality, Shin Sang-hyun knows exactly why he wants them. Older artifacts tend to have a higher absorption efficiency. However, that truth is not something he can openly say, so he falls back on a more convenient explanation instead. Just then, the atmosphere shifts as a young woman arrives at the location, stepping into the space with a calm but slightly rushed presence. He explains casually that she arrived late because finding parking nearby was more difficult than expected, but reassures them that she is now ready to proceed with the work at hand. Yoon Dae-kyung introduces her as the appraiser he called in for the deal. He explains that her presence ensures fairness, preventing either side from being taken advantage of during the transaction. Without wasting time, the appraiser begins her evaluation process, carefully examining each item using her specialized assessment abilities. Her focus is precise and professional. Once she finishes, she confirms that everything checks out and gives approval for the deal to proceed. However, before anything is finalized, Yoon Dae-kyung suddenly requests one more thing. He wants to see Shin Sang-hyun's swordsmanship firsthand. Shin Sang-hyun immediately declines, stating that he is not at a level where he should be demonstrating anything like that yet. His refusal is quick, almost instinctive. But Yoon Dae-kyung doesn't back down. He points out that after everything they've experienced together, he is not naive enough to believe Shin Sang-hyun is showing his true strength in full. His suspicion is clear and unwavering. Shin Sang-hyun had hoped the conversation wouldn't take this turn, but it seems unavoidable now. The situation is shifting into something he can no longer easily avoid. Still, he reasons that refusing someone who is earnestly asking to witness his ability would be disrespectful. With a quiet sigh, he agrees, telling Yoon Dae-kyung to go ahead and demonstrate his skills while asking the appraiser to step back for safety. Yoon Dae-kyung draws his weapon and begins to demonstrate his sword techniques, the air tightening slightly as his stance shifts into something far more disciplined and serious. Almost instantly, Shin Sang-hyun notices the difference. The old man has clearly grown stronger since their last encounter, his movements sharpened by consistent training and relentless effort. But as the exchange continues, Shin Sang-hyun picks up on something unusual and raises his voice, asking Yoon Dae-kyung to stop immediately. Something isn't right. He then narrows his gaze and asks directly if there is an issue with Yoon Dae-kyung's left arm. His observation is too precise to be coincidence. Caught off guard, Yoon Dae-kyung asks how he managed to notice that. Shin Sang-hyun explains that whenever Yoon Dae-kyung attacks with his right hand, his left shoulder tenses up too quickly, as if he is subconsciously protecting it from strain. Yoon Dae-kyung admits the truth. It is the result of an old injury. Most of his past wounds were concentrated on the left side of his body, and even now his instincts make him protect that side without thinking. Hearing that, Shin Sang-hyun calmly states that the issue can be fixed. His tone carries quiet confidence, as if he has already analyzed the problem and sees a path forward. He explains that even old injuries can be overcome, as long as a person stops avoiding their weaknesses and instead confronts them directly. Only by facing them head-on can true recovery and growth begin. He speaks to Yoon Dae-kyung in a steady, reassuring tone, insisting that he can work through this problem. His grip tightens around the sword as if testing its weight, and his breathing slows into a controlled rhythm, showing he's already trying to adapt to it rather than resist it. He continues, warning Yoon Dae-kyung that it won't feel natural at first and that the process will be rough. But over time, he says with quiet confidence, he'll eventually overcome it and fully adjust, no matter how difficult the beginning may be. Standing a bit farther away after stepping back, the appraiser watches them in silence, completely confused by what she's seeing. Her eyes move between the two men, trying to make sense of their strange interaction, wondering exactly what kind of exchange or training is taking place in front of her. As time passes, the protagonist reflects on the deal he just made and starts to feel it was worth it. Even though he spent over 400 million won, he leans back slightly, thinking the items he obtained were a solid investment for what lies ahead. But even as he accepts the outcome, he can't shake the memory of the appraiser's expression. When everything was finished, she had looked at him with a strange, unreadable gaze, something that continues to linger in his mind. More than anything else, he reminds himself that he needs to devour the artifacts as quickly as possible. The goal is clear in his mind: finish it before the upcoming portal mission, leaving no room for delay or hesitation. Lost in thought while driving through traffic, he lets his focus slip for just a moment. In that brief lapse, the situation turns dangerous as he nearly runs someone over, the car jolting slightly as he reacts at the last second. Alarmed, he immediately asks if anyone was hurt. Before he can fully process what happened, a man storms up to his car, clearly agitated, shouting that he's already tired of waiting for Shin Sang-hyun and demanding that he get out of the vehicle right now. Shin Sang-hyun sits frozen for a moment, trying to understand what is going on. The situation makes no sense to him, but the hostility radiating from the man outside immediately puts him on edge, his instincts sharpening with concern. The aggressive man leans closer, his voice growing even harsher as he threatens him directly. If Shin Sang-hyun refuses to come out immediately, he warns that he'll set the car on fire with him still inside, turning the threat into something disturbingly real. At that moment, recognition flashes in Shin Sang-hyun's mind. Despite the chaos, he realizes he has seen these individuals before, and that realization makes the situation even more unsettling. They are Choi Young-chol and Cho Seung-ho, both members of the Utopia Guild. The names lock into place in his memory as the situation quickly becomes more serious. Choi Young-chol has a reputation for targeting weaker adventurers, beating them down without hesitation just to prove his dominance. Meanwhile, Cho Seung-ho is known as his loyal follower, always recording everything, capturing every violent moment on camera. Shin Sang-hyun recalls their past notoriety as well. They once gained attention for creating extreme violent content online, but their run ended when they crossed a line too far and were eventually arrested. To him now, there's no doubt left. These two are nothing more than walking trash, dangerous but ultimately disgraceful in their actions. Outside the car, Choi Young-chol and Cho Seung-ho exchange looks, clearly intending to provoke him further. Their plan is simple and reckless: force Shin Sang-hyun into a fight, beat him publicly, and upload the footage online for attention. Shin Sang-hyun had only wanted a quiet return home so he could consume the artifacts in peace. Instead, he finds himself trapped in an unwanted confrontation that completely disrupts his plans. With no other choice, he steps out of the car and faces them directly, his voice calm but firm as he asks what they want from him. Choi Young-chol raises a hand, telling him not to be so impatient. He claims he came here specifically to settle something with Shin Sang-hyun, his tone carrying obvious arrogance. He goes on, complaining that people have been talking about Shin Sang-hyun driving around in a terrible-looking car. According to him, he's here to clean up that ugly vehicle Shin Sang-hyun insists on using. Without warning, Choi Young-chol walks forward and kicks the car hard, damaging it on purpose. He then threatens Shin Sang-hyun, telling him to grab his things and leave the complex immediately, or things will get much worse. Nearby, a few bystanders begin to notice the disturbance. Their attention shifts toward the scene, as they realize Choi Young-chol and his companion are openly picking a fight with someone in public. It doesn't take long for some of them to recognize Shin Sang-hyun. His face has been circulating in recent headlines, making him instantly identifiable to people paying attention. Amid the rising tension, Choi Young-chol turns to his partner and orders him to look up Shin Sang-hyun online. He wants confirmation about who he's dealing with. Cho Seung-ho quickly checks and reports back, saying that Shin Sang-hyun apparently cleared a level 100 mission solo with support from Kim Mi-seo. The information seems surprising even as he says it. Choi Young-chol narrows his eyes, skeptical. Looking at Shin Sang-hyun's appearance, he questions whether that information can even be true, since the man in front of him doesn't look particularly impressive or strong. Cho Seung-ho dismisses it as a mistake, arguing that if Kim Mi-seo was really involved, she must have done all the heavy lifting. In his view, the rookie likely just rode on her achievements and took the credit. Concluding their assumption, the two decide he will be an easy target. They also see an opportunity. Shin Sang-hyun's sudden rise in attention could make their next video go viral and attract a larger audience. As Cho Seung-ho starts a live stream, the atmosphere shifts again. Choi Young-chol begins walking toward Shin Sang-hyun, preparing to confront him directly in front of the camera. He openly challenges Shin Sang-hyun to a duel, declaring that the loser must permanently leave the adventurer's city. His voice is loud enough for both the crowd and the live stream to hear clearly. He adds another condition, saying that if Shin Sang-hyun wins, they will never bother him again. In his mind, it's a fair offer that leaves Shin Sang-hyun with nothing to lose. Shin Sang-hyun accepts immediately, but not without conditions of his own. He demands that Choi Young-chul add 500 million won and the watch on his wrist to the wager, otherwise he tells him to get lost. Choi Young-chul's expression twists in anger at the sheer audacity of the demand. He clearly did not expect Shin Sang-hyun to respond with such boldness. At that moment, Cho Jinho leans in and alerts him that the livestream chat has exploded with reactions. The audience is fully engaged, reacting strongly to Shin Sang-hyun's unexpected counteroffer. Sensing the tension, Shin Sang-hyun coldly asks if Choi Young-chul is starting to feel afraid. His words land like a direct challenge, pushing the situation even further. Choi Young-chul realizes too late that he has been cornered by his own setup. With nowhere left to retreat and the crowd watching, he is forced to commit to the duel he initiated. With the decision locked in, both men prepare themselves. The surrounding air grows tense as they square off, ready to begin the duel under full public attention. The commotion draws even more people in, and a small crowd quickly forms. Onlookers gather closer, eager to watch the confrontation unfold in real time. Shin Sang-hyun steadies his stance, focusing completely on his opponent. Across from him, Choi Young-chul tries to maintain an intimidating posture, refusing to show any weakness. He boasts loudly, claiming that 500 million won means nothing to him, and insisting that there is no way he could possibly lose this fight. His confidence is loud, but forced. He then tells Shin Sang-hyun that it's not too late to back out if he's afraid. The warning is delivered more as a taunt than genuine advice. Finally, the duel begins. Choi Young-chul declares that he won't show any mercy, setting the tone for a brutal confrontation, but his confidence cracks almost immediately. Shin Sang-hyun charges forward with overwhelming intensity, responding that he also won't hold back, even if his opponent ends up begging for mercy, while the entire fight is being broadcast live for everyone to see. From her home, Kim Mi-seo is watching the livestream unfold in real time. She freezes in shock, realizing Shin Sang-hyun has somehow gotten himself into an incredibly dangerous situation. Kim Mi-seo's expression tightens with fear and worry. Watching the fight begin, she can't hide how anxious she feels, her attention completely locked onto the screen. She recognizes Choi Young-chul immediately, an infamous Rank B adventurer from the Utopia Guild, known for abusing his influence as the guildmaster's nephew to do whatever he wants without consequence. At that moment, another girl walks over and notices her reaction. She asks if something is happening, sensing the tension in Kim Mi-seo's expression. The girl introduces herself as Shin Tae-ri, also a member of the Eden Guild. She steps closer, curious about what could have caused such concern. Shin Tae-ri looks at Kim Mi-seo and asks why she seems so anxious, trying to understand what she's watching on the screen. Her eyes fall on the live stream, and she immediately recognizes Shin Sang-hyun. She asks in surprise if that's the same person Kim Mi-seo had once tried to recruit into their ranks. Kim Mi-seo gave a small nod to confirm it, but the confusion on her face still hadn't faded. She honestly couldn't understand why Shin Sang-hyun would agree to a duel with some loudmouthed nobody who seemed to come out of nowhere, standing nearby with her arms crossed. Shin Tae-ri narrowed her eyes and carefully watched the exchange. After following the man's movements for a few seconds, she admitted that the guy's footwork and overall control actually looked pretty solid. Back in the middle of the fight, Choi Young-chul's expression suddenly stiffened in panic after the protagonist's strike nearly landed cleanly across his body. The close call made his confidence crack for the very first time. Clearly shaken, Choi Young-chul immediately lashed out in anger, yelling that Shin Sang-hyun was nothing but a lying cheat. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he swore he was about to teach him his place personally. Shin Sang-hyun calmly raised his sword and blocked the incoming attack head-on. The moment Choi Young-chul realized his strike had accomplished absolutely nothing, the color drained from his face and panic flooded him all over again. It wasn't only Choi Young-chul who was stunned. Everyone watching the duel froze in disbelief after witnessing Shin Sang-hyun's overwhelming strength. More and more people began wondering where someone this powerful had suddenly appeared from. Meanwhile, Shin Sang-hyun could feel something completely different happening within himself. For the first time since his regression, his body was finally responding exactly the way he wanted, moving naturally and perfectly in sync with his thoughts. 3 hours earlier, Shin Sang-hyun had just finished closing the deal for the equipment acquisition. After wrapping things up, he politely thanked the appraiser for taking the time to help him. The appraiser casually replied that she was only doing her job. Beside them, Yoon Dae-kyung looked thrilled after realizing how much money the transaction had earned him, and with a huge grin, he eagerly suggested they all head out for drinks together. Shin Sang-hyun turned the invitation down almost immediately, explaining that he had something urgent he needed to handle. The answer clearly disappointed Yoon Dae-kyung, whose excitement visibly dropped on the spot. Even so, Yoon Dae-kyung still tried convincing the appraiser not to leave him hanging too, but she apologized and explained that she also had somewhere else she needed to be. As for Shin Sang-hyun, that so-called urgent business was incredibly simple. He intended to devour his newly obtained artifacts as quickly as possible. After finally separating himself from the others, Shin Sang-hyun paused for a moment and checked the stats on the artifacts he had purchased. The moment he saw that their adhesion rate had reached 90%, his eyes widened slightly. The goddess of luck proudly took credit for the result herself, sounding thoroughly pleased with what she had accomplished. Honestly, Shin Sang-hyun had expected the adhesion rate to be somewhere around 10% at best. Considering the equipment was all second-hand, getting a success rate this high was far beyond anything he anticipated, and he couldn't help feeling satisfied. Taking advantage of the relaxed mood, Shin Sang-hyun mentioned that the goddess of luck seemed surprisingly popular among the constellations. Then, after a brief pause, he asked whether she had ever heard of a constellation known as the late exemplary student. The moment she heard that question, the goddess of luck immediately became suspicious, wondering if Shin Sang-hyun was thinking about replacing her with another constellation. Seeing her reaction, he quickly clarified that he had no intention of doing that. Shin Sang-hyun calmly explained that the late exemplary student was someone important to him. He simply wanted to know whether that constellation was doing well. Apparently pleased by his answer, the goddess of luck declared that she was feeling generous today and agreed to help gather information regarding the constellation he was searching for. With that matter settled, Shin Sang-hyun decided it was finally time to eat. Using his ability, he transformed the artifacts into an extravagant feast laid out right in front of him. The sight nearly made him drool instantly. Every single item had turned into one of his 5 favorite dishes, filling the area with rich aromas that made him grin in pure excitement. Even though the equipment had all been used items, Shin Sang-hyun quickly realized the artifacts were far more useful than expected. As he continued devouring them, he couldn't help wondering just how powerful he would become once he consumed everything. Back in the present, Shin Sang-hyun quietly concluded that although he had definitely become stronger, the overall effects granted by the artifacts still felt a little underwhelming compared to what he hoped for. On the opposite side, Cho Young-chol's anger finally exploded completely. Furious and humiliated, he decided to stop holding back and unleash everything he had. Watching the duel from a distance, Kim Mi-seo began growing visibly worried for Shin Sang-hyun. Unlike her, however, Shin Tae-ri remained completely calm, fully convinced that he would avoid the incoming attack without any issue. Instead of retreating, Shin Sang-hyun suddenly charged straight toward his opponent. As he rushed forward, he casually reminded Choi Young-chol not to forget the 500 million he owed him, along with the watch they had wagered. From outside the arena, Cho Seung-ho frowned as he watched the exchange unfold. To him, it looked like Shin Sang-hyun had walked directly into a carefully prepared trap. Right in the middle of his attack, Shin Sang-hyun abruptly stopped moving altogether. Seeing him freeze in place, Choi Young-chol instantly declared that victory already belonged to him. A thick layer of ice rapidly spread around Shin Sang-hyun's feet, locking him in place. For a brief moment, he truly couldn't move at all. Even Shin Tae-ri looked surprised after seeing that happen. She honestly hadn't expected Shin Sang-hyun to get caught so easily. But the friend standing beside her quietly shook her head and said things weren't quite that simple. The Shin Sang-hyun she knew would never struggle with something like this for long. According to her, there was a very good reason she had tried recruiting him into her guild in the first place. Sure enough, only moments later, cracks spread through the ice before Shin Sang-hyun effortlessly shattered the trap and freed himself. Even Choi Young-chol was completely caught off guard by what he had just witnessed. He simply couldn't believe that a rookie hunter could remove negative status effects so easily. But before he could even process what was happening, Shin Sang-hyun suddenly appeared above him and launched an attack that caught him completely defenseless. Looking down at his stunned opponent, Shin Sang-hyun coldly remarked that the only reason Choi Young-chol was still alive was because this match had merely been a training duel. Otherwise, Shin Sang-hyun said Choi Young-chol wouldn't even still be breathing right now. With those words, the duel officially came to an end, and every single one of Choi Young-chol's followers was forced to watch his humiliating defeat unfold live before their eyes. Watching the live stream from afar, Cho Seung-ho narrowed his eyes at the screen. There was something strangely unusual about this rookie's aura, and he found himself wondering exactly who Shin Sang-hyun really was. Nearby, Shin Tae-ri continued observing Shin Sang-hyun carefully. Before long, she realized that he possessed some kind of awakening-related ability. He couldn't identify the exact nature of the skill yet, but after noticing the dark tint spreading through his eyes, she guessed it was probably some form of psychedelic ability. Abilities like that placed extreme fatigue on anyone who received damage while using them. That alone meant Shin Sang-hyun must have absolute confidence in his own movements if he was fighting as though he never intended to get hit even once. Still confused, Kim Mi-seo pointed out that Shin Sang-hyun hadn't used any ability like that the last time they were together. Hearing that, Shin Tae-ri calmly explained that there were only two possible explanations. Either Shin Sang-hyun simply had no reason to reveal the ability back then, or he possessed an unbelievable talent that allowed him to acquire entirely new abilities within an extremely short period of time. Far away at the appraiser's workplace, the appraiser suddenly realized there was something important she had overlooked during her earlier evaluation. One of the artifacts Shin Sang-hyun purchased apparently possessed a hidden ability, and she immediately realized he really should have tested the item properly before bringing it into an actual fight. After identifying the hidden effect as a psychedelic-type ability, she also discovered that its activation rate was incredibly low. Under normal circumstances, someone would need absurd luck to trigger it successfully. What she didn't know, however, was that Shin Sang-hyun practically overflowed with luck already, thanks to the contract he had formed with the Constellation that governed that exact attribute. Meanwhile, Shin Sang-hyun looked down at his defeated opponent and casually asked whether Cho Young-chul intended to honor his side of the bet now that the duel was over. Still burning with rage, Cho Young-chul convinces himself that the only reason he lost was because he let his guard down. In his mind, he had simply been too careless, assuming his opponent was just some arrogant rookie trying to show off. Refusing to accept the outcome, he grits his teeth and swears that he won't let it end like this. If he's going to continue, then from this moment on, he decides he has no choice but to fight seriously. Thinking quickly, Cho Young-chul plans to disengage first and retreat to rebuild his strategy from scratch. If he had known from the beginning who he was really dealing with, he never would have agreed to step into this duel at all. His anger shifts targets as he suddenly blames the friend who gave him misleading information about Shin Sang-hyun. Already while backing away, he starts imagining exactly how he will deal with that friend once this battle is over. Before he can fully regain his distance, Shin Sang-hyun presses forward without hesitation, striking again and cutting off his thoughts. Cold and focused, he warns his opponent not to give himself the luxury of getting distracted in the middle of a fight. Shin Sang-hyun's voice remains calm as he continues advancing, saying that if Cho Young-chul still isn't satisfied, he can gladly give him an even deeper taste of his power. After all, in this training duel setting, neither of them will be taken out by a fatal blow, so he can repeat it as many times as necessary. Now completely cornered and shaken, Cho Young-chul's arrogance collapses. He desperately begs Shin Sang-hyun to stop, insisting that he accepts the defeat and will pay everything they agreed on without hesitation. But Shin Sang-hyun doesn't lower his weapon. Instead, he coldly replies that the duel itself ended a long time ago. What's happening now isn't about the agreement anymore. It's simply his turn to settle things personally. Confused and panicking, Cho Young-chul tries to understand what he even did wrong. Shin Sang-hyun's answer is blunt and merciless. Everything happening now is entirely his own fault. The scene suddenly shifts 3 days back. When Shin Sang-hyun visited the dealership where his car had been sent for maintenance, the atmosphere far calmer than the battlefield moments ago. There, the person in charge informs him that the vehicle has been repaired for now, but warns him with a serious tone that it won't last much longer. If he keeps using it, he'll need to replace it very soon. Shin Sang-hyun clearly wasn't prepared for that answer. The mechanic goes on to explain that the car is simply too old, constantly breaking down, and no matter how much sentiment is attached to it, it's reached its limit and should be replaced. Hearing those words, Shin Sang-hyun unexpectedly falls silent for a moment, visibly affected. Despite everything, he realizes just how attached he has become to that old car. Back in the present moment, that memory sharpens his expression as he looks directly at Cho Young-chul and says coldly that he should never have laid a hand on his car. Terrified now, Cho Young-chul desperately begs for forgiveness, insisting he meant no real harm. But even as he pleads, the punishment doesn't stop. He is still being overwhelmed by a relentless and brutal beating. Around them, the entire crowd falls into stunned silence, while online viewers watch in shock as a once-proud fighter is reduced to a crying, broken figure being overwhelmed in real time for all to see. Seeing his friend being completely crushed, Cho Seung-ho begins to panic, his confidence from earlier completely disappearing. At that moment, none of the audience's reactions matter to him anymore. All he can think about is escaping the situation as quickly as possible and getting away from this disaster. Just as he tries to slip away, someone suddenly steps in and blocks his path. The guild manager appears, calmly stating that both he and his friend have caused a serious incident. Meanwhile, Moon Baekhyun observes the situation with clear interest, finding the entire development far more intriguing than expected. Especially after seeing how effortlessly Cho Young-chul was defeated by a newcomer, Moon Baekhyun can't help but admit that this situation is far more unusual than he anticipated. Turning his attention toward Shin Sang-hyun, the manager introduces himself and explains that he has come to resolve the matter peacefully, offering compensation for any damage caused by his side. Instead of immediately responding, Shin Sang-hyun simply looks at him and asks one direct question: who exactly is he talking to? That blunt response catches Moon Baekhyun off guard. He clearly didn't expect such open arrogance from someone who had just displayed that level of power. While observing more carefully, Moon Baekhyun notices something unusual. Shin Sang-hyun exudes overwhelming confidence, Yet his actual skill level doesn't seem to fully match it, making him suspect there is something hidden beneath the surface. Still maintaining his composure, Moon Baekhyun formally introduces himself as the manager of the Utopia Guild, then states that he would like to propose a proper settlement. He explains that the guild will take responsibility for all damages caused by his members and ensure everything is handled properly. To maintain a good relationship going forward, he promises to resolve the matter in the most appropriate way possible. Without hesitation, Shin Sang-hyun responds with a single number. 2 billion should cover everything. Even the composed manager is visibly taken aback by the amount, though he quickly understands why such compensation is being demanded in this situation. After a brief pause, he calmly asks whether Shin Sang-hyun would be open to receiving the payment in installments. Sometime later, Shin Sang-hyun returns home, only to find his entrance completely surrounded by reporters who swarm the area, blocking his way inside. After slipping past a few uncomfortable and intrusive questions, he chooses not to engage further and instead focuses his attention on what he considers more important matters. Shin Sang-hyun shifts his thoughts toward the upcoming raid, mentally preparing himself for what is about to come. He has been extremely busy lately, so much so that he was forced to leave most of his preparation until the very last moment. Even so, he reassures himself that with the progress he has made recently, he should still be able to handle the situation. Checking his status, he notices that his overall abilities have increased significantly, and he becomes eager to test just how far those improvements will take him in real combat. However, a trace of concern still lingers. He remembers the fight against the wolf and realizes there were moments where he couldn't respond as smoothly as he wanted. Compared to his previous life, his available techniques still feel limited. If his recent opponents had been even slightly stronger, the outcome could have easily turned against him. With that realization, Shin Sang-hyun steels himself and decides once again that he must grow stronger, strong enough to never repeat the failures of his past. On top of that, his thoughts drift toward the second invasion set to occur in 2040. The idea of it happening again fills him with determination to prevent it at any cost. In order to change that future, he knows he'll have to surpass his limits, just like the knight who once saved him when he was still a child. At that moment, his phone suddenly rings, cutting through his thoughts. On the other end, reporter Park Young-min asks if Shin Sang-hyun still plans to attend the scheduled interview, reminding him of the appointment. Only then does Shin Sang-hyun realize he had completely forgotten about it. He quickly calculates the timing in his head. The raid begins at 7, while the interview is set for 2 in the afternoon. With only 15 minutes left to spare, he understands that if he wants to make it on time, he has no choice but to run. As he steps outside, reporters immediately try to swarm him again. But this time a dark, intimidating aura spills from him as he orders them to move out of his way. Not long after, reporter Park Young-min spots Shin Sang-hyun arriving, but immediately senses that something about him feels different from before. He quickly notices a change in Shin Sang-hyun's appearance, and asks whether he had just come out of a dungeon before arriving. Shin Sang-hyun calmly replies that he hasn't, then offers a brief apology for being late. The interview begins with a sense of anticipation. Park Jung-min leans forward, his recorder poised, and says he's eager to hear Shin Sang-hyun's side of recent events. After all, the young adventurer has suddenly become the center of attention, drawing the eyes of the entire adventuring world. He points out that in the new ranking system, levels and experience aren't the full measure of a player's worth. Still, Shin Sang-hyun's explosive debut has caught everyone off guard, earning him praise from all corners. Curiosity brimming, Park Young-min asks if Shin Sang-hyun is aware that multiple guilds have been trying to recruit him. Shin Sang-hyun replies casually, admitting he's received a handful of invitations recently, but guesses that what everyone really wants to know is about the Eden Guild. Journalist presses further, inquiring whether any of those invitations came from foreign guilds. Park Jung-min reveals that 5 foreign guilds have officially requested identity verification through the Korean Adventurers Association, a sign of the attention Shin Sang-hyun's skills have sparked beyond the country. Most of these guilds have a reputation for scouting new talent, but the young adventurer's recent exploits clearly left an impression. Shin Sang-hyun, hearing this, realizes just how much attention he's attracting, far more than he'd anticipated. After the interview concludes, he walks through the bustling streets, the city lights flickering across his thoughtful face as he contemplates everything he's just learned. He can't help but compare this to his past life, when he had to grind endlessly for recognition that never came. Now, even international guilds are knocking at his door, chasing after the very name he's made for himself. Lost in thought, he bumps into Kim Mi-seo, who reminds him that they still have time before the portal appears. Yet he immediately notices she isn't alone, and in that moment, he knows exactly who the other girl standing beside her is. Kim Mi-seo explains that her friend was eager to meet him, insisting she had to bring her along. With a bright smile, she formally introduces Shin Tae-ri, who's practically glowing with excitement at finally meeting Shin Sang-hyun. For his part, Shin Sang-hyun thinks there's no way he wouldn't recognize her. Shin Tae-ri is a household name among adventurers, known even internationally, and her influence is largely why the Eden Guild enjoys its current prestige. Feeling a mix of luck and nervous anticipation, Shin Sang-hyun is surprised when Shin Tae-ri makes a request. She wants to challenge him to a training duel. Kim Mi-seo quickly scolds her friend, warning her not to throw a challenge at someone she just met. Shin Tae-ri shrugs off the admonition, insisting she needs to gauge whether Shin Sang-hyun is worthy of joining her guild. Kim Mi-seo apologizes on her friend's behalf, explaining that Shin Tae-ri has this habit of challenging people purely for fun. To everyone's surprise, Shin Sang-hyun smiles and says he doesn't mind engaging in a duel. He adds that if they're ready, they can settle things right here and now. He emphasizes that it's rare for one of the country's top players to give a newcomer such an opportunity, and he's happy to rise to the occasion. Shin Tae-ri, assessing him briefly, acknowledges that her friend has a sharp eye for talent, and she announces she's ready to begin. Shin Sang-hyun knows she's far stronger than him, but he's determined not to let this chance slip away. He recognizes that even a training match against someone like her will be anything but easy. Nevertheless, he decides to commit fully from the very start, refusing to hold anything back. Meanwhile, Kim Mi-seo is utterly unprepared for the turn of events, flustered and wondering how things escalated so quickly. Shin Tae-ri warns him she's going to strike first. In an instant, she activates her incredible speed, darting forward so swiftly that Shin Sang-hyun is momentarily disoriented. He realizes that with an opponent like her, even the slightest lapse could be fatal, and he steels himself to react without hesitation. Shin Tae-ri grins, clearly enjoying the thrill of the duel, while Shin Sang-hyun focuses on dodging and countering with everything he has. She compliments his movements, adding that she still has a few tricks to unleash and won't stop until she lands a hit. Shin Sang-hyun quickly realizes that her speed and power surpass his own, and he begins to shut his eyes, relying on his other senses to anticipate her next move, just as he had in his previous life. Seeing this, Kim Mi-seo exclaims in disbelief, calling him crazy for closing his eyes mid-fight. Though she doesn't understand, Shin Sang-hyun is fully aware of what he's doing. The moment Shin Tae-ri attacks, he successfully defends, moving with precision and focus that catches her attention. Shin Tae-ri notes that most swordsmen couldn't execute such a maneuver, impressed by the skill and experience evident in his reactions. She remarks that it feels like she's dueling against a seasoned veteran, not a newcomer. Shin Sang-hyun then encourages her not to hold back, asking her to unleash her full power in the next attack. Shin Tae-ri pauses, confused by his request. He clarifies that it's not arrogance driving him, but a desire to witness the true strength of a high-level player. Acknowledging that opportunities like this are rare, he insists she doesn't go easy on him. Kim Mi-seo pleads with her friend not to push him too hard. Shin Tae-ri responds that while she won't give everything she has, she can at least demonstrate her top speed. Shin Sang-hyun nods, saying, "That's more than enough." As she prepares, he knows there's no room for error. One mistake could cost him dearly. Shin Tae-ri launches herself forward at full throttle, and the force of her strike shatters every window in the surrounding area. Shin Sang-hyun swings his sword, attempting to intercept, but she vanishes into an illusion, reappearing behind him with uncanny speed. Before he can react, she lands a solid hit, leaving him momentarily stunned. The duel has begun in earnest, each strike echoing through the streets, leaving no doubt that both players are pushing their limits. Shin Tae-ri's hit lands cleanly, and the young adventurer knows that this match is going to test him like never before. After taking the full force of the strike, Shin Tae-ri looks at him with concern and quickly asks if he's really okay. The protagonist steadies himself and tells her that he's fine, even after absorbing the hit. Still, he can't hide his surprise that Shin Tae-ri actually used her ability on him. Nearby, Shin Sang-hyun grimaces and complains that his head is pounding, while Shin Tae-ri, clearly feeling guilty, apologizes for turning her ability against him. The protagonist brushes it off and says he's all right, then sincerely thanks her for taking the fight seriously and not holding anything back. Shin Tae-ri then softens her tone and says that next time, rather than crossing blades or testing powers, she'd rather simply sit down and talk with him, an invitation Shin Sang-hyun doesn't even think about refusing. Just then, Kim Mi-seo cuts into the moment, warning everyone that the raid is about to begin. She adds that Tae-ri's friend should write up a complete report about everything that happened today, because Shin Tae-ri herself may not fully understand just how dangerous her actions really were. Shin Tae-ri apologizes again, and before she leaves, she turns back towards Shin Sang-hyun and asks him to call her once the raid is finished. As for the protagonist, he quietly reflects that, whether he wants to admit it or not, this was the first fight he has lost since returning. Even though the clash happened without warning, it leaves him with a clear new wall to climb. From that moment on, he knows he won't stop pushing forward until the day he finally surpasses Shin Tae-ri. Sometime later, the group arrives at Chunhui Station. Standing before the portal, Kim Mi-seo takes the lead and begins introducing the members of the raid team. The two other members greet Shin Sang-hyun warmly, saying they're glad to finally meet him, and he answers politely that it's an honor to fight beside players with so much experience. The young man steps forward first and introduces himself as Park Tae-suk, a mage who specializes in the ignition ability. Hearing that, Shin Sang-hyun notes that ignition is essentially pyromancy, the same type of ability used by Choi Young-chol, the opponent he defeated before. But Park Tae-suk explains that he's different from other users. He says he has spent his entire life calling forth flames, and because of that, he confidently claims his fire burns stronger than anyone else's. Even with that confidence, he admits that he is still only at stage C of the blue flame, which means he believes there is still plenty of room left for him to grow. The protagonist studies him for a moment and thinks that Park Tae-suk seems genuinely powerful, especially because he made the smart choice to focus on one single ability and sharpen it into a specialty. After all, the reason Choi lost was because he never fully mastered one specific power. Instead, he scattered his energy across several weaker abilities and ended up lacking true strength in any of them. Next, Kim Mi-seo turns to the girl beside them and explains that she's a little shy, introducing her as Kang Joo-hee, a spatial grip and a mage who specializes in spatial connection abilities. Kang Joo-hee glances at her teammate and says that since he already showed off his powers, she supposes it's only fair for her to demonstrate hers as well. Kim Mi-seo immediately stops her, asking her not to use it so casually because that ability can be dangerous. At that instant, the protagonist senses an unbelievably dense surge of power and realizes that this is far beyond what an ordinary spatial grip should ever be capable of. He quickly understands the nature of her ability. Kang Joo-hee can create portals, allowing either herself or another member of the team to pass through them instantly. Even though she still seems timid, Kang Joo-hee explains that this is what she can do, and she shyly hopes her power will be useful during the raid. The protagonist is certain she'll be more than just useful. In his mind, Kang Joo-hee is the missing final piece that makes this team's combination nearly perfect. Shin Sang-hyun can handle close-range combat, Kim Mi-seo can strike from a distance, Park Tae-suk can cover the openings between them, and Kang Joo-hee can create escape routes whenever the situation turns dangerous. To him, the only thing this lineup lacks is a healer, which would make it completely ideal. On top of that, he notices how naturally the three of them move around one another, and it becomes obvious this isn't their first time working as a team. For Shin Sang-hyun, that kind of connection is not just convenient. It is one of the most important factors that determines whether a team survives. He has believed that ever since his past life, but as his thoughts drift, Kim Mi-seo brings him back to the present by asking what he's thinking about. She looks at him with concern and says she hopes he wasn't hurt too badly during the fight with her friend. The protagonist tells her that he only got lost in thought for a moment, then straightens himself and says he's ready to keep moving. As the group steps inside, they are immediately met by an unfamiliar world buried in ice and freezing air. Shin Sang-hyun takes a moment to thank Park Tae-suk, admitting that without his heat buff protecting them, everyone would have been frozen solid by now. Kim Mi-seo looks around at the icy surroundings and remarks that the weather here was nothing like this the last time she came. Then her eyes shift toward Shin Sang-hyun's weapons, and she notices that he has something besides his longsword. Curious, she asks why he's only now appearing with that shorter blade. The protagonist answers that he had a feeling he might need a smaller sword, especially if the battle required faster movement and more flexibility. But inwardly, he knows the real reason he never used that short sword before is much simpler. He just didn't have it until now. A short while later, the team encounters their first enemy, and Kim Mi-seo quickly begins organizing everyone into formation for battle. Kang Joo-hee immediately activates her ability, opening one of her portals in preparation for the attack. The giant Cyclops swings toward Kim Mi-seo, trying to crush her, but its attack slams uselessly into the ground because both Kim Mi-seo and Shin Sang-hyun have already passed through the portal and appeared above the monster. From there, the protagonist tells his teammate to cover his back while he drives forward straight toward the Cyclops. The monster is completely thrown off by the sudden attack, unable to react properly to the ambush from above. High overhead, Kim Mi-seo calls out for a coordinated strike, and Park Tae-suk immediately understands what she's aiming for. Kim Mi-seo releases an arrow with perfect timing, and the shot blinds the Cyclops, robbing the massive creature of its vision. That single opening gives Shin Sang-hyun exactly the chance he needs to bring his own attack down cleanly. After landing his strike, he immediately calls out to Joo-hee and tells her to move. From a safe distance, Kang Joo-hee opens another portal, but the monster tries to beat them to the next move and swings violently at the protagonist. Once again, the Cyclops' attack crashes into nothing but the ground, missing its target completely. In the next instant, Shin Sang-hyun reappears behind the monster, positioned high above it with a clear view of its exposed body below. The rest of the team prepares to follow up, but the protagonist moves first, faster than anyone can react, and finishes the Cyclops with one decisive final blow. The team stands frozen, eyes wide, barely able to comprehend the sheer force they just witnessed. Their jaws almost drop as they murmur to each other, questioning exactly what kind of overwhelming power just surged before them. None of them expected that a single strike could be enough to crush the enemy so effortlessly, leaving them shaken and unsure how to react. Kim Mi-seo breaks the silence, her voice tinged with guilt. She admits it's her fault for not warning the others about just how dangerous Shin Sang-hyun truly is. She goes on, confessing that she had the same stunned reaction the very first time she saw him in combat, and that what they just witnessed barely scratches the surface of his true abilities. Meanwhile, Shin Sang-hyun, quietly observing his companions, thinks to himself that even though it's his first time fighting alongside these adventurers, their coordination and instincts are impressively on point. A small smile creeps across his face, a warm sense of trust blooming inside him. He leans slightly forward and asks, with calm determination, if everyone is ready to push onward. Time passes, and the group steadily takes down one cyclops after another, each victory building their confidence and rhythm. Park Tae-suk can barely contain his excitement, practically bouncing with energy as he proclaims that Shin Sang-hyun is the finest swordsman he's ever had fighting by his side. Shin Sang-hyun nods appreciatively, offering a modest smile as he thanks Tae-suk, quietly pleased that he can contribute so effectively to the team. Tae-suk gestures animatedly toward the others, pointing out that Tae-suk hardly ever gets a chance to engage in real combat, which explains his over-the-top excitement. Shin Sang-hyun considers it for a moment, realizing that most mages, without a dependable swordsman nearby, have no choice but to hang back and play it safe. Yet the endless praise starts to weigh on him, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. And it's not just Tae-suk who is offering compliments. Kim Mi-seo chimes in, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she compliments his skill. She confesses that though she should be accustomed to watching him in action by now, Shin Sang-hyun always manages to surprise her, defying every expectation. Flashback unfurls. Earlier, Mi-seo and Tae-suk were locked in a fierce battle against ogres when a larger, more menacing group of enemies suddenly closed in around them. Trapped and outnumbered, a tight knot of panic forms in their chests as they feel utterly cornered with no way to escape. And with quiet confidence, Shin Sang-hyun instructs his ally to open a portal right in front of their enemies, turning the battlefield into a stage for a daring maneuver. Mi-seo's eyes widen in alarm as she warns him not to. This particular demonic ogre is far stronger than the others, she insists. Even so, the instant she realizes there's no stopping him, Mi-seo swallows her fear and decides to place her trust fully in Shin Sang-hyun's instincts. Ju-hee swings the portal open directly before the ogres, and without hesitation, Shin Sang-hyun rockets forward at full speed, slicing through the air like lightning. With a single, decisive strike, he cuts through the monstrous foe, leaving his teammates utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape at the sheer audacity and precision of his attack. After all, victories like this don't come easily. Not just anyone could fell an enemy with such seamless efficiency. Back in the present, Kim Mi-seo exhales slowly, admitting that she has never seen a skill of that magnitude before. But seeing the team hold its own now gives her a renewed sense of trust. They are capable, after all. Then Ju-hee raises a hand and hushes everyone, her voice low but firm, commanding silence across the group. She announces that they have finally arrived at the location they've been striving to reach, the goal that's guided their every step. From the edge of a towering cliff, their eyes lock onto an enemy stationed below, guarding a critical point with silent vigilance. A massive hellhound, Cerberus, lies seemingly asleep, its massive heads drooping as if unaware of the intruders above. Ju-hee quietly notes that this could be advantageous. Perhaps they can bypass the beast with a carefully placed portal, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Shin Sang-hyun shakes his head, refusing the idea. He doesn't want to let the chance to take down such a formidable foe slip by for someone else to claim. His gaze hardens, determined. He wants this fight to face the monster head-on himself. Kim Mi-seo cautions that they should weigh all options before acting. Though she can see the unmistakable glint in Shin Sang-hyun's eyes, he is eager for battle. A flicker of worry crosses her face as she asks if he has a plan, hoping to understand what he intends. Shin Sang-hyun responds calmly that it may be wiser for him to move in alone, his voice steady but laced with urgency. He realizes that there's no time to explain the full strategy to the team. Any delay could jeopardize the mission. The Night Age skill he plans to unleash requires the moon to be fully visible, and even a single cloud drifting across the sky could ruin everything, nullifying the attack entirely. With that in mind, he resolves to act immediately, pressing forward even if his companions are hesitant or unsure. The instant he nears the enemy, the Cerberus stirs, revealing that it had only been feigning slumber, its eyes glinting with sudden alertness. Yet Shin Sang-hyun remains completely unfazed. He had anticipated this all along, mentally prepared for the beast's reaction. Meanwhile, Kim Mi-seo feels panic rising in her chest, but Ju-hee notices something odd. The Cerberus doesn't seem aggressive, despite its imposing size and power. The memory clicks into place for Mi-seo. She recalls that during her first encounter here, the enemy had been relentlessly ferocious. But now, before Shin Sang-hyun, the monstrous creature is cautious, almost deferential in its movements. Confusion clouds her expression. She cannot fathom why the Cerberus is holding back. Then realization strikes. This isn't hesitation. The beast isn't trying to attack at all. It is yielding, submitting to Shin Sang-hyun's authority, acknowledging a power far greater than its own. The Cerberus bows, a silent gesture of recognition and obedience, its fierce presence now tempered by respect. For Shin Sang-hyun, the encounter unfolds more smoothly than he had anticipated, almost startlingly so. Still, he cannot fully shake a twinge of guilt as he strikes down the enemy, conflicted at having to harm a creature that shows such unwavering loyalty. But any remorse fades when he receives a new healing skill, the promise of support strengthening his resolve and sharpening his focus. Moments later, the rest of the team catches up, their faces a mix of relief and curiosity at what has just transpired. Shin Sang-hyun's heart races as he realizes they've arrived faster than he expected, panic flickering in his chest. This mission is far from over, and timing has never been more crucial. Shin Sang-hyun suddenly remembers one very important problem. He has never told anyone the truth about his real ability, and he definitely didn't expect that secret to become an issue this quickly. As if that weren't enough, another worry starts crawling into his mind. He wonders if Kim Mi-seo might insist that the artifact dropped by the monster belongs to the team, but instead of doing what he feared, Kim Mi-seo calmly tells Shin Sang-hyun that he can keep it, since he was the one who defeated the monster all by himself. Relieved by her response, Shin Sang-hyun thanks her sincerely. Still, he lowers his voice and asks her not to bring up the artifact in front of the others. Kim Mi-seo answers without hesitation, saying there's no real need to hide it from them that way, because everyone else on the team would probably see the situation exactly the same as she does. Hearing that, Shin Sang-hyun quietly thinks to himself that he barely slipped through that situation without trouble. From now on, though, he realizes he'll have to be much more cautious whenever he collects monster drops. Just then, the team leader speaks up and says that she and the others will move ahead first, giving Shin Sang-hyun a little time on his own to get ready. After all, she has already noticed a pattern. Every time Shin Sang-hyun gets his hands on an artifact, he does something unusual with it, and she clearly doesn't want the rest of the group to discover that. Shin Sang-hyun freezes for a moment, completely caught off guard by how casually she says it. Mi-seo then admits that she has known about it for quite some time. In fact, according to her, she already figured something was strange back when they completed their very first mission together. At that time, just as she was about to leave, she found herself wondering why Shin Sang-hyun wanted to remain inside the area alone, and that small moment of curiosity was exactly what led her to uncover what she believed was his secret. The moment Shin Sang-hyun hears this, pressure tightens around him. He feels backed into a corner, unsure what kind of answer he should give. But then Kim Mi-seo explains what she thinks the truth is. In her eyes, Shin Sang-hyun is an adventurer who performs rituals. She adds that adventurers like that do appear every now and then, so there's no reason for him to panic. As far as she is concerned, whatever ritual he performs will stay safely between them. After saying that, Kim Mi-seo turns toward the rest of the team and asks them to give Shin Sang-hyun some space and privacy. Only then does Shin Sang-hyun realize what actually happened. There has been a huge misunderstanding, but thankfully, the real truth behind his ability still hasn't been exposed. For the moment, he decides there is no point dragging things out. It would be better to devour the artifact quickly, finish what he needs to do, and then rejoin the others. Sometime later, once everything is settled, the team resumes their journey and continues moving deeper through the dungeon. At Shin Sang-hyun's request, Joo-hee steps forward and opens another portal for the group. Mi-seo thanks Joo-hee for putting in the effort, and Shin Sang-hyun also gives her his thanks with genuine appreciation. He makes it clear that her portal ability was not just helpful, but absolutely essential to making his plan work. Hearing that, Joo-hee looks uncertain and asks whether this plan is really going to succeed. She still can't understand why gathering all the defeated monsters into one place would somehow make the dungeon boss appear. Shin Sang-hyun explains that the boss of this dungeon is driven by hunger more than anything else. If it senses an easy meal waiting for it, there's no way it will ignore the chance to come and claim it. Joo-hee still looks puzzled, her brows drawing together as she asks how he could possibly know something like that. Rather than answer directly, Shin Sang-hyun avoids the question and simply turns to the mage, asking them to set the piled-up bodies ablaze. Once the fire is lit, the group pulls back and hides near the burning pile, watching the flames and waiting for their trap to draw in the boss. Park Tae-suk eventually mutters that 20 minutes have already passed, yet nothing has happened. The waiting only makes the silence feel heavier. Right after those words leave his mouth, Shin Sang-hyun notices movement in the distance and announces that the dungeon boss has finally appeared. Now that the enemy has taken the bait, everyone needs to steady themselves and prepare for the ambush. The final boss of the dungeon reveals itself as an enormous cold brown bear, a massive beast drawn in by the scent of fresh meat and hunger. As Kim Mi-seo studies the situation, she can't deny that Shin Sang-hyun has been the main reason this mission has gone smoothly so far. Even so, looking at the monster before them, she begins to worry that this may be beyond what even he can handle. In her mind, no matter how powerful an adventurer is, everyone has limits. And situations this dangerous have ended the careers of more than a few skilled fighters. A few minutes earlier, before the boss appeared, the whole team had gathered together to go over the plan. Shin Sang-hyun told them that he would act as bait, claiming that this was the quickest and safest method for the group to clear the raid. He explained that most giant monsters share one dangerous trait. Once their health drops below a certain point, they enter a state known as gluttony. When a monster falls into that state, it becomes stronger, more violent, and far harder to control, devouring almost anything it can get near. That was the reason Shin Sang-hyun had the ogre corpses gathered together in one spot, turning them into bait for the boss. But the monster's meal wasn't just a pile of dead ogres. Shin Sang-hyun had secretly added something extra to make the trap more effective. While the mage stacked up the bodies, the others went around collecting juniper wood, a material known to work as a powerful sedative. Park Tae-suk reasoned that the biggest obstacle would be damaging the monster enough to force it into that gluttony state in the first place. Shin Sang-hyun assured them that he would create the perfect opening for everyone to attack, then asked the group to trust him and follow his lead. Back in the present, however, Shin Sang-hyun is beginning to regret that confidence. The plan that sounded solid a few minutes ago suddenly feels much less reliable. He is already dangerously close to being wiped out, while the monster in front of him doesn't seem tired at all, not even slightly. At first, he truly believed he could control the situation. But now, with every passing second, he is forced to admit that his judgment may have been wrong. What makes it worse is that he still can't understand why this enemy is so overwhelmingly stronger than him. Shin Sang-hyun starts to feel the very real possibility that he might die if this continues. So instead of trying to block the attacks head-on, he decides that dodging is his best chance of survival. But even that choice doesn't work the way he hoped. The enemy's reflexes are shockingly fast, and each sudden movement makes Shin Sang-hyun realize that rushing in like this may have been a terrible mistake. Before the situation can collapse completely, his teammates move in to support him. Kim Mi-seo fires her arrows straight at the enemy, forcing it to react and creating the brief opening Shin Sang-hyun desperately needs. Seeing that narrow chance appear, Shin Sang-hyun understands exactly what just happened. He admits that the only reason he is still alive right now is because Kim Mi-seo saved him. Shin Sang-hyun steels himself, determination flaring in his eyes, and charges headlong at the massive bear. The ground trembles beneath his feet as he closes the distance, every step brimming with purpose and raw energy. With a perfectly timed strike, he lands a hit that doesn't just wound the beast, it momentarily freezes it in place. The bear staggers, its powerful limbs locked as if stunned, giving Shin Sang-hyun the split-second advantage he's been waiting for. Recognizing this brief opening, he surges forward with everything he has, pouring every ounce of strength and focus into his next attack, determined to make it count. Yet even in its frozen state, the bear struggles, its massive body shuddering as it fights to maintain balance, showing glimpses of the raw strength it possesses. From a safe distance, Kim Mi-seo calls out, her voice sharp and commanding. It's Park Tae-suk's turn to step up and act. The mage, flame magic crackling along his arms, gathers a towering burst of fire, shouting a quick warning to Shin Sang-hyun to get clear before he unleashes it. Shin Sang-hyun doesn't hesitate. He darts out of the immediate blast zone, giving Tae-suk a clear line to strike the bear with devastating force. The moment Tae-suk's attack lands, the bear shudders violently. The sheer impact shatters its natural armor, sending reverberations through its massive frame that even Shin Sang-hyun can feel. He can't help but admire the raw power behind the strike, a rare moment where even the seasoned swordsman is impressed. Checking his status, Shin Sang-hyun realizes the bear's vitality has finally dropped to the critical point he needed. True to his expectations, the enemy now shifts into its dreaded gluttony state, its eyes wild and movements erratic. The bear rises fully, jaws snapping, claws ready to tear anything in reach, prepared to devour everything in its vicinity with relentless hunger. Shin Sang-hyun freezes momentarily, surprised by the intensity. He had anticipated aggression, but this level of ferocity exceeds his expectations, catching him off guard. From afar, Park Tae-suk squints, observing the transformation. The beast has mutated so drastically that it almost looks like a completely different creature, radiating danger. The team leader, keeping a level head, asks about Kang Joo-hee's progress, her voice steady despite the chaos. Park Tae-suk replies that she's still preparing, carefully handling what looks like a very delicate procedure. Indeed, Joo-hee is conjuring a portal far larger than any she has attempted before, her concentration intense as energy swirls around her. But Tae-suk emphasizes that Joo-hee herself isn't the real worry. The pressing concern is whether Shin Sang-hyun can survive long enough for the portal to fully form and transport the threat. Back in the fray, Shin Sang-hyun's mind races. The plan is slipping, and if this continues, the consequences could be dire. Every second matters, not just his own life, but the safety of his teammates, all hanging by a fragile thread. Resolved, he makes a silent decision to give every ounce of strength he possesses, facing the threat head-on rather than retreating in fear. He braces himself, choosing confrontation over evasion, and lunges forward with full intent. At that precise moment, Joo-hee finishes her preparations. The portal flares to life just as Shin Sang-hyun teeters on the edge of the bear's gaping jaws, poised to strike. With impeccable timing, the portal engulfs the bear, tearing it from the battlefield and hurling it far away in a flash of light. The effort drains Juhi almost completely. She stumbles, nearly collapsing, prompting the team to rush to her side in concern. Shin Sang-hyun takes a deep breath, realizing just how dangerously close he came to death. Had his attack missed, the bear would have torn him apart in an instant, leaving nothing but destruction behind. Yet in the end, relief floods him. The plan succeeded, and remarkably, no one on the team suffered serious harm. The bear, still ravenous, tears through the mountain of ogres it had been drawn to, eager to consume its newly discovered prey. But the meat was laced with poison, and its effects are swift. The beast falters and collapses heavily to the ground, its ferocity finally quelled. Kim Mi-seo approaches Shin Sang-hyun, gratitude shining in her eyes. She thanks him for the clever idea that made all of this possible. With the raid officially over, Shin Sang-hyun receives the hard-earned bonuses and rewards he fought so relentlessly to claim. The team leader commends everyone for their efforts, making sure to include Juhi's remarkable contribution to the operation. Juhi, catching her breath, remarks that the plan not only succeeded, but also taught her the limits of her own abilities. Shin Sang-hyun expresses his gratitude, thanking her for trusting and executing the last-minute strategy. He hopes their paths cross again for future missions. As he reflects quietly, Shin Sang-hyun realizes that without a capable team, this could very well have been his final mission. In his past life, raids through unknown portals rarely ended without disaster, often leaving nothing but death in their wake. Even when the rewards were great, most teams had an overwhelming advantage, experienced members who survived 90% of the time. But he and his companions were always in that unlucky 10%, constantly facing missions where the odds were stacked against them. He narrowly escaped the same fate countless times, and over the years he became accustomed to saying final goodbyes to teammates who didn't make it back. Still, as much as gaining strength matters, Shin Sang-hyun resolves to do things differently this time. He refuses to sit by and watch another teammate fall victim to the dangers they face, determined to protect them at all costs. Before leaving the battlefield, he turns his attention to the rewards, eager to see what the raid has yielded. A special bonus for defeating the bear materializes, and one by one, each team member steps forward to claim their share. Shin Sang-hyun raises his hand, ready to take his portion, but the goddess of luck intervenes, insisting that he watch closely as she unveils the true power behind her blessings. He makes a silent choice to trust his constellation, hoping that the goddess of luck will enhance his reward beyond expectation. The instant he accesses the treasure, Shin Sang-hyun is presented with a list of unique artifacts, each more extraordinary than the last, and he's asked to make a selection. Never having encountered such powerful items before, his heart races with excitement at the prospect of claiming one of these invaluable rewards. On top of that, thanks to the favor of the goddess of luck, a hidden effect exclusive to unique rank artifacts is revealed, adding another layer of allure to the already impressive bounty. Shin Sang-hyun suddenly remembers that this hidden effect was one of the conditions stipulated in his contract with the goddess of luck, a detail he had nearly forgotten in the heat of the raid. With that condition in mind, the goddess of luck clearly expects Shin Sang-hyun to show some proper gratitude for all the effort she has put into helping him. Shin Sang-hyun glances around and notices that his teammates are busy with their own rewards and conversations. So he decides this is probably the perfect moment to quietly choose his artifact. He doesn't have to hesitate for long, because one specific item has already been sitting in his mind from the very beginning. So without wasting any more time, Shin Sang-hyun reaches his decision and selects the Great Spirit Sword of Battle. The reason Shin Sang-hyun chooses that sword is simple. He already knows what kind of unique attributes it carries, but the instant he takes hold of it, the weapon slips from his grasp and crashes heavily to the ground. Shin Sang-hyun stares down at the fallen sword in confusion, wondering why in the world the weapon feels so unbelievably heavy. Seeing him pause, Kim Mi-seo walks over and asks if something is wrong. Shin Sang-hyun quickly keeps his expression calm and brushes it off, telling her that it's nothing. To steer the conversation away from himself, he casually changes the subject and mentions that every member of the team seems to have received an impressive artifact of their own. The group's leader responds by saying they only earned such good results because Shin Sang-hyun carried them through so much of the raid. Because of that, they want to repay him properly. After discussing it among themselves, she explains that the team has decided to hand over the dungeon boss's magic stone to him. Shin Sang-hyun immediately says they don't have to go that far, but Juhi firmly pushes back, explaining that everyone agreed because they all know they might not have survived without him. Hearing their sincerity, Shin Sang-hyun finally accepts their decision and thanks his teammates for being so generous with him. As he calculates everything in his head, he realizes that if he adds together all the rewards he has earned, plus the boss's magic stone, the total resale value should come out to roughly 150 million. Just thinking about that amount makes him laugh on the inside, even if he keeps his face from showing how thrilled he really is. Either way, with the raid finally behind them, the group steps out through the portal and returns from the dungeon. Once they are outside, Kim Mi-seo invites Shin Sang-hyun to join them for a celebration, but he decides it would be better to leave that for another time. Miseo accepts his answer easily, saying that they will definitely see each other again anyway, so there is no need to force it today. Before they part ways, however, she asks if it would be all right for her to call him whenever she needs to reach him. Shin Sang-hyun honestly wants to refuse, but he knows turning her down outright would not be the best move, so he agrees to stay in contact. Kim Mi so brightens with gratitude after hearing his answer, then offers him a warm goodbye before leaving. Shin Sang-hyun is genuinely taken aback by her reaction, because he never expected to see Miso wearing such a bright, open expression on her face. Her response comes out so naturally and suddenly that even the rest of the team seems a little flustered, unsure how to react to her unusual cheerfulness. After leaving the portal with everyone else, Shin Sang-hyun realizes he can't actually take the sword home because of how heavy it is, so he has no choice but to absorb it right there on the spot. Once that problem is handled, he turns his attention inward and decides to check his stats, wanting to see exactly how much he has grown after the raid. His attributes have risen by a solid amount, but instead of spreading the points around, he chooses to invest everything into luck. The moment he does, his critical hit rate climbs all the way to 600%, reaching a level that even surpasses anything he managed to achieve in his past life. Shin Sang-hyun thinks that if this method is producing results this good, then he should continue moving at the same pace. But just as he starts to settle on that thought, something suddenly interrupts his focus. A new group of constellations appears before him, each one arriving as if they have come specifically to speak with him. Among the constellations who reveal themselves are the Lion King, Blackbeard, and the Shadow Huntress. Shin Sang-hyun is surprised, since he never expected another group of constellations to approach him again so soon. Still, he assumes this must also be connected to the goddess of luck, since she is known to be quite popular among them. As he studies them one by one, Shin Sang-hyun thinks that the Lion King and Blackbeard are both fairly famous, since they were real heroes in life before becoming constellations. Even with that knowledge, their powerful and intimidating presence makes him feel uneasy, as if standing in front of them is enough to put pressure on his chest. But the one who shocks him the most is the Shadow Huntress. Out of everyone there, she is the most dangerous, and she is the very last constellation Shin Sang-hyun would ever want to encounter. The Shadow Huntress is known as a bounty hunter, a constellation who hunts down adventurers who break the rules or accidentally receive benefits far beyond what they should have gained. In his past life, Shin Sang-hyun had heard stories about adventurers whose careers were completely destroyed by the Shadow Huntress simply because she judged them as cheaters. Because of that, fear starts to creep into him, and he worries that the same kind of disaster might end up happening to him as well. Shin Sang-hyun understands that forming a contract with a constellation is never something he should treat lightly. And for now, the goddess of luck already feels like more than enough. At the same time, though, he can't help wondering whether it is truly wise to reject such a rare chance when powerful constellations are personally reaching out to him. He knows there are even higher beings above these constellations, the mythic ones, and securing a contract with a mythic constellation is so rare that most adventurers could only dream of it. So Shin Sang-hyun decides to gamble on that possibility. For the time being, he turns down the chance to form a contract with any other constellation. The only one pleased with his decision is the goddess of luck, while the other constellations withdraw in clear anger and frustration. But before the Shadow Huntress disappears, she leaves him with a chilling warning, saying that she will uncover Shin Sang-hyun's secrets. After she is gone, Shin Sang-hyun is left with an uneasy feeling in his chest, but he knows there is nothing he can do about her threat right now. Either way, he decides the best way to keep his mind from dwelling on it is to work. That is when he notices a nearby portal filled with wolves, and even though he has just come out of another portal without enough rest, he refuses to let the opportunity pass. In Shin Sang-hyun's mind, he can't afford to stop moving until the mythic constellations finally begin to take an interest in him. Far away from him, at the Adventurers Association headquarters, the portal analysis team is going through their usual routine when a receptionist suddenly receives a strange and urgent call. The receptionist becomes visibly alarmed by what she hears and quickly alerts the others that a portal has opened at Exit 1 of Bupyeong Station, ordering every available fighter to head there immediately. But the person on the other end of the phone reports something unexpected. There is already an adventurer fighting at the scene. The woman making the call explains that the adventurer in front of her is battling the monsters completely alone. The receptionist immediately tells her to make sure all civilians pull back, because the area is far too dangerous. The woman understands the warning, but after watching the fight unfold in front of her, she says the adventurer doesn't seem to be in any danger at all. 11 years ago, the space between realities was torn open, creating a chaotic rift. Since then, it's been an unpredictable disaster zone, where monstrous creatures spill into the normal world, tearing through everything in their path with merciless force. But what feels uncontrollable and terrifying for most is nothing new for Shin Sang-hyun. Having witnessed these disasters up close before, he already knows the rhythm of the chaos, the exact way to move and how to react without hesitation. 10 minutes earlier, he was already prepared, anticipating this exact moment. Stepping off the subway, he paused, scanning the area with a calm focus that only came from experience. Soon enough, a familiar rift tore open, appearing just as he remembered from the past. For a fleeting moment, that rupture in reality could have spelled disaster. Countless lives had been swallowed by such a rift before, but this time Shin Sang-hyun was ready to prevent history from repeating itself. Growing up in an orphanage, he had no memory of his parents' faces. Life there never left him lonely or depressed, until he lost the few people he did know. That loss reshaped his world entirely. He survived only because someone had once reached out a hand to save him. Now, he wants to be that hand for others, and to do so, he must be the strongest. Then the monsters began to emerge, their eyes gleaming with feral hunger. Ferocious wolves lunged forward, teeth bared, but Shin Sang-hyun activated one of his skills. A surge of power radiated from him, making the beasts hesitate, unsure if they should attack or flee. Seeing the effect, he allowed himself a small smile, but he knew this wasn't enough to achieve the results he wanted. The absence of the moon was the key. Its hidden glow kept the wolves from truly submitting to him. Shin Sang-hyun didn't mind. In fact, it made the challenge far more exciting. He decided that instead of forcing the monsters to bow, he would face them head-on, testing his newly honed skills in the heat of battle. He swung his blade not to strike directly, but to unleash a swirling vortex of raw energy. The wolves were engulfed by it, spinning helplessly in the maelstrom. Other monsters were caught in the chaotic pull as well. Some sent hurtling back into the portal from which they emerged. Realizing his strike covered an astonishingly wide area, Shin Sang-hyun noted just how invaluable such power would be in future battles. He felt a rush of satisfaction, taking down numerous monsters with precision and minimal effort. On top of that, his luck attribute boosted the damage of his critical hits, adding to the efficiency of his onslaught. But he also noticed the attack wasn't instantly lethal. Some enemies remained standing. This meant he needed to hit harder. Strike with greater force. Just then, a car approached, pulling up nearby. The occupants spotted the rift ahead and brought the vehicle to a stop. Adventurers from the association stepped out, summoned by someone who had noticed the disturbance. A woman admitted she had called them, having seen monsters emerging from the rift herself. One of the adventurers urged her to move to safety, assuring her that he would handle the threat. His partner, Li Zheng, pointed toward the chaos and remarked that they weren't the first to arrive on the scene. Both of them watched, stunned, as Shin Sang-hyun battled the monsters single-handedly, wondering how he had even arrived in time. Lee Hyun quickly assessed the danger, realizing that the adventurer couldn't possibly handle this alone. He readied himself to step in, but Shin Sang-hyun shook his head, firmly insisting he didn't need assistance and didn't want anyone interfering. Lee Jung asked if he was certain, and Shin Sang-hyun confirmed it without hesitation. He wanted to push his abilities to the limit, unimpeded by others. Activating all his buffs at once, he launched a full-powered strike to see its true impact. The result was undeniable. Monsters were sent flying, scattered by the sheer force of his attack. Two association adventurers watched in awe, while Shin Sang-hyun quietly acknowledged the beauty of his own maneuver. Every onlooker was struck dumb by the display of raw strength. Once the monsters were neutralized, the adventurers approached him, expressing astonishment. They praised Shin Sang-hyun, noting that no one had been harmed, a miracle, considering rifts like this usually wreak havoc on everything nearby. Lee Hyun thanked Shin Sang-hyun for his actions, but asked whether he intended to enter the portal. He explained that high-level players typically venture inside and insisted on accompanying him. The other adventurer hesitated, but Lee Hyun was determined, urging Shin Sang-hyun to allow them to follow. Shin Sang-hyun nodded. He would go in, and if they wished to come along, he wouldn't stop them. Leading the way, he moved with such speed that the adventurers struggled to keep pace behind him. Shin Sang-hyun's movements were almost a blur, the others barely able to follow his swift strides. Lee Hyun remarked that his instincts in combat were extraordinary, and he wanted to observe from a distance, hoping to learn something. Lee Jung, however, sensed something unusual. Shin Sang-hyun shouldn't have had this much stamina left after such an intense fight outside. Reflecting on it, Lee Hyun realized his partner was right. Even watching from the sidelines revealed the fight's difficulty. Nonetheless, they pressed onward, and what awaited them inside the portal left them completely unprepared. The moment the group steps deeper into the ruin, a chilling presence closes in from every direction. From the shadows between broken stone pillars and warped trees, a pack of hunter wolves emerges, circling them in a tightening ring as arrows glint in the dim light. The protagonist doesn't even flinch. His eyes scan the forming encirclement as if he had already traced this outcome long before it happened, standing calm in the exact center of the rising tension. In a flash, he snatches one of the wolves mid-lunge, twisting his grip and forcing its body into position as a living barrier. He uses it without hesitation to shield himself and the others behind its struggling form. A volley of arrows erupts from the remaining wolves, cutting through the air in a deadly storm. Yet every shot somehow misses, striking stone, bark, and empty space as the group remains untouched behind his precise defense. Shin Sang-hyun glances toward the two companions he brought along, his expression tightening for a brief moment. Their performance flickers through his mind and a sharp thought surfaces. Maybe bringing them here was a mistake. But even now, turning back is no longer an option. With enemies closing in and the situation escalating by the second, he understands it clearly now. If anyone is going to survive this, he alone will have to carry the entire weight of the battle. He shifts stance, dropping the defensive posture entirely. Instead of waiting for attacks, he begins launching precise ranged strikes of his own, forcing the rhythm of the battlefield to bend in his favor. The sudden counter-pressure breaks the enemy formation's focus. As their attention shifts toward him, Shin Sang-hyun uses the opening to close distance rapidly, targeting the archers before they can regroup. Within moments, the upper layer of the battlefield is cleared out. Standing among the fallen enemies, Shin Sang-hyun lets out a brief, confident breath. He has forced his way through and reached the second level of the area. But that confidence comes at a cost. The remaining enemies instantly lock onto him, their aggression sharpening as if the entire battlefield has now recognized him as the primary threat. A sudden strike comes in fast. Shin Sang-hyun reacts on instinct alone, raising his guard just in time to block it, the impact ringing through his arms as he realizes how close that attack came to landing clean. As he steadies his footing, something feels different about this opponent. Its presence carries weight, discipline. Unlike the chaotic movements of the other wolves, this one feels controlled, almost commanding. Then it becomes clear, this isn't just another monster. It is a champion among the wolves, a boss-level entity that wields its shield with intention and fights with real tactical awareness instead of instinct alone. Shin Sang-hyun narrows his eyes. Against an enemy like this, brute force alone won't be enough. Every movement, every strike, every opening has to be calculated perfectly. Because even a single mistake could end everything here. He adjusts his breathing and tightens his defense, carefully minimizing damage while reading each incoming attack. Every clash becomes a test of timing, spacing, and control. Then, in a sudden burst of power, Shin Sang-hyun drives a strike straight through the enemy's guard. The impact is so heavy and clean that it punches directly through the shield it was relying on. Even he can't hide his surprise. For a split second, he pauses, almost disbelieving the sheer force behind his own attack and how easily the defense just shattered. That single opening is all he needs. The follow-up lands perfectly, and the boss-level monster collapses under the precision of the strike, taken down far more cleanly than expected. Shin Sang-hyun quickly pieces it together. This sudden spike in strength isn't normal. It must be the influence of the full moon buff amplifying his abilities. If that's truly the case, then there's no reason to hold back anymore. With renewed confidence, he figures that clearing out the remaining wolves should now be significantly easier. While other adventurers struggled desperately on the first floor, fighting just to survive, Shin Sang-hyun moves through the battlefield like a storm, erasing every enemy in seconds without hesitation. After the chaos settles, something gleams among the remains. He picks up a pair of swift shoes, an item that radiates a subtle energy designed to enhance movement speed. He recognizes it immediately. Cobalt wolves are known for dropping mobility-type gear like this, and considering the timing, it feels like the perfect reward at exactly the right moment. Before moving on, he briefly checks on the two companions trailing behind. Despite everything they went through, he notes with mild surprise that they performed better than he initially expected. With the area now under control, Shin Sang-hyun continues forward through the raid. In his mind, the finish line no longer feels distant. It almost feels like it's already within reach. After some time, he arrives at a massive doorway leading deeper inside. The structure alone tells him everything. This can only be the entrance to the final boss chamber. What lies beyond isn't just a room. It's an arena fused with a treasure vault, a place designed for both confrontation and temptation at the same time. As he steps inside, Shin Sang-hyun freezes for a brief moment. Gold is scattered everywhere across the floor, reflecting faint light and creating a scene that feels almost unreal. Without hesitation, he moves forward to collect it. But that split-second distraction is exactly what was planned. Hidden within the shadows, the true boss has already been watching, waiting for the perfect opening. A sudden crossbow shot tears through the air, aimed directly at him. Shin Sang-hyun twists his body just in time, the bolt missing by inches as he narrowly avoids the ambush. Without giving the enemy a chance to reset, he surges forward immediately, drawing his sword and launching a counterattack aimed straight at the hidden threat. But the strike never connects. The enemy slips away with uncanny precision, evading the blade and throwing Shin Sang-hyun's timing off for a brief, unsettling moment. In that instant, he understands something important. This opponent isn't just strong, it's intelligent. And that realization is confirmed when the enemy fully reveals itself as the Kobold Emperor, ruler of the wolf pack. Another bolt fires immediately after. Shin Sang-hyun reacts on pure reflex, twisting his body at the last possible moment as the attack whistles past him dangerously close. His expression hardens. One wrong move against an enemy like this won't just mean damage, it could mean the end of the fight entirely. And yet, even in the middle of the pressure, a frustrated thought crosses his mind. The enemy's constant resistance is starting to feel less like challenge and more like an annoyance he needs to eliminate. Outside the chamber, the two adventurers finally arrive at the entrance, realizing that the battle has already erupted beyond the door. They rush in apologizing for their delay, But their voices die instantly as they see what Shin Sang-hyun is facing, frozen in shock at the sight before them. The sheer presence of the enemy hits them first. Its aura alone presses down on them like a physical force, filling their minds with instinctive fear. Their bodies stiffen. Even though they are S-rank adventurers, they can barely move forward, completely overwhelmed by the oppressive energy filling the room. At that moment, it becomes painfully clear the responsibility for this fight falls entirely on Shin Sang-hyun's shoulders. No one else is capable of stepping in. Without waiting any longer, Shin Sang-hyun charges forward and strikes, his voice sharp as he declares that it was a mistake for the enemy to ever look down on him. His blade connects solidly, but the result is disappointing. The boss barely reacts. Even after taking the hit, its body shows only minor damage, its resistance far higher than expected. He clicks his tongue internally, realizing the truth of the situation. If he wants to bring this creature down, he'll have to push far beyond what he's already shown, all while keeping the two useless companions out of harm's way. Just observing the pressure emanating from the monster is enough to paralyze two S-rank adventurers. That alone confirms this enemy exists on an entirely different level. Still, Shin Sang-hyun steadies himself. Unlike most people, fear doesn't take root easily in him. His focus sharpens instead of breaking. That resolve, he presses forward again, continuing his relentless assault without giving the enemy even a moment to breathe. But the Kobold Emperor doesn't remain passive. It adjusts instantly, reading the flow of battle and preparing its next response with calculated precision. The monster activates its defenses and unleashes a barrage of arrows in return, each shot aimed to control space and force distance between them. Shin Sang-hyun is forced to break his momentum and retreat, sliding back just enough to avoid the incoming attacks as the pressure of the battle tightens once again. Close range, the enemy reacts instantly, breaking away from the clash and pulling its body backward to create distance, refusing to stay trapped in melee combat. In that retreat, it becomes obvious it has already analyzed the situation. Its highest chance of hurting Shin Sang-hyun is to keep him at range and attack from afar instead of engaging directly. Shin Sang-hyun narrows his eyes, realizing just how intelligent this opponent truly is. Closing the distance is no longer a simple task. It's going to take far more effort than before. He also picks up on something even more concerning. The enemy's recovery speed is noticeably faster than his own, allowing it to reset and reposition much more efficiently. That single detail tightens the pressure in his chest. Against an opponent like this, even the smallest misjudgment could instantly flip the battle into a fatal situation. Shin Sang-hyun comes to a firm conclusion. If he doesn't end this quickly, or force a decisive opening, the enemy will gradually seize full control of the fight. Scanning the arena mid-combat, his eyes catch the scattered treasure glinting across the floor. In that instant, an idea forms, something risky but potentially decisive. Meanwhile, a short distance away, the two adventurers exchange tense words. Lee Hyun admits he has never experienced a status effect like this before, explaining how the overwhelming fear completely locked his body in place. His partner quickly points out the difference. Shin Sang-hyun isn't affected by that same fear at all. While they are barely able to move, he is still fighting at full combat capacity. Lee Hyun nods, trusting Shin Sang-hyun's strength. But even so, an uneasy feeling lingers in his chest, as if something about this battle is far from over. Then his attention sharpens suddenly, as he notices something alarming unfolding on the battlefield. The boss's arrows aren't just striking randomly anymore. They are embedding themselves into the ground, sticking there in a pattern that feels deliberately arranged. Realizing the danger, Lee Hyun immediately tries to shout a warning toward Shin Sang-hyun, desperate to alert him before it's too late. But the warning comes a moment too late. Shin Sang-hyun is already fully engaged and doesn't register the signal in time. He steps directly onto the pile of scattered gold, and in an instant something changes. His feet sink slightly as if the ground itself is pulling him downward. The enemy seizes that exact moment of hesitation. With precision timing, it fires another shot, locking onto its trapped target. Shin Sang-hyun tries to react, twisting his body to escape the angle, but the positioning leaves him completely boxed in with no clean escape route. The arrow slips through that narrow opening and strikes its mark, landing a direct hit before he can fully recover his stance. Just as the enemy moves in, preparing to finish the fight, Shin Sang-hyun suddenly speaks up, calmly declaring that he still has a few tricks it hasn't seen yet. He follows up with a sharp remark, pointing out that if the enemy were truly intelligent, it would have realized he deliberately stopped evading earlier. And now everything is about to shift. This is the moment where the momentum turns back in his favor. Shin Sang-hyun channels energy into his blade, activating a special technique in a sweeping strike. He tears through the battlefield itself, using the environment as part of his attack and slamming destructive force into the enemy. From a distance, Lee Jung realizes what just happened. The scattered gold coins weren't just debris. Shin Sang-hyun used them as makeshift projectiles, turning the entire floor into a weapon against the boss. From Lee Hyun's perspective, what he's witnessing feels unreal. He has never seen a fighter adapt so quickly in real time. turning battlefield conditions into calculated offensive tools with such precision. Shin Sang-hyun closes the gap once again, locking eyes with the boss as he declares that this is by far the most stubborn opponent he has ever faced. But even so, he makes one thing clear: no matter how tough it is, he has no intention of backing down. Enraged, the boss launches a desperate counterattack. In the chaos of its strike, its own weapon suffers damage, cracking under the strain of its aggression. Left exposed and unprotected, the boss becomes vulnerable for a brief instant, and Shin Sang-hyun seizes that opening, delivering a decisive finishing blow. With the final strike landing, the battle ends. Shin Sang-hyun's body surges with power as he gains new attributes and levels up from the victory. On top of that, valuable loot spills out from the defeated boss, glowing with rare quality far beyond standard drops. As he inspects the rewards, Shin Sang-hyun immediately recognizes their value. These aren't ordinary items. They're exceptional, and he can already feel the potential locked inside them. Before he can fully process it, the two adventurers rush back toward him in a panic, their faces filled with urgency. They urgently warn him that they need to leave immediately. The rift is beginning to close, and anyone still inside risks being trapped forever. Only then does Shin Sang-hyun realize he had completely lost track of time, too focused on the loot to remember the collapsing rift. With no time left, he grabs only the boss's drop and reluctantly abandons the rest. The adventurers practically drag him away while he still tries to reach for more. Outside the rift, a crowd of onlookers has already gathered, waiting anxiously for signs of survivors returning. When the group finally emerges, relief spreads through the crowd, but it quickly turns to confusion as they notice the exhausted, shaken expressions on the adventurers' faces. A reporter quickly steps forward, microphone ready, asking Shin Sang-hyun what he has to say after successfully saving the city from the rift. But Shin Sang-hyun can barely respond. The intensity of everything he just went through leaves him momentarily speechless and mentally drained. Far away inside a training facility, Cho Lee-hyun of the Adventurers Association is engaged in combat training against stone golems. She isn't alone. Shin Tae-ri is also there, training alongside her in the same controlled battlefield environment. Unlike the mage focusing on ranged magic, Shin Tae-ri specializes in close-quarters combat, relying entirely on speed and physical strikes. She moves like a blur, closing distance instantly and landing clean hits on the golems with practiced precision. Her mastery of bladed weapons is on another level entirely, and even during training she fights with full intensity as if every strike truly matters. Stone golems are cut apart effortlessly under her blade, leaving her partner visibly impressed by the overwhelming gap in skill. In the middle of her movements, Shin Tae-ri reflects quietly to herself. She joined this training so she wouldn't forget the feeling she had when fighting Shin Sang-hyun. She finds herself wanting to face him again. At the same time, she regrets not getting any way to contact Shin Sang-hyun after their encounter. Suddenly, a breaking news alert flashes across the system screen, reporting the sudden appearance of a mysterious rift. Broadcast continues, stating that the situation has already been resolved, and the reporter is currently standing with the individual responsible for clearing the crisis. Then, as the reporter turns to Shin Sang-hyun, he asks what it felt like to clear a rift with 0 casualties. Shin Sang-hyun simply answers, still composed, despite everything, that he was just doing his job. Seeing Shin Sang-hyun standing there among the aftermath of everything, Shin Tae-ri can't help but voice her surprise, admitting she never expected to cross paths with him again in a situation like this. During the live interview, the reporter brings up official information from the association, mentioning that the boss monster was level 150, and presses for details on what it felt like to defeat an enemy of that caliber. Shin Sang-hyun responds calmly, explaining that even though his own level is far below that of the boss, he doesn't believe raw level differences are what truly decide the outcome of a fight. Listening from the side, Shin Tae-ri quietly agrees with his words. From his tone alone, she can tell Shin Sang-hyun is completely aware of his own strength and limitations. Even their very first encounter comes back to her mind. She had already sensed something unusual about him back then, a level of maturity that keeps drawing her curiosity further. Shin Tae-ri begins to wonder if Shin Sang-hyun might also have a Constellation contract like she does. That possibility would explain far too many of the strange things she's noticed about him. Meanwhile, Shin Sang-hyun has already returned home. Alone in his space, he calmly looks over the new items he obtained from the raid. Without wasting any time, he enters his inner consciousness space, and the moment he arrives, excitement builds because it's finally time for him to consume and process everything he has collected. As he reviews his growth, Shin Sang-hyun recalls how, when the era of players first began, most fighters were built like traditional bodybuilders, relying purely on raw physical power. But as stronger monsters started emerging, those who depended only on muscle and ignored other aspects of combat quickly became easy prey on the battlefield. Everything changed with the sudden appearance of Gyeong-su, the so-called sword demon who shattered that old belief and proved that strength alone wasn't enough for survival. Gyeong-su abandoned heavy armor and bulky strength-focused builds, instead forging a balanced style that combined speed and power, becoming an adventurer capable of adapting to any situation. In his past life, Shin Sang-hyun admits he ignored that lesson, but this time, he's determined not to repeat the same mistake again. Back in the present moment, he begins transforming the obtained items into consumable forms. However, as he checks the results, only 2 turn into something appetizing, while the remaining one mutates into something deeply unpleasant to look at. Even so, there's no option to hesitate. With a steady expression, he forces himself forward and prepares to consume everything regardless of taste or appearance. Sometime later, outside Shin Sang-hyun's home, a large crowd is already gathered, waiting for any sign of him stepping out. Security guards struggle to hold back a swarm of reporters trying to push closer to the entrance. Shin Sang-hyun, tired of the constant disturbance, had hired them specifically to block unwanted attention. He would have liked nothing more than to step outside and breathe some fresh air after everything he just went through, but with the crowd surrounding his home, that simple freedom is impossible. With nothing urgent on his schedule, Shin Sang-hyun finds himself slightly bored. He figures that taking a short break here and there isn't a bad idea. Just then, his phone suddenly rings, breaking the quiet moment. On the other end is Kim Ji-hae from the Adventurers Association. She reminds him that they had previously met during his last visit to their headquarters. Kim Ji-hae explains the purpose of her call. The association wants to officially award Shin Sang-hyun a plaque in recognition of his achievement in clearing the rift. Shin Sang-hyun, however, isn't comfortable with that kind of public attention, especially now, knowing that greater dangers are still ahead and that more players will eventually be drawn into them. In his mind, the recent rift is only the beginning of something far larger. Because of that, he decides it's better to stay out of the spotlight for now and politely declines the offer. Kim Ji-hae then tells him at least to come pick up the dungeon priority card, which grants access to the silent solo dungeon, the very dungeon Shin Sang-hyun had been aiming for. Shin Sang-hyun is genuinely surprised to hear that his request has actually been approved. Kim Ji-hae explains that after reviewing his recent achievements, the association reconsidered and granted him access. Quietly reflects that this particular dungeon is one where every monster possesses a silence-type ability, making communication and skill usage extremely restrictive. A memory surfaces from the past. During a conversation with a teammate, the topic once shifted to that teammate's younger sister. That teammate once explained that his sister had entered a silent dungeon before she died. But because she relied too heavily on her abilities, she was completely overwhelmed inside. He had added that unlike him, she lacked any melee combat capability, and in hindsight, he regretted not stopping her from ever entering that dungeon in the first place. Back in the present, Shin Sang-hyun makes his decision clear. He accepts the dungeon card, already planning to use it very soon. Sometime later, Shin Sang-hyun is seen behind the wheel of a newly acquired car, driving through the city. As he drives, he notices the vehicle's handling, thinking to himself that unlike his previous one, this car uses rear-wheel drive, which feels much more responsive and enjoyable. He hadn't originally planned to spend money on a new car, but after appearing on TV using public transportation without drawing attention had become nearly impossible. While driving, his phone rings again, interrupting the quiet ride. Kim Ji-hae calls once more to remind him that today is the scheduled day for entering the silent dungeon, and that an association staff member will be present on site to assist. Shin Sang-hyun reflects briefly that about a week has passed since the incident with the secret rift, and he barely noticed the time slipping by because of his constant training and preparation. Even so, he feels a strong anticipation building inside him. This will be his chance to test his newly developed abilities in real combat. As he drives along, he suddenly notices unusual congestion ahead, a strange traffic jam forming out of nowhere. He finds it odd at this hour the roads should be relatively clear, especially since he deliberately chose a less busy time to travel. A thought crosses his mind. Could another rift have appeared somewhere nearby, causing this sudden disruption? He gets his answer the moment he looks ahead and sees the source of the commotion. In front of a portal, a familiar figure is being interviewed. Shin Sang-hyun immediately recognizes him. It is Du Gyang-soo, the sword demon. The portal has appeared right in the middle of a major intersection, drawing massive attention from both Gyang-soo and the surrounding crowd of fans and reporters. A reporter asks Gyang-soo how it feels to be so popular, and he simply replies that it is an honor, his tone calm and restrained. The interviewer finds his answer too plain and tries again, asking about his thoughts on the upcoming raid, hoping for something more dramatic. Gyang-soo responds just as simply as before, saying that he will do what he always does, defeat monsters. Even with such an understated reply, the interviewer oddly finds a certain sincerity and charm in his blunt honesty. Meanwhile, Shin Sang-hyun tries to continue on his way, but his presence is quickly noticed by nearby reporters, drawing unwanted attention toward him. In an instant, he is recognized, and the crowd begins reacting excitedly, remarking that a rare encounter between major figures like this is something they never expected to witness. One of Kyung-soo's allies quietly points out that Shin Sang-hyun is the adventurer everyone has been talking about, the one who made his name known after clearing an entire rift completely on his own. But Kyung-soo doesn't look surprised at all. Instead, he calmly reveals that he already knew who Shin Sang-hyun was, leaving his ally visibly taken aback by how much he had already figured out. Just then, a reporter turns their attention toward Shin Sang-hyun's sudden arrival, pressing him with a sharp question and asking whether he came all this way to challenge Kyung-soo directly. Shin Sang-hyun immediately denies that idea, keeping his answer simple as he explains that his appearance here has no deeper meaning. It is nothing more than a coincidence. At that exact moment, his eyes shift toward Kyung-soo, and across the space between them, he notices the man looking back at him with a faint smile on his face. Seeing that expression, Shin Sang-hyun can't help but feel puzzled, wondering to himself if Kyung-soo's smile is meant to mock him, or if it carries some kind of quiet contempt. But no matter what Kyung-soo may think of him, Shin Sang-hyun understands one thing clearly. He still has a long road ahead before he can ever stand in front of the Sword Demon as a true challenger. As for Kyung-soo, he doesn't linger on the situation for long. With his usual calmness, he simply decides that it is time for them to leave. While preparing to move on, Kyung-soo thinks back on all the ambitious players he has encountered over the years. Many of them looked at him with admiration or awe, but Shin Sang-hyun's gaze was different. It was the look of someone staring at a wall he intended to climb over. Because of that, Kyung-soo becomes certain of one thing. This will not be the last time he crosses paths with Shin Sang-hyun. After leaving the area behind, Shin Sang-hyun makes his way toward his next destination, heading straight for the silent dungeon without wasting any more time. As he walks, his thoughts return to Kyung-soo. The man truly belongs on another level, because even while standing completely still, Kyung-soo had not shown a single opening. Even so, Shin Sang-hyun doesn't feel discouraged. To him, the greater the goal standing in front of him, the more satisfying it will be when he finally surpasses it. When he finally arrives near the silent dungeon, he immediately notices that other adventurers are trying to enter as well, but Kim Jae-hee's team is blocking their path and keeping them away from the entrance. Seeing the tension building around the dungeon, Shin Sang-hyun walks closer and asks what exactly is going on here. One of the adventurers, clearly irritated, snaps back at him and says that just because Shin Sang-hyun has become famous, that does not mean he deserves special treatment. According to him, adventurers have a code of honor, and that code needs to be respected. Listening to the complaint, Shin Sang-hyun quietly realizes that everything is unfolding almost exactly the way he expected it to. He had been unsure about the exact dates for a while, but from what is happening in front of him now, it is clear that his memory has not failed him after all. He remembers that today is the day his teammate's sister dies inside the silent dungeon. What he had not expected, however, was for her to be such a hot-headed girl. That makes him conclude that the siblings may share blood, but their personalities are almost nothing alike. In fact, they seem closer to complete opposites. Still, none of that changes what he needs to do. Shin Sang-hyun decides there is no reason to hesitate, and that he should take a firm stance from the very beginning. So he tells her plainly that no matter how wronged or frustrated she feels, that still does not give her the right to speak to people in such a disrespectful way. He then adds that he is simply following the schedule officially set by the association itself, meaning he has done nothing wrong. And since he has no intention of wasting more time arguing, he makes it clear that he is going into the dungeon. Even after hearing that, she does not let the matter go easily and says she will not forget this anytime soon. But regardless of her warning, Shin Sang-hyun moves forward and enters the dungeon alone. The moment he steps inside, a foul, rotten stench reaches him. But Shin Sang-hyun knows right away that the smell is not random at all, because every monster lurking in this dungeon is undead. Before long, one of those undead creatures suddenly pushes up through the ground beneath him and clamps onto Shin Sang-hyun's leg. The instant it touches him, the dungeon's silence effect activates, and Shin Sang-hyun finds himself unable to use his powers for a set period of time. Even so, he had already prepared for this exact situation. Without panicking, he switches to pure swordsmanship and cuts the enemy down with direct blade attacks. The noise from that brief clash does not go unnoticed. Almost immediately afterward, several more monsters begin appearing in the surrounding area, drawn in by the commotion. Shin Sang-hyun quickly understands the danger. If even one of these monsters manages to touch him, he will be silenced again. So from this point on, he needs to avoid all contact completely. With that in mind, he reaches a simple conclusion. He has to eliminate every monster in front of him before any of them can close the distance and reach him. Meanwhile, far away from the dungeon, the 4th reconnaissance team of the Adventurers Association gathers together for a meeting. The person leading the discussion brings up the issue currently drawing everyone's attention: the adventurer Shin Sang-hyun, whose name has been spreading rapidly in recent days. One of the people in the room mentions that Shin Sang-hyun even stood up to Kyung-soo, and he admits that such a bold move was honestly impressive. Even so, he still wants to understand how a player who only awakened not long ago has already managed to build such a powerful reputation for himself. An-ik-hyun, the leader of the 4th team, notes that this is the same man everyone has been praising so highly. However, he is not fully convinced that Shin Sang-hyun is truly as extraordinary as the rumors claim. Shin Min-jae, the team's vice leader, shares that skepticism as well. From his point of view, impressive players appear all the time, so hype alone is not enough to prove anything. Because they still do not understand the full extent of Shin Sang-hyun's abilities, he argues that they should be careful and avoid rushing to judge his accomplishments too generously. Lee Ga-hee, however, disagrees with that assessment. She argues that Shin Sang-hyun does not come across as the kind of person who manipulates others or lies about what he has done. Around the room, some of the team members quietly think that this must be the 100th time Ms. Lee has openly disagreed with the vice leader, and the atmosphere grows a little tense as they wait to see how he will respond. The team leader then turns to Lee Ga-hee and asks if she has something she wants to share. As the team strategist, she answers that she has personally been keeping track of Shin Sang-hyun. Over the past few days, she explains, she gathered and organized a detailed breakdown of his data. She recommends that everyone else review it as well, because once they do, she believes they will arrive at the same conclusion she did. And that conclusion is simple. Shin Sang-hyun is not an average adventurer by any standard. To prove her point, she brings up the growth charts of a typical player first. Then she displays Shin Sang-hyun's own charts beside them, making the difference in his progress impossible to ignore. As the numbers appear in front of them, many people in the room stare in disbelief, unable to accept that the data they are seeing could actually be real. The vice leader pushes back immediately, claiming that Lee Ga-hee has lost the ability to evaluate a player's skill with proper objectivity. Shin Min-jae refuses to believe the data, saying that if these numbers were truly accurate, then Shin Sang-hyun would be growing at a rate comparable to the sword demon himself. But Lee Ga-hee stands her ground and insists that her data is correct, because she personally reviewed every part of it herself. And on top of that, she reveals something even more important. She met directly with every one of Shin Sang-hyun's former allies to confirm what she had found. A flashback then shows Lee Ga-hee sitting across from Yoon Dae-kyung, interviewing him and asking whether Shin Sang-hyun had any unusual traits that stood out. At that time, Yoon Dae-kyung had spoken with awe about Shin Sang-hyun's abilities, emphasizing just how extraordinary it was to watch him in combat. He admitted that he had never seen anyone wield the stun effect with such precision and instinct, as if the timing flowed naturally from his very instincts, rather than from conscious thought. But Yoon Dae-kyung quickly added that the stun mastery wasn't even the most astonishing part of Shin Sang-hyun's skill set. What truly set him apart, he explained, was the remarkable, almost preternatural combat instinct Shin Sang-hyun seemed to possess, an innate sense that guided every move before the enemy could even make theirs. Park Tae-suk and Kang Joo-hee were interviewed as well, and both echoed the sentiment, praising Shin Sang-hyun's performance in the thick of battle. Their eyes shone with admiration as they recounted the moments they witnessed firsthand. They explained that his skill wasn't impressive merely because he was above average. What truly stood out was that he always seemed one step ahead of every situation, moving with the assuredness of a seasoned veteran, even though he was still new to the field. Hearing this, Lee Ga-hee leaned forward, intrigued, and asked for further elaboration, eager to understand the specifics of his abilities. Park Tae-suk elaborated, describing how fighting alongside Shin Sang-hyun revealed an almost uncanny sense of anticipation. It was as if he could predict his opponent's actions before they even fully formed in their mind, reacting in the blink of an eye with flawless precision. He pointed out that most adventurers inevitably reveal moments of vulnerability, however brief. Shin Sang-hyun, however, moved as though his body itself operated ahead of conscious thought, flowing through the fight with a rhythm no ordinary player could hope to match. In other words, it was like he possessed a sixth sense designed solely for combat, a skill that would take other adventurers years of training to approach, yet seemed instinctive to him. No matter the danger or the ferocity of the enemy, Shin Sang-hyun consistently emerged on top, making even the strongest foes appear weak and vulnerable in comparison. After absorbing all these accounts, Lee Ga-hee summarized his core strength succinctly, a combat instinct so refined it bordered on foresight. She noted that even as a newcomer, his abilities could be compared to those of rank A players, or perhaps even higher. Her assessment went further, suggesting that there might even be a chance Shin Sang-hyun was of rank S caliber, a level reserved for the absolute elite. The vice leader, however, refused to accept this claim outright. He argued that no one could truly predict the future, let alone know the location of a rift before it even opened, casting doubt on the extraordinary evaluations. Lee Ga-hee countered, proposing that the most widely accepted explanation for Shin Sang-hyun's abilities was the possibility that he somehow had traveled back in time, giving him an edge no one else could comprehend. The team leader acknowledged that Shin Sang-hyun's skill was genuine, but he was skeptical of the time travel theory, believing it did not hold up under scrutiny. Regardless, he decided that from this point forward, Lee Ga-hee would take on the responsibility of personally monitoring Shin Sang-hyun, though she would have to do so entirely on her own. She accepted the task without hesitation, promising to devote her full attention and give it her absolute best effort. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Shin Sang-hyun felt the stench pressing down on him, an unbearable, sickening odor that made it difficult to breathe. To make matters worse, he was growing frustrated at being repeatedly caught off guard, as enemies seemed to appear from nowhere at every turn. Stopping for a moment, he reminded himself of his detection skill, realizing that activating it from the start would have made navigating this deadly space far easier. Once his detection was active, he could see with absolute clarity exactly where the hidden enemies lay in wait, giving him a crucial tactical advantage. Scanning the area, he even spotted a fly hovering nearby and momentarily wondered if it could be a disguised monster. As soon as he reached out, his suspicion was confirmed. The fly detonated violently upon contact, nearly blasting him into the air in a deadly surprise. Though he reacted quickly enough to avoid being fatally injured, the explosion still left him scorched and burned in several places. Worse yet, encountering flies like that indicated that mage-type monsters were lurking nearby, a dangerous and highly volatile threat. He knew the wisest course of action was to move out of the area as fast as possible, to escape before the enemy mages could react. Yet even as he made his move, fresh explosions erupted around him, confirming that his instincts had been correct, and the mages were indeed lying in wait. Meanwhile, back at the meeting, the vice leader acknowledged why Li Ga-hee held such high expectations for Shin Sang-hyun, but pressed further, asking whether she had discovered anything beyond his extraordinary combat sense, perhaps a hidden ability, some unique talent that set him apart. He noted that if her analysis was accurate, it suggested that Shin Sang-hyun possessed an unusual way of acquiring new skills, something no ordinary adventurer could replicate. Li Ga-hee admitted that she had nothing definitively confirmed yet, but she had developed a compelling hypothesis. If her theory proved true, she explained, Shin Sang-hyun might exist beyond normal comprehension, a player whose abilities could not be fully explained in words alone. Just days before entering the silent dungeon, Shin Sang-hyun had been preparing rigorously, honing every aspect of his combat readiness. On top of his standard training routines, he ran detailed simulations of his previous battle with the former boss, analyzing each move and outcome to perfect his technique. After 3 full days of relentless training, he arrived at a clear conclusion. He realized that barring rare circumstances such as consuming artifacts, the way to acquire new skills was relatively straightforward. Consistent, disciplined practice. However, he understood that this principle applied mostly to passive skills, while active skills could only manifest during actual combat or as rewards from defeated monsters. Most players never shared this information because the conditions for activating active skills were so specific and difficult to reproduce. Shin Sang-hyun, however, already had years of experience behind him, giving him an edge few could rival. The mages attempting to ambush him hadn't accounted for that depth of experience, and their confidence would soon prove misplaced. They had assumed no one could escape the trap they had set, and as a result, they unleashed even more attacks, desperate to eliminate the intruder before he could adapt. Shin Sang-hyun, meanwhile, reflected that it had taken him long enough to master his defensive sword skill, and he was ready to put it to use. The only drawback, he noted, was that employing the skill prevented him from advancing forward while it was active. In his mind, every rule had exceptions, and he was willing to take that risk to gain the advantage. With determination, he merged his attack and defense techniques seamlessly, pushing forward directly into the heart of his opponents. The enemy mages attempted to counter with coordinated spells, aiming to strike together in perfect unison, but Shin Sang-hyun knew it was already too late. With a single precise strike, he struck every one of them down at once, his movements swift, deliberate, and utterly devastating. Yet even that was only the beginning of the challenge, for the dungeon's boss still awaited, lurking further ahead. For now, however, Shin Sang-hyun's focus narrowed entirely on the immediate task, seizing the valuable drops left behind from defeating the mages and preparing for what lay ahead. Shin Sang-hyun's eyes catch a faint glimmer in the rubble ahead, a purple stone pulsating with faint energy. He instantly recognizes it as a magic artifact, one that would easily fetch around 100 million on the open market. Yet, despite the allure of such a treasure, he makes a calculated decision to ignore it for the moment, knowing that clearing the dungeon is his top priority. The artifact will still be there once he secures victory, and he's eager to push forward without distraction. Activating his active detection skill, he scans the area and notes with curiosity that only a single enemy lies ahead. Where could the rest have gone? He wonders, narrowing his gaze as he searches for any hidden threats. Before he can even draw a full breath, a chilling presence makes itself known. The dungeon's boss materializes directly behind him, a sudden and terrifying arrival that sends a shiver down his spine. Realizing it's far too late to mount a conventional defense, Shin Sang-hyun abandons the idea of blocking and instead propels himself into the air, his body twisting with agile precision. The boss's colossal strike crashes into the ground with a thunderous impact, obliterating everything in its immediate radius. Dust, debris, and shattered stones fly in every direction, leaving nothing solid beneath Shin Sang-hyun's feet. Suspended mid-air, he comprehends the grim truth. The absence of nearby monsters is no coincidence. There's simply no ground to support them now, and nothing remains stable to hide or fight from. All the lesser creatures must have fled the moment the Death Knight appeared. a clear sign that this enemy is not only fearsome, but powerful enough to control and dominate even its own minions. After all, it has earned its name for a reason. This is no ordinary adversary. This is the Death Knight, a being whose mere presence commands fear and respect. Shin Sang-hyun doesn't know why this deadly entity is here, away from the dungeon's core, but one thing is crystal clear. He has confronted the very monster responsible for his friend's suffering. This is the creature that ended the life of his friend's sister. Now, standing face to face with it, a surge of determination ignites within him. He intends to avenge the pain and loss his friend endured. Even as an intermediate boss, the Death Knight is brutally formidable. Every swing, every strike serves as a stark reminder to Shin Sang-hyun of the vast gap between himself and this unyielding opponent. True to its fearsome title, this knight has risen from death itself, a soul bound to an immortal body, relentless and unfeeling. Signature ability, known as the Swamp of Silence, is always active. Any adventurer struck by it is instantly silenced, rendered powerless in the face of its assault. This is precisely why the Adventurers Association forbids entry to unprepared players. The risks are catastrophic for anyone not ready to face such relentless and lethal threats. Shin Sang-hyun also knows that while the dungeon is officially labeled as dangerous, its true difficulty far exceeds what the association publicly admits. The real peril lies within the soul trapped inside the Death Knight. If that soul belonged to a highly trained knight, the challenge skyrockets, transforming the dungeon into a near-impossible gauntlet. In past years, the association took too long to recognize this fact, and countless adventurers perished attempting to conquer the dungeon before stricter rules were enforced. After reforms, only rank A and rank S adventurers were permitted entry, a safeguard against further tragedy. Back then, even Shin Sang-hyun had never dared to enter, fully aware of the mortal danger it posed. Now, experiencing the dungeon firsthand, he feels a pang of regret, realizing just how perilous the path is and how others must have suffered under similar circumstances. By charging headlong into this monumental challenge, he has placed himself in extreme danger, where a single misstep could easily end his life. Yet this is far from Shin Sang-hyun's first brush with death. Having stared it in the face countless times, he has grown weary of the fear that accompanies it. Still, he acknowledges an uncomfortable truth: old habits die hard. In the heat of genuine peril, he finds himself doubting his own abilities. He realizes that succumbing to such doubts would prevent him from ever evolving, and so he steels himself. Retreat is no longer an option. He resolves to confront the danger head-on, fully aware that this might be the ultimate test of his courage in his new life. Sensing Shin Sang-hyun's fatigue and weakened state, the Death Knight attempts a decisive blow, yet, with reflexes honed over countless battles, he dodges just in time. Still, he knows he must regain some stamina quickly if he hopes to continue fighting effectively. Scanning the area, he notices additional enemies lurking, monsters cleverly hiding, ready to ambush him at a moment's notice. Beyond the immediate threat, he also spots a distant exit, a potential lifeline if he can reach it. Without hesitation, he bolts toward the gate, adrenaline and strategy working in perfect sync. Inevitably, he becomes surrounded by zombie monsters, their guttural groans filling the air and closing off his path. Shin Sang-hyun had anticipated such a scenario, so while it isn't a surprise, it does mean he must engage in combat to continue forward. He launches himself directly into the fray, slashing and dodging among the zombies, acutely aware that the Death Knight looms closer with every second. Using the lesser monsters to his advantage, he dispatches them strategically, recovering small bursts of stamina with each takedown. Even so, the recovery isn't enough. Resolute, he decides to press forward, refusing to let exhaustion dictate his pace. After a tense run, he arrives in a new arena, a wider space filled with crawling monsters, an unexpected opportunity. Swarm, though dangerous, is useful. By engaging them, he can restore his stamina and continue pushing toward his ultimate goal. However, the Death Knight surprises him yet again, arriving far faster than Shin Sang-hyun anticipated, closing the distance with terrifying speed. He evades the incoming strike, but then realizes something unsettling. The blow was not aimed at him. The knight's target is the other monsters populating the arena, and it becomes clear that the attack is calculated and precise. It has deduced Shin Sang-hyun's strategy. He was exploiting the zombies to recover stamina, and now the Death Knight eliminates them before he can do it again. With that, the protagonist finds himself trapped. The careful plan he had relied on now rendered useless. Shin Sang-hyun's situation becomes desperate. His previous advantage has evaporated, and he must rethink his approach immediately. With no alternative, he opts to fight with what little strength remains, aware that his attack power is insufficient, but unwilling to retreat. He pushes forward aggressively, knowing full well that perpetual evasion is not a viable strategy. Yet once again, the Death Knight anticipates his movements, striking first in a brutal display of superior reflexes. The blow lands with crushing force, and Shin Sang-hyun absorbs the impact, the pain ripping through his body. The little stamina he had left is nearly obliterated by that single strike, but even in this dire moment, he refuses to surrender. As he reels from the attack, memories flash before his eyes, back to when he watched his friend die helpless in his arms. His fallen ally had made a final request, whispering that he wished to be laid to rest beside his younger sister. Shin Sang-hyun had fought desperately to keep him alive, but even then his friend had known in his heart that the end was inevitable. That memory, filled with sorrow and unresolved duty, fuels the fire within Shin Sang-hyun as he steels himself for the battles yet to come. There had been nothing Shin Sang-hyun could do back then, no miracle he could pull off, and the guilt from that loss stayed with him like a wound that never truly healed for the rest of his life. Now, back in the present, he stands face to face with an opponent who is clearly above him in raw strength, the pressure from the Death Knight bearing down on him with every passing second. As he faces that overwhelming presence, Shin Sang-hyun realizes that his first mistake was underestimating just how dangerous this enemy really was. He had convinced himself that he was ready to fight something on this level, and because of that confidence, he rushed in without making the kind of preparations this battle demanded. But even after realizing that mistake, giving up is not an option. This is no longer only about avenging the pain left behind in the past. It has become a desperate fight for his own survival. More than anything, this battle is also about proving something to himself, right here and now, while death is standing directly in front of him. Shin Sang-hyun knows all too well that he once failed to protect the people he cared about, and if he wants to make sure that never happens again, then he cannot keep stepping away from challenges that terrify him. At first, he believed the problem was simple, that his skills were just weaker than the Death Knight's. But in the middle of the fight, something finally clicks in his mind. The real reason the enemy has been controlling the battle is not just a difference in skill. There is another factor giving the Death Knight the advantage. As the monster launches another attack, Shin Sang-hyun keeps moving, narrowly dodging each strike instead of trying to meet its strength head-on. He refuses to stay rooted in one spot, constantly shifting his position and forcing the enemy to move faster and faster if it wants to keep up with him. That is when Shin Sang-hyun finds his answer. No matter how much raw power the Death Knight has, that power means nothing if it cannot actually land a hit. Seizing that opening, he twists back into range and launches a counterattack, aiming for the exact spot where a critical hit could do the most damage. And this time, his strike lands cleanly. His charged attack crashes directly into the knight with a stacked 600% damage boost, the force of the blow driving squarely into the enemy's body. Even after taking that kind of hit, the Death Knight still does not collapse, and Shin Sang-hyun immediately understands that the fight is far from over. Still, he does not waste time acting shocked or disappointed. From the beginning, he knew that taking down this monster would never be that simple. Realizing that the situation has turned against it, the enemy begins gathering the last of its flames, preparing to use them in a self-destructive final move. For a brief moment, Shin Sang-hyun is confused. He had expected a boss like this to keep fighting until the very end, not suddenly resort to something like this. But when he sees just how much energy is still burning inside the enemy, the truth hits him all at once. The Death Knight is planning to explode and destroy everything nearby, including Shin Sang-hyun himself. The second Shin Sang-hyun understands the real goal behind the enemy's move. He knows he cannot afford to approach it. If he gets caught in that blast, he dies with it. It is the kind of desperate trap a cornered creature sets when it knows there is no path left to victory, only a chance to drag its opponent down with it. Even so, Shin Sang-hyun has no intention of letting himself be swallowed up by that final act of desperation. Knowing he has only a few seconds before everything erupts, he turns and sprints as far away as he can. But the moment he starts running, the boss immediately gives chase. The Death Knight is still determined to take Shin Sang-hyun with it. So escaping is not as simple as running in a straight line. He has to dodge every incoming attack while pushing his body forward. Somehow, Shin Sang-hyun manages to keep moving, even though every second is brutally difficult. The knight refuses to let up, relentlessly trying to force him back into the range of the coming explosion. Then, in the middle of the chase, the boss begins charging up a special attack. The Death Knight can control its sword from a distance, and now it intends to use that ability to strike Shin Sang-hyun down before he can escape. Shin Sang-hyun reacts just in time, slipping away from the incoming blade and knocking the enemy's sword off course, sending it flying away from him. But even losing control of that strike does not stop the boss. The Death Knight keeps chasing after him, refusing to let the distance open up. Shin Sang-hyun pushes himself to run as fast as his battered body allows, even while his internal organs feel like they are screaming for him to stop. But no matter how much pain tears through him, he knows he has to keep going. At this point, he is not only trying to escape the monster behind him, he is also racing against the countdown to the Death Knight's self-destruction. Then, at the worst possible moment, his footing fails. He trips and crashes down, leaving himself completely exposed in front of the approaching enemy. Desperate, Shin Sang-hyun's mind races for any possible way out, because he knows exactly what will happen if he cannot break free from this situation. His thoughts flash back to the past, to the time when he had entered this very same dungeon and fought through a wave of zombies blocking the way. Back then, his purpose was clear. He had gone into the dungeon to help his friend take revenge for what had happened to his friend's younger sister. Shin Sang-hyun had taken the front, cutting open the path through the dungeon, while his friend stayed farther behind and followed his lead. Frustrated by the fight, Shin Sang-hyun complained that the situation was unfair because the enemies kept silencing him and leaving him with nothing but basic attacks to rely on. His friend suggested that he use a recovery potion, but Shin Sang-hyun dismissed the idea, saying there was no point when potions lost their effect under the silence condition too. Even so, his friend calmly told him that he was looking at it the wrong way and needed to think more carefully about how to use it. He explained that Shin Sang-hyun could still use a potion at least once, and even if the effect did not last forever, he could still take advantage of the benefits while it worked. That meant a potion was not just some ordinary resource to waste casually. In the right moment, it could become a true last resort. At the time, Shin Sang-hyun had answered with a bitter joke, saying that if he were as smart as his friend, he would already be a high-level adventurer instead of some nobody. Back in the present, that memory gives him the answer he needs. Shin Sang-hyun realizes he still has plenty to learn from his friend, so he uses a potion to break through the silence effect and force himself back into the fight. Even if the potion's effect is only temporary, that is all he needs right now. A brief opening is enough if he uses it correctly. The Death Knight reacts with fury, but Shin Sang-hyun knows he cannot afford even one mistake from this point on, because he has burned through all of his mana to make this strategy possible. Now hanging from a chandelier, Shin Sang-hyun watches as the enemy comes tearing toward him with another attack. At the final instant, he releases his grip and drops. As he falls out of the way, the Death Knight's momentum carries it upward, slamming the enemy hard into the ceiling. Shin Sang-hyun knows with absolute certainty that he cannot survive another direct hit, so this is the moment where everything has to be decided. But the Death Knight quickly tears itself free from the ceiling and comes after him again, refusing to let the battle end so easily. For a split second, Shin Sang-hyun thinks he should have waited just one more second before jumping from the chandelier. But almost immediately, he understands that the real mistake happened much earlier, the moment he allowed himself to underestimate this enemy. If he had judged the Death Knight properly from the beginning, he never would have been forced into such a reckless situation, pushing his body and his skills this far, just to scrape out a chance at victory. On top of that, a darker thought creeps into his mind as he starts wondering whether his regression was even worth all of this. But just as the enemy closes in and nearly reaches him, the Death Knight's body suddenly begins crumbling apart. Seeing the boss fall to pieces before it can finish him off, Shin Sang-hyun realizes just how narrow his escape was. This time he survived because the enemy failed to complete what it started. With the Death Knight collapsing in front of him, Shin Sang-hyun quietly concludes that his second chance at life will continue for a little while longer. And once the enemy fully breaks down, a victory bonus is awarded to him. Not only does he receive that bonus, but the amount of experience pouring in is greater than anything he has ever gained from clearing any dungeon before. His health begins recovering, and the immediate danger to his body fades somewhat. But then he notices something strange. His stamina has not been restored at all. Shin Sang-hyun figures that this must be the price for forcing his powers past their normal limits, some kind of penalty left behind after pushing himself too hard. Even though he won in the end, he cannot pretend the battle was simple. Taking down that boss was nothing close to easy. As he looks back on everything that happened inside the fight, Shin Sang-hyun pieces together what nearly went wrong and reaches a new conclusion. From this point on, he needs to place much more focus on developing and understanding his psychedelic ability. But right after that thought crosses his mind, the consequences of overusing that power finally catch up to him all at once. A brutal pain tears through his body from deep inside, as if his internal organs are being crushed for forcing his abilities beyond what they could safely handle. On top of that, using the psychedelic ability always comes with the risk of triggering a penalty. And now that penalty is being applied to him directly. Shin Sang-hyun knows very well that if he had not used it, the monster would have killed him. But the very power that saved his life moments ago is now tearing him apart from the inside. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Kim Jae-hee waits with visible anxiety, unable to shake her concern over how long Shin Sang-hyun has been inside. The other adventurers do not share her worry in the same way. To them, he is simply taking too long to come out. And while a few suspect something may have gone wrong, the girl leading the team shows no real concern. She coldly says that whatever happens inside a dungeon is the result of each adventurer's own decisions, and the only thing she cares about now is getting her own chance to enter. Back inside, Shin Sang-hyun lies unconscious on the dungeon floor, completely vulnerable. Seeing an easy meal, the remaining zombies begin creeping toward him, closing in to devour him while he cannot move. But before they can reach him, the goddess of luck intervenes on Shin Sang-hyun's behalf. The moment her presence fills the area, every last enemy recoils in fear and retreats, scattering away from Shin Sang-hyun as if driven off by something they cannot oppose. She then tries to wake Shin Sang-hyun, calling to him and attempting to rouse him, but it quickly becomes clear that he is not waking up that easily. After looking around the quiet dungeon, the goddess of luck comes up with her own way to help him. Instead of leaving him alone, she simply lies down beside him while he sleeps. Some time passes before Shin Sang-hyun finally stirs, his eyes opening as consciousness slowly returns to him. Startled by the fact that he had blacked out, he immediately realizes he must have been unconscious for quite a while. But how long he was out is not even the biggest problem. His body is still racked with serious pain, so intense that even standing up feels almost impossible. He understands that he pushed himself far beyond his limits, but against a monster that powerful he had not been left with any other choice. Then another strange detail catches his attention. The remaining enemies never attacked him while he was unconscious, and considering where he is, that makes absolutely no sense. That is when he notices the goddess of luck sleeping quietly beside him, and he quickly realizes that she must be the reason he survived while he was defenseless. A wave of relief passes through him as he understands that his constellation had been watching over him the entire time. Even though he does not know every detail of what happened while he was out, Shin Sang-hyun decides that the smartest choice is to leave this dungeon as quickly as he can. Just then, his eyes land on something lying on the ground nearby, a magic artifact left behind after the battle. The item is the Ring of Silence, a drop from defeating the dungeon boss, and its special effect is to increase the user's mana recovery speed. Instead of feeling satisfied, Shin Sang-hyun becomes furious after everything he went through, after risking his life against that boss. The reward feels almost too underwhelming to mention. Still, he reminds himself that the boss gave him a massive amount of experience, so he decides to check his stats and see just how much he actually leveled up. That is when he realizes the result. He has reached level 83. Seeing that number, Shin Sang-hyun understands that the real reward from this dungeon was never the item drop. The true value was the experience he gained. The last dungeon he cleared had left him at level 58, which means completing the silent dungeon pushed him up by 25 levels in a single run. Even though the artifact itself is disappointing, Shin Sang-hyun decides the mission was more than worth it for that experience gain alone. At this pace, he believes it will not be long before he becomes one of the strongest adventurers in the entire country. All the noise and movement finally stir the goddess of luck awake from her nap beside him. Since Shin Sang-hyun still has not recovered enough to leave the dungeon, he decides to make a temporary camp and starts a small fire to rest by. As the flames begin to crackle, he remembers that in his past life, resting like this inside a dungeon was just part of his routine. But in this life, this is the first time he has ever truly relaxed in a place like this. He also notices that the goddess of luck seems far more comfortable than he is. With a relaxed attitude, she tells Shin Sang-hyun that he should learn to enjoy the little things in life, just as she does. Hearing that, Shin Sang-hyun thinks back and realizes that there was a time when he used to believe in that kind of way of living. But now, everything feels different from how it once was. There is no time for him to waste anymore, because the fate of this world may very well end up resting in his hands. He then takes the opportunity to devour the Ring of Silence, and to his surprise and delight, the artifact transforms into something that actually looks delicious. On top of that, he thinks about how, in his past life, food like this was something he had only ever seen on YouTube. Now, he is actually getting the chance to taste it himself. For Shin Sang-hyun, being able to eat something like that feels almost unreal, like a small dream from his old life has finally come true. The goddess of luck, still watching him with clear interest, admits that she cannot help being curious about how Shin Sang-hyun is even able to do something like that. To her, the power to devour items is not just unusual, it is an ability so rare that even she treats it as something worth paying close attention to. Shin Sang-hyun calmly explains that every adventurer experiences an initial awakening when their power first manifests, and when his own moment came, this was the ability he received. The goddess of luck smiles and tells him that awakening with something so special makes him incredibly fortunate, without realizing that Shin Sang-hyun's so-called luck reaches far deeper than she could possibly imagine. Even though she exists as a constellation, someone who should be far above ordinary adventurers, she still knows nothing about the truth of his past. And Shin Sang-hyun has no intention of letting her discover the secret of his regression. The goddess of luck then says that she must be lucky as well, because out of all the adventurers she could have encountered, she managed to find someone with such unbelievable growth potential standing right in front of her. When Shin Sang-hyun hears those words, he does not deny them completely. But deep down, he quietly thinks that even if his potential is impressive, there is still someone out there whose talent rises far beyond his own. Back in his previous life, that adventurer had stood at the very top of the world. He was so overwhelming that no one else could truly compare to him, no matter how hard they tried to catch up. That man's name was Jiran Decay. Jiran Decay came from the United Kingdom, and what made him truly terrifying was his magical power. His strength was so immense that it surpassed even the might of monsters, placing him in a league that felt almost unreachable. Compared to someone like Jiran, Shin Sang-hyun honestly feels as if he is still weak. Even so, he cannot help wondering whether, one day, he might be able to climb to that same level, or maybe, despite everything, he never will. Still, no matter which future waits for him, Shin Sang-hyun tells the goddess of luck that he is going to trust his constellation to guide him forward. And in return, he He promises to give everything he has, showing through his actions just how important she has become to him. Those words clearly touch the goddess of luck. Overcome with happiness, she moves closer and pulls Shin Sang-hyun into a grateful hug, holding him as if that sincere promise was more precious to her than any offering. Then, with warmth in her voice, she tells him that she will also give him everything she has. If she is going to stand beside him, then she wants to become the very best constellation she can possibly be for him. That brief, joyful moment between them does not last for long. After all, Shin Sang-hyun has only managed to defeat the mid-boss of the dungeon. The true final boss is still waiting deeper inside, and the real battle has yet to begin. The enemy he fought before may have been a knight, but this next opponent is on an entirely different level. This one is the king who rules over the silent dungeon itself. When the enemy sees a visitor approaching at last, he speaks as though his long boredom is finally coming to an end. Someone has finally arrived to entertain him, and now he wants to see just how long this guest can keep things interesting before being crushed. Shin Sang-hyun, meanwhile, notices something important right away. The enemy did not come rushing out to attack them first. Instead, he simply waited in place, letting them walk all the way to his door. For Shin Sang-hyun, that delay is a blessing, because the boss chose to wait instead of striking immediately. He had enough time to recover his condition, steady his breathing, and prepare himself for the fight ahead. And more than anything, this time Shin Sang-hyun is not standing alone. With that confidence behind him, he feels ready to finally clear this dungeon once and for all. The moment the fight begins, the boss unleashes his power without holding back. He sneers that every time the rats who enter his domain try to run the instant they lay eyes on him. But no matter how they struggle, they all end up crushed beneath him, and this guest will be no exception. Almost at once, a magical attack comes flying in, and Shin Sang-hyun only barely manages to dodge it in time, slipping away by the narrowest margin. As he moves, Shin Sang-hyun realizes how dangerous these attacks really are. Each spell is positioned to block off his roots, sealing away every possible opening and making it incredibly hard for him to close the distance. Worse than that, he knows he cannot keep dodging forever. If he only keeps running from one attack to the next, he will eventually be cornered, so he has to find a way to strike back. He does have mana available, but that does not mean he can throw it around carelessly. Wasting it on attacks that will never reach the enemy would only push him closer to defeat. Taking a brief moment to think through the situation, Shin Sang-hyun begins to understand the boss's plan. The enemy is trying to force his target to burn through mana before they ever get a proper chance to use it effectively. And as much as Shin Sang-hyun dislikes admitting it, the strategy itself is honestly not bad. The boss, on the other hand, is already certain that victory belongs to him. In his mind, the outcome has been decided from the beginning. After all, how could a mere rat, useful only as a source of entertainment, ever defeat a king inside his own domain? With that arrogance fueling him, the boss continues firing off attack after attack, showing off just how enormous his mana reserves truly are. Shin Sang-hyun forces himself to stay calm and focused. Unlike his earlier battles, he cannot afford even the smallest lapse in attention against an opponent this powerful. By now, Shin Sang-hyun has already figured out that the boss is a high-level mage with more than enough mana to spare, and worse, he can charge several powerful spells at the same time. Even so, Shin Sang-hyun also knows one basic truth about mages. Most of them need both hands to properly cast their magic. The reason is straightforward. When a spell is cast with only one hand, it usually cannot release its full power, making the attack weaker than it should be. But this boss is not fighting like an ordinary mage. Instead, he is using the hands of the undead bodies scattered across the ground to boost and amplify his spells, turning the entire battlefield into a nightmare that is extremely hard to deal with. Even with that disadvantage in front of him, Shin Sang-hyun understands one thing clearly. The moment even the smallest chance appears, he has to move without hesitation. As Shin Sang-hyun tries to push forward, the boss immediately tells him that he has made a terrible mistake. Then, just as he closes in, the boss hits him with a silencing spell. The exact kind of spell Shin Sang-hyun despises more than anything. But Shin Sang-hyun does not panic. Instead, he declares that he will not be needing his skills this time, because right now, he is throwing everything into close combat. The enemy bursts into mocking laughter right in front of him and slips away from the incoming attack, sneering that a move like that will never work against him. Then the boss says it is time to put this rat back in his proper place, gathering flames as he prepares a fire attack. But before he can fully follow through, he is caught completely off guard when a sword suddenly appears right in front of his face. Before the boss can react or understand what is happening, the strike lands directly. The impact sends shock through him, and he cannot make sense of how Shin Sang-hyun managed to pull it off. Shin Sang-hyun, standing firm after the attack, simply says that luck is his greatest ally. The boss collapses after taking the hit. But even as he falls, he cannot accept what has happened. His mind races in disbelief, unable to understand how a defeat like this could possibly be real. Shin Sang-hyun looks down at him and says that for someone calling himself a king, the boss is not very perceptive. Then he reveals the truth. He has a skill that can counter silence. Boss snaps back that he already knew that. After all, he had been watching Shin Sang-hyun carefully during the previous battle. Not only had he observed the fight, he had also studied Shin Sang-hyun's combat patterns and measured his mana capacity. From everything he had seen, the boss believed he had gathered more than enough information to guarantee victory. That is why, in his mind, there was no possible way he could have been wrong. His calculations had been flawless, and a mistake should have been impossible. Shin Sang-hyun answers by saying that every now and then, even a lowly rat can still surprise the predator hunting it. Outside the dungeon, the girl who had been anxiously waiting for a chance to enter suddenly notices movement near the exit. Someone is finally coming out. The moment she sees who it is, she immediately recognizes Shin Sang-hyun. Relief floods into her voice as she says that he finally made it out alive. But Shin Sang-hyun looks around in confusion. The area outside the dungeon is far more crowded than it was when he first entered, and he cannot help asking what exactly is going on. Before he can get his bearings, several reporters rush in, trying to interview him and demanding to know what happened inside the dungeon. At the same time, a medical team moves toward him to check his condition, even asking for his blood type in case he needs an emergency transfusion. Shin Sang-hyun stands there completely baffled, unable to make sense of the sudden chaos around him. One moment he had just escaped the dungeon, and now the entire area feels like it has exploded into noise, people, and confusion. Not far from him, the girl stands beside her brother and watches Shin Sang-hyun with a stunned look on her face. She admits, almost in disbelief, that he somehow came out of the dungeon without falling apart, and realizes that calling for help may have been a mistake after all. The moment Shin Sang-hyun takes in that scene, he freezes in place, visibly shaken by what he is seeing in front of him. Even with the crowd pressing in around him from every side, there is only one person Shin Sang-hyun can truly see. His eyes lock onto his old friend, even though in this new life that same friend most likely has no idea who Shin Sang-hyun is. The sight pulls Shin Sang-hyun's memories back to the past, to a time when he had already spent 10 long years as an adventurer, and suddenly found himself needing a team for a mission. But back then, Shin Sang-hyun did not have many strengths that made him stand out. Because of that, finding a team was painfully difficult, and every failed attempt made him feel even more isolated from the rest of the world. Then one day, that lonely routine finally changed. A group of adventurers approached him out of nowhere and, for the first time, invited him to join them on a raid. The leader of that group looked genuinely pleased, as if he had finally found the swordsman his team needed to complete their lineup. Shin Sang-hyun, however, felt happy for an entirely different reason, one that went far deeper than simply receiving an offer. And yet, even with that happiness stirring inside him, he still refused the invitation to join their team. By then, Shin Sang-hyun had grown too used to fighting by himself. Instead of accepting help from strangers, his pride pushed him to continue standing alone, as if solitude had become the only way he knew how to survive. Because of that stubborn pride, he entered the mission on his own, and it nearly cost him his life. If one thing had not happened, he might never have made it out. The knight from that earlier time appeared at the very same raid, stepping in when Shin Sang-hyun needed help the most. He explained that he understood exactly how dangerous that raid was, and that anyone who tried to take it on alone would inevitably struggle. So even though Shin Sang-hyun had rejected him before, the knight had still followed him all the way there, already knowing that this stubborn adventurer might end up needing someone by his side. In that moment, Shin Sang-hyun finally lowered his pride, accepted what had been done for him, and sincerely thanked the knight. That single gesture changed far more than Shin Sang-hyun could have expected. It was from that moment onward that he finally agreed to become part of a guild. And for a while, things actually went well, better than he had ever imagined they could. But eventually, that peace reached its breaking point. One day, Shin Sang-hyun's best friend confessed that he could no longer endure it and was preparing to leave the guild. He was exhausted from constantly throwing himself into situations that only became more dangerous with time. After seeing so many adventurers disappear, he wanted to change his own life before he ended up sharing the same fate. When his younger sister had left home, he had decided to create a guild that could support adventurers who had nowhere else to turn. But after enduring loss after loss, the weight of that dream had become too much for him to carry. Shin Sang-hyun wanted to stand by his friend and respect that decision, but the guild had already grown too large by then. Believing it could not survive without its leader, he convinced his friend to stay instead. Now, back in the present, Shin Sang-hyun looks at that same person and feels the urge to fix what he once failed to say. He walks straight up to the young man and tells him, without hesitation, to never form a guild. Those are the words Shin Sang-hyun wishes he had spoken back then, when he still had the chance. Naturally, the young man can only stare at him in confusion. He has no idea why those words are being directed at him, or why a famous adventurer would suddenly approach him in the middle of such a crowded scene. With his thoughts clearly unsettled, the young man says his memory feels a little hazy, then asks Shin Sang-hyun if the two of them have met somewhere before. Before anything else can happen, the young man's sister reacts with anger, confronting Shin Sang-hyun simply for speaking to her brother. Seeing that reaction, Shin Sang-hyun quietly steps away from them for good, far from Earth in a residential dimension made for monsters. a group of figures moves together while talking among themselves. As they continue walking, one of them looks at the others and remarks that these people are exactly what he needs for his plan. Back on Earth, the news begins reporting that the adventurer Shin Sang-hyun has just cleared the well-known silent dungeon completely on his own, despite the many dangers hidden inside. The reporter adds that Shin Sang-hyun has already warned the association about the dungeon, explaining that it is far more dangerous than they first believed, and that the boss inside is stronger than any ordinary monster. As Shin Sang-hyun watches the broadcast, he understands that the association has already begun taking action. With that warning out there, he believes no other adventurer will be entering that dungeon anytime soon. He thinks back on how narrowly he survived, knowing he only barely managed to make it out in one piece. Still, the rewards he gained from clearing the dungeon were not limited to experience or items alone. A flashback reveals that before leaving the dungeon, Shin Sang-hyun managed to obtain more information about the late bloomer model student Constellation. That was not all. Along with that valuable information, he also secured powerful items and even gained an inventory backpack. The final boss had dropped loot that was clearly superior to what the previous enemy had left behind, and Shin Sang-hyun could not hide how pleased he was with the result. He was especially thrilled about having a larger inventory now, because it meant he would be able to carry far more drops during future missions without being held back. As he looks over everything, Shin Sang-hyun realizes that in this life, he keeps finding items and skills that he had never even heard of during his previous life. The goddess of luck tells him that this is all thanks to her, since she has been showering him with her grace ever since they made their deal. Shin Sang-hyun agrees that her blessing has helped, but he also believes he deserves at least some credit for making the most of it. Without wasting any time, Shin Sang-hyun takes the items he obtained and immediately transfigures them into food. But this time, the dishes that appear are so refined and elegant that Shin Sang-hyun cannot even tell what they are called. Still, the name of the food does not really matter to him. What matters most is simple: he needs to eat. The moment he takes a bite, an unbelievable flavor spreads through his mouth, so rich and perfect that it feels like something prepared by the gods themselves. So Shin Sang-hyun does not hesitate for even a second. With his eyes on the food in front of him, he begins devouring every last dish. After finishing the meal, he absorbs the items the same way he always does. But this time, he actually regrets not having eaten even more, because the taste had been so ridiculously delicious. Once that is done, Shin Sang-hyun turns his attention to the next reward and checks the new skills he has received. However, the system presents him with a choice and tells him he can only keep one of the two skills. The first option is telekinesis, an ability that would let him control his sword from a distance, just like the Demon Knight had done inside the dungeon. The second option is the silence skill. And while Shin Sang-hyun understands that it could be extremely useful, he also believes that choosing it may come with certain risks. And Shin Sang-hyun's concern is not just him being overly cautious. The system itself makes it clear that activating silence would consume a huge chunk of his mana, enough to make the skill dangerous to rely on in a real fight. When Shin Sang-hyun sees that warning, his expression tightens, because that drawback is honestly pretty awful. At first, he decides that taking the silence skill would be a bad move and ends up rejecting it. After all, his current skills already drain plenty of mana whenever he uses them. Adding another ability with such a heavy penalty would only make his battles harder, and the last thing he needs is a debuff that could leave him empty at the worst possible moment. Still, the more he thinks about it, the more he reminds himself that this life is different. This time, if a risk might help him survive or grow stronger, then there is no danger he is completely unwilling to face. So, instead of playing it safe, Shin Sang-hyun changes his mind and chooses the silence skill. He believes that even if the downside is troublesome, he will eventually find a way to work around it when the situation demands it. Right after making that choice, however, Shin Sang-hyun notices that something unusual is beginning to happen around him. New constellations suddenly appear before him, coming to visit as if they have been drawn in by his recent actions. Among them are the great Mongol conqueror and the monarch of the sun. The goddess of luck immediately reacts, making it clear that Shin Sang-hyun is already doing perfectly well with her by his side. In her eyes, he has no reason to accept the attention of any other constellation. But just as she tries to shut the situation down, she is caught completely off guard when yet another constellation appears. Even the other constellations seem surprised by this third arrival, because the one approaching is another goddess of luck, a new face among them, and clearly a much more recent arrival in the constellation world. Annoyed at once, the goddess of luck fixes the newcomer with a sharp glare and asks what a fresh, inexperienced constellation thinks she is doing by approaching her own protege. The new goddess of luck does not back down. Instead, she calmly says that she has been watching Shin Sang-hyun for quite some time, and what impressed her most was the courage he showed. She goes even further, openly admitting that she would love to stand beside a man like him and support him herself. And as if that were not bold enough, she claims that Shin Sang-hyun should leave behind outdated constellations and choose the dazzling charm of a new goddess of luck like her instead. That comment instantly sets off the original goddess of luck, Furious, she tries to pressure the newcomer with her presence and demands to know exactly who she is daring to call outdated. Watching the tension rise right in front of him, Shin Sang-hyun realizes that a complete mess has started because of him. Rather than letting things spiral, he decides it would be better to dismiss everyone just like he did before. Before he can fully cut them off, however, the new goddess of luck throws out a tempting offer. She claims she has secret information that she can give Shin Sang-hyun, but if he wants it, he will have to make a deal with her. To show him that she is not simply bluffing, she gives him a hint and says that the information is connected to the late bloomer model student Constellation. The moment Shin Sang-hyun hears that name, his attitude changes. He immediately steps closer to the goddess of luck and asks what she knows about the late bloomer Constellation. The goddess of luck answers that the Constellation is currently traveling through the dimension of bodies. According to her, his obsession with knowledge drew him there, because he wanted to study certain creatures for himself. But then she makes the condition clear. If Shin Sang-hyun wants to hear anything beyond that, he will need to abandon his current goddess of luck and accept a contract with her instead. Back in the present, Shin Sang-hyun reflects on the little information he managed to obtain. He realizes that, in his past life, he never knew his constellation had ever traveled to other dimensions at all. Even so, he did not end up learning much, because he refused to make a deal with the new goddess of luck. Instead, he remained loyal to his own goddess of luck and asked her to investigate the other constellation for him. The goddess of luck is clearly happy that Shin Sang-hyun chose to stay with her, and that loyalty means a lot to her. Still, she apologizes because she was not able to help him much, since her search did not turn up anything useful. Frustrated by the lack of answers, Shin Sang-hyun thinks about the dimension of bodies. In his mind, that place is where desperate, washed-up constellations end up going when they have nowhere else left to turn. Because of that, he cannot help assuming that his old companion must be in serious trouble. And even though he feels sorry about it, he knows there is nothing he can do for him right now. Far away from all of that, inside the Hyunjong Corporation building, an employee approaches the company president and presents her with a list of available participants currently circulating on the open market. The very first name that appears before her is none other than Shin Sang-hyun. The woman looking over the information is Han Hyunjung, and as her eyes settle on Shin Sang-hyun's profile, she finds herself genuinely intrigued by him. Some time passes, and Shin Sang-hyun continues moving forward with his life. Even so, no matter what he does, his thoughts keep drifting back to his old constellation. He keeps wondering what additional secrets he might have uncovered if he had accepted the contract offered by the new goddess of luck. But in the end, he decides that maintaining his bond with the goddess of luck was still the right choice. After all, she was the one who saved him from death during the silent dungeon, and that is not something he can simply ignore. After driving for a while, Shin Sang-hyun finally arrives at his destination, the Hyunjung Market. Among adventurers, this place is extremely well known. It is one of the major gathering spots where they come to buy, sell, and trade magic artifacts. The market also guarantees the safety of its users in exchange for a fee. Adventurers who do not understand that system can easily put themselves in danger without even realizing it. Even so, when it comes to trading valuable items, markets like this are still considered one of the safest options available. All around the world, several guilds operate their own open markets. But in Korea, the largest and most influential one belongs to the Hyunjung Corporation, and the market is not protected by reputation alone. Hyunjung Corporation is also affiliated with a powerful guild, and that connection by itself is enough to make most troublemakers think twice before causing problems there. There is another reason this market has become so famous among adventurers. The person in charge of it is the veteran adventurer Han Hyunjung, known as the only adventurer in the entire world capable of using rank S buffs. Because of her, adventurers travel from all over the world just to visit this market. And with so many powerful people gathered in one place, the market's security is practically guaranteed without anyone needing to explain it. Of course, since so many people are hoping to receive Han Hyunjung's buffs, the area is almost always crowded and chaotic. When Shin Sang-hyun arrives at the market, an employee quickly steps forward to greet him. The employee politely tells him that she will process his entry as soon as she confirms his credentials. But after identifying him, the attendant notices something important. Shin Sang-hyun's name is on a priority list. She immediately informs him that she will personally escort him to the special floor. Hearing that, Shin Sang-hyun realizes that he has somehow caught the attention of the market's owner without even trying to do so. In the middle of everything, however, Shin Sang-hyun picks up on a few men nearby gossiping about him. They whisper among themselves, saying they heard that Kim Mi-seo and Shin Sang-hyun are dating. Then they go even further, wondering how Kim Mi-seo could be comfortable dating another man after losing her previous boyfriend in an accident. That comment bothers Shin Sang-hyun, even if he does not openly show it. Wanting to avoid making a scene, he casually remarks that the market seems more laid back than he expected, subtly nodding toward the kind of people being allowed to stand around. The receptionist immediately understands the meaning behind his words. Without needing him to say anything more directly, security moves in at once and removes the gossiping men from the premises. Seeing the gossipers get dragged away so quickly, Shin Sang-hyun feels a quiet sense of satisfaction. With that useless noise finally cleared from his surroundings, he can turn his attention back to the reason he came here in the first place. After that, Shin Sang-hyun follows the guidance he has been given and steps into the elevator, letting it carry him upward toward the special floor reserved for far more important guests. As the elevator rises, Shin Sang-hyun thinks back to his past life and almost finds the situation unreal. Back then, he never would have imagined that someone like him could even set foot in such an exclusive place, much less be personally invited there by the owner herself. When the elevator doors open and he reaches the VIP floor, one glance is enough to tell him this place truly lives up to its reputation. The people gathered there clearly are not ordinary visitors, and the entire atmosphere feels completely different from the lower floors. He also notices that a new receptionist has come forward specifically to assist him. That alone makes it obvious that he is not being handled like a regular customer, but is instead receiving genuinely special treatment. The receptionist introduces herself as Song Ah-hyun, speaking with a polite and professional tone as she tells Shin Sang-hyun that she is prepared to help him with whatever he needs during his visit. Not long after that, Shin Sang-hyun spots a magic book displayed among the items. But the moment he checks the price attached to it, he is taken aback by just how absurdly expensive it is. Song Ah-hyun explains that the item is known as the Book of the Abyss. Its price is so high because the knowledge contained inside is extremely desirable, the kind of contents that many people would be willing to pay a fortune to obtain. Shin Sang-hyun tells her that, since he is a swordsman, mage-related items are not really what he is looking for. Instead, he asks to be shown artifacts that better match his own category and fighting style. While looking around, Shin Sang-hyun notices that one particular item seems to be attracting a lot of attention from the people nearby. Their gazes keep drifting toward it, making it stand out even more. Song Ah-hyun offers to explain what the item is, but Shin Sang-hyun stops her before she can begin. Rather than hearing about it secondhand, he says he would prefer to inspect it for himself. As he approaches the display, Shin Sang-hyun is left completely stunned by what he sees. The item before him radiates an enormous flame, its power so intense that it immediately feels impossible to ignore. The artifact is a magic stone known as Almighty. Shin Sang-hyun quickly realizes that this is one of the 9 legendary artifacts scattered across the world, each famous for containing an incredible source of power. But his shock grows even stronger when he sees the price written beside it. 3 trillion won. On top of that, the listing shows that the item belongs to Jiran Decay. That detail makes Shin Sang-hyun think even harder, because if Jiran is willing to put such an important artifact up for sale, then it must mean he owns items even better than this. Shin Sang-hyun had arrived at the market full of motivation, ready to search for something useful. But after seeing items on this level, he suddenly feels like a tiny fish tossed into an ocean full of sharks. Even so, he continues walking through the exclusive floor, scanning each display as he goes. Yet every artifact he comes across leaves him stunned all over again because the prices are simply overwhelming. It becomes clear that even the cheapest items available on this floor cost more than Shin Sang-hyun can currently afford. In the middle of that overwhelming search, someone nearby suddenly recognizes him. The man introduces himself as Jeongjun-hyuk, then approaches Shin Sang-hyun with casual confidence and asks whether he is looking for something specific. The moment Shin Sang-hyun hears that name, he recognizes it immediately. In the future, Jeongjun-hyuk becomes rather famous after obtaining an ability known as Perfect Storm. Jeongjun-hyuk explains that he did not come here only to buy items. He is also trying to sell something, and he happens to have an artifact that does not suit his own abilities, so he would be happy to pass it on to someone else. Then he reveals the Ring of Life, an artifact with a passive effect that increases mana, and asks Shin Sang-hyun if he has any interest in buying it. Seeing the item, Shin Sang-hyun immediately wonders whether Jeongjun-hyuk is trying to use the market's direct transaction exemption on him. Unlike most other markets, this place has a rather unusual system called a direct transaction exemption. Normally, any item sold here gives 5% of the revenue to the market, but when one adventurer sells directly to another, that fee is not charged. Shin Sang-hyun knows the ring would be very useful for his own abilities, especially with his mana needs, but something that valuable would definitely not be cheap, so he decides to turn down the offer for now. Right in the middle of that exchange, a commotion suddenly breaks out nearby. Security guards are scolding a woman on the premises, accusing her of eating there and saying that her behavior does not match the rules expected inside this establishment. The woman immediately defends herself, insisting that she bought the pizzas with her own money. Since she paid for them herself, she argues that she has every right to eat them. But the guards do not back down. They tell her that they do not actually care about the food itself, because the problem is not the pizza, it is the way she is acting while she is here. Even then, the woman keeps arguing, stubbornly defending herself by saying that there is absolutely nothing wrong with being hungry and wanting to eat. Shin Sang-hyun walks over to her and politely apologizes for interrupting her meal. Then, rather than getting involved in the argument, He tells her that he is interested in the artifacts she is selling. The woman says she is not planning to stop eating right now. So, if Shin Sang-hyun wants to look, he can simply take the items and inspect them for as long as he likes. With her permission, Shin Sang-hyun picks up the artifacts and begins examining them carefully. As he looks them over, he realizes that both of the items are magic rings. One of the rings increases the user's speed, while the other raises the user's potential, making both of them extremely valuable in different ways. Shin Sang-hyun immediately thinks that these rings could help solve the problems he has been having with stamina and mana loss. On top of that, he notices that no one else around seems to be paying much attention to these items. So Shin Sang-hyun looks back at the girl and asks how much she is asking for the pair of rings. She explains that each ring is worth around 1,500,000,000 won. But if he is willing to buy both together, she can give him a discount and lower the total price to 2 billion. Shin Sang-hyun cannot help making a strained face when he hears that number. Seeing his reaction, the girl quickly adds that she can reduce the price a little more for him. After a bit of back-and-forth negotiation, the two of them finally agree on a final price of 1,300,000,000 won. As Shin Sang-hyun considers the deal, he thinks about how poor he used to be in his past life. Back then, buying artifacts like these would have been completely impossible for him. But things are different now. Instead of seeing the purchase as simple spending, he treats it as an investment, one that could potentially bring back twice as much value later on. The girl, meanwhile, happily says that with that money, she plans to buy herself some good food first, and then donate the rest to her orphanage. Shin Sang-hyun asks if she is the one who runs an orphanage, and the girl confirms it without hesitation, even showing him a photo as proof. The moment Shin Sang-hyun sees the photo, a strange feeling of familiarity washes over him, and his eyes linger on the image a little longer than expected. That orphanage is the very same place where he lived in his past life after losing his family. After everything that happened back then, he never imagined he would one day run into someone connected to that place again. The girl notices the change in him almost immediately. Looking a little confused, she points out that Shin Sang-hyun has gone pale and asks him what happened. Shin Sang-hyun says that he just remembered something from his past, but he quickly shifts the conversation away from himself and asks what happened to the orphanage. The girl tells him that the orphanage was destroyed in a collapse. Shin Sang-hyun already knew that part, but hearing it from her confirms what he had been trying to verify. Shin Sang-hyun quietly realizes that his purpose as a player is completely different from hers. While he is chasing strength, survival, and future opportunities, this girl is trying to gather money for the orphanage, not for selfish reasons, but for something much more personal. She explains that the orphanage was originally founded by her parents. That is why she wants so badly to rebuild it, because to her, restoring that place means keeping her family's legacy from disappearing completely. She even tells Shin Sang-hyun that, if he is interested, he is welcome to learn more about the project and possibly join the team. Then she reaches out and hands him a business card. When Shin Sang-hyun looks down at the card, he notices right away that it has been drawn by hand. Seeing something that's simple makes him think they really must be struggling for money. In a way, the whole situation touches something deep inside him, pulling his thoughts back toward his own past. Still, Shin Sang-hyun tries to keep his emotions from showing on his face. The girl, however, notices the small change in his expression anyway. Instead of finding it strange, she seems to think his reaction is unexpectedly endearing. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Eden Guild headquarters, where Shin Sang-hyun arrives at the building for a scheduled visit. There, an adventurer named Cho Jinho greets him at the entrance, telling Shin Sang-hyun that he has been waiting for him. Shin Sang-hyun is a little surprised to be welcomed by Cho Jinho himself. Realizing who has come to receive him, he thinks that this visit is something he needs to take seriously. Just 1 hour earlier, though, Shin Sang-hyun had still been at the market. At that time, he had promised the orphanage girl that he would contact her later, but just as he was saying goodbye and preparing to leave, his phone suddenly rang. Feeling slightly annoyed by the timing, Shin Sang-hyun excused himself and stepped aside to answer. On the other end of the call, Kim Mi-seo informed him that a new portal was about to open. She also explained the entry requirements. At least 2 people were needed, and the minimum level was 130, because this portal was the one known as the Black Gate. The name immediately sparks something in Shin Sang-hyun's memory. He remembers that this place was successfully cleared by Kang Boa, the sword arbiter. After that achievement, the portal became widely known by the name Black Gate. Shin Sang-hyun thinks about how smoothly he and Kim Mi-seo have been working together so far. Since their teamwork has been effective, he sees no real reason to reject her offer. On top of that, he remembers that the reward from that dungeon was an incredibly powerful epic artifact. The exact details are blurry, but the value of the reward is something he cannot forget. So without wasting time, Shin Sang-hyun agrees to go with her, knowing that a dungeon like this will almost certainly be worth the risk. Back in the present, Shin Sang-hyun has arrived at the guild building to meet up with Kim Mi-seo. By now, his mind is no longer focused on what he left behind at the market. Cho Jinho notices him and asks if something is bothering him. Shin Sang-hyun simply says no, and with that brief answer, the two continue walking deeper into the building. As they move through the guild headquarters, Cho Jinho explains that Kim Mi-seo is currently in a meeting with the guild leader and will come to see him once it is over. Then Cho Jinho suggests that, if Shin Sang-hyun wants, they can spend the waiting time in the training room. He points out that this is actually a rare opportunity, since not just anyone is allowed to use that facility. As they approach, Shin Sang-hyun feels the atmosphere around him begin to change, as if the entire space has grown heavier and more intense. Cho Jinho says that he feels that shift every time as well, but he tells Shin Sang-hyun not to worry about it and to make himself comfortable. However, the moment Shin Sang-hyun steps inside, he sees that someone is already using the room. Not wanting to get in the way, he immediately says they should avoid interrupting. Inside the arena, Shin Tae-ri is in the middle of training. Once again, she is using a golem as her practice opponent. And just like always, she is not holding back at all, because Shin Tae-ri treats every fight seriously, even when it is only training. But this time, her intense training session is not happening in private. She now has people watching from the side. Cho Jinho speaks up, saying that he had reserved the training room, then asks why Shin Tae-ri is there using it. Shin Tae-ri looks slightly confused at first, but her confusion only grows when she notices Shin Sang-hyun standing there inside the guild building. She tells him that it has been a while since she last saw him, then asks what he is doing there. Shin Sang-hyun answers plainly, explaining that Kim Mi-seo invited him again to join her for another raid. Hearing that, Shin Tae-ri responds with a sarcastic comment, saying that Shin Sang-hyun seems to have gotten pretty close to her friend lately. Then she notices that Cho Jinho is becoming visibly nervous, so she decides to leave them alone. Before going, though, she tells Shin Sang-hyun that she wants to train with him someday and says she will contact him later. Once Shin Tae-ri leaves, Cho Jinho relaxes a little and says that they are finally alone, meaning they can now get in some practice. Then he looks at Shin Sang-hyun and asks if he would be willing to have a duel. Shin Sang-hyun cannot help wondering if every member of the Eden Guild is going to challenge him sooner or later, since Shin Tae-ri had done the same thing when they first met. Cho Jinho quickly tells him there is no need to worry. He says he is not trying to cause trouble and only wants to see Shin Sang-hyun's skills for himself. He explains that ever since he became a swordsman adventurer, one of his hobbies has been testing the abilities of other adventurers through direct combat. Hearing that explanation, Shin Sang-hyun understands what Cho Jinho is really after. He wants to get a better sense of who Shin Sang-hyun is by crossing swords with him. Cho Jinho then tells Shin Sang-hyun that he can choose any weapon he wants from the guild's arsenal for the duel. But Shin Sang-hyun says there is no need for that, because he already has the perfect weapon. With that, he pulls his longsword out from his subspace and prepares himself to begin the duel. Cho Jinho is visibly surprised by what he just witnessed, admitting that he has never seen anyone use an ability like that before. If anything, it only makes him even more excited to face Shin Sang-hyun. As Cho Jinho gets ready to start, his body begins to expand. His frame grows larger and larger until he towers at nearly 3 times his normal size. Meanwhile, inside the guild office, Kim Mi-seo's father is struggling with his concern over his daughter's safety. Even though Kim Mi-seo insists that she understands what she is doing, her father still cannot feel at ease about the path she is choosing. Frustrated by his worry and interference, Mi-seo tells him that she is going to keep walking her own path, then asks him not to contact her anymore. After hearing those words, Mr. Kim decides to make a call. He reaches out to guild leader Jang and asks him for a favor. Back in the training arena, Cho Jinho faces Shin Sang-hyun with excitement building in his eyes. He says he is about to find out everything he needs to know about him, and he can hardly wait for the duel to begin. With his combat mode fully activated, Cho Jinho steadies himself in front of the protagonist and calmly asks whether he's truly ready to begin. As Shin Sang-hyun takes in the sight of his opponent's transformed state, a thought flashes through his mind. This is the very first time he has ever seen an Eden Guild swordsman enter giant mode. He understands that Du Kyung-soo is treated as the standard every swordsman is measured against. But copying that man's fighting style is another matter entirely. Not everyone has the talent or body to imitate it, so most people never even attempt it. Instead, those swordsmen chose a much simpler answer. They poured everything into brute force, convinced that overwhelming strength was the only path forward, and they kept hardening their bodies while pushing their raw power further and further. Shin Sang-hyun knows that he himself walked that same path, and because of that, he can't help wondering who truly stands at the very top when it comes to swordsmanship built purely around strength. Across the world, there may not be one single name everyone agrees on, but at least in Korea, Cho Jinho is undeniably counted among the strongest, and a huge part of that reputation comes from his unusual ability. Even when the swordsman meta began to change around him, Cho Jinho never lost his place. He stood firm, adapted in his own way, and continued proving that his style still belonged at the top. Thinking about all of that, the protagonist feels his blood start to heat up. The idea of crossing swords with someone this powerful sends a thrill through him, almost like excitement before a storm. Cho Jinho, meanwhile, watches Shin Sang-hyu with interest and says he likes that fearless confidence. But now he wants the protagonist to show whether that confidence has real weight behind it. The protagonist notices it immediately. Cho Jinho hasn't even attacked yet, but the moment he lifts his sword, waves of wind pressure burst outward, pressing through the space between them. From that alone, he understands what kind of fight this is going to be. If Cho Jinho is answering with raw force, then the only proper response is to meet him head-on, because Cho Jinho clearly isn't holding back, knowing the protagonist won't either. Shin Sang-hyu also knows this is not a fight where he can afford to be careless. His opponent is far from ordinary, and even one small mistake could turn dangerous in an instant. Then Cho Jinho launches forward with explosive power, driving his attack in with enough force to shake the air itself. But the result is not what he expected. His strike does not land on Shin Sang-hyu's body. Instead, the protagonist meets it directly and blocks the attack in front of him. Cho Jinho is honestly taken aback by the sharpness of that response. It isn't just that the protagonist managed to stop the blow, but that he chose such a direct answer instead of relying on some overly complicated tactic. With the pressure shifting for a moment, the protagonist tightens his grip and tells Cho Jinho that now it's his turn to strike. Cho Jinho realizes right away that his surprise has cost him. That brief opening he allowed to appear could become dangerous if Shin Sang-hyu takes full advantage of it. Protagonist draws back and unleashes a massive attack of his own, pouring tremendous force into the strike. The impact does not stay between the two of them, but spreads outward into the surrounding area. Even after taking that heavy hit, Cho Jinho feels a flash of satisfaction. Rather than being annoyed, he is glad to see that the kid really is fighting without holding anything back. At first, Cho Jinho had assumed Shin Sang-hyu was just another flashy show-off trying to make himself look impressive. But after feeling that strike firsthand, he realizes how badly he misjudged him. No matter what, Cho Jinho understands one thing very clearly now. After this exchange, backing down is no longer an option. He praises the force behind the protagonist's attack and tells him that, under normal circumstances, an ordinary adventurer would be blown apart trying to block one of his own strikes. But looking at Shin Sang-hyu, he can tell this kid is built tougher than that. Even so, Cho Jinho says a real man has no reason to act modest in battle. He wants to see exactly what Shin Sang-hyu is still hiding, what power he has yet to reveal, and with that, he offers an apology in advance. He explains that when it comes to fighting, he simply cannot restrain himself. To Cho Jinho, holding back against any opponent would be disrespectful. So once the duel begins, he has to give everything he has. The protagonist recognizes the feeling of what is coming next. This is the same attack Cho Jinho once used to save countless lives during the second collapse. That disaster would not happen until 20 years in the future, but now the very same kind of relentless meteor barrage, the kind summoned by spellcasting monsters, is about to come crashing down directly on him. Cho Jinho admits that this technique is still incomplete, which is why he rarely brings it out. But standing before Shin Sang-hyu now, he feels that anything less than his full power would not be enough. The protagonist stares at the attack forming before him, and thinks bitterly that what Cho Jinho calls incomplete is already far beyond what he can comfortably handle. Even if he gathers every ounce of strength he has, Shin Sang-hyu understands that a normal defense will not stop this. If he wants to survive the attack, he needs a plan, and he needs it immediately. The only strategy he can think of is to strike at the flank, the point where his opponent's force is least concentrated. It is a reckless, almost absurd idea, but in that moment, it is the only option he has left. The protagonist knows exactly how ridiculous the situation is. This incoming attack carries power equal to more than 700 adventurers striking all at once. But even if the plan sounds insane, even if anyone else would call it impossible, he has already decided to see it through until the very end. After all, that is how he has lived ever since returning. Again and again, he has faced situations that should have been impossible. And now he intends to force reality to bend one more time. Not far from the training room, Kim Miseo is walking through the building while quietly sorting through several thoughts in her head. She still feels a little weighed down by what happened between her and her father, but she tells herself she cannot stay gloomy forever, especially since she is about to meet Shin Sang-hyu. Just then, the floor trembles beneath her feet, and everyone else inside the building feels the sudden shake as well. Most people immediately assume it must be an earthquake. But Kim Miseo senses something different, realizing that the tremor came from the direction of the training room. Alarm shoots through her, and she quickly heads that way. In her mind, there is only one explanation that makes sense. This has to involve Shin Sang-hyu somehow. When Kim Miseo reaches the training room, the air is so thick with smoke that she can barely make out what is happening inside. Staring into the haze, she wonders what in the world could have happened in there to leave the place in such a state. Through the smoke and aftermath, Cho Jinho says Shin Sang-hyu continues to surprise him. He never imagined the protagonist would actually face such an overwhelming attack head-on. The protagonist accepts the compliment with a brief thanks, but he does not pretend everything is fine. He admits that he definitely did not come out of that clash completely unharmed. Cho Jinho tells him not to worry, since the guild has doctors who can properly take care of his injuries. Even though he tries to act unaffected, Cho Jinho himself has clearly felt the impact as well. But the thing that truly unsettles him is not the damage. What bothers him most is that a newcomer is already moving on the same level as him, despite Cho Jinho being a seasoned adventurer. The moment their swords collided, Shin Sang-hyu's technique showed no trace of hesitation, panic, or rookie-like inexperience. That kind of calm execution does not match the image of a beginner at all. Even so, Cho Jinho decides that while the protagonist is undeniably strong, he is not finished growing. There is still a long road waiting ahead of him. He thanks Shin Sang-hyu for agreeing to the duel, saying that the fight gave him plenty to reflect on and far more to think about than he expected. Cho Jinho also tells him that after a display like this, no one in the Eden Guild will be able to doubt Shin Sang-hyu's abilities anymore. Hearing that, the protagonist looks at him and asks whether this whole duel was actually some kind of entrance test for the Eden Guild. Cho Jinho openly confirms that, yes, the duel had been an entrance test. But instead of stopping there, he looks at the protagonist with clear approval and says Shin Sang-hyu has the potential to go even further, before suddenly inviting him into his secret club, a private group meant only for men. Before the atmosphere can settle, Kim Mi-seo immediately cuts into the conversation. She snaps at Cho Jinho, reminding him that all she asked him to do was properly welcome Shin Sang-hyu, not beat him half to death in the training room. Then, with obvious anger in her voice, she demands to know if he has completely lost his mind.